Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot campaign real estate costs. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wednesday, middle of the week. We've been talking about a lot of different things, but now, this was the worry. We got to wake up and see what happens to bonds, and now you have yields trying to climb again. 10-year, 30-year, they're doing a couple of different things. You got some movement there. It is in response to some of the earnings, so not all of the earnings were good this morning. It was a little bit more mixed, and then not to mention Google down 6% after yesterday. Not too hot. Microsoft, it met guidance. It's still doing good, but you're still in this weird post-earnings because Europe is doing good right now. Asia, China, the stimulus news, everything's still kind of pumping there. So for now, we are responding to this. We're responding to the post earnings. We got Meta after the bell. Everybody's still waiting for more signals when it's one good, one bad. And then now I'm sure we're going to have another day of feeling out the bond market and seeing whether or not it goes back to the fives, below, all that good stuff, and then where we go from there. So Chad, I hope you're ready for it. Should be exciting, but good morning. What's up, baby? What's up, PNC? Benny Silverio, Jose Trace, Kurt McGart, Laker, J. Oh, good morning. And Venus, baby. How you living? What's up, Maria? Oh, Wise, Jerry Woods, baby. Tim Whitman. Oh, my gosh. The chat's going crazy. I see Devlin in there. Let's go, baby. Good morning. Mr. Scanlon, Josh Benstone, Business, baby. Isaiah Kabibi, JJ, baby. How you living? Hobby Life, C Money, Brandon, Austin, Corey, baby. Nathan Evans, Monica, Ashley, Gregory Ruiz, a picture of Tom Cruise. Good morning, baby. M5 Tech. What's up, Damian? Smar, Sons of Averaging, Bulls over Bears. Good morning. Let's go, baby. What's up, Jared Fox Racing, Ray Aria, Bruce B, the Tiger Man, Marcus Hanlon, Todd Reed, Aaron, Riley, Matt, Candy, Najee Wolf. Good morning. Oh, blessed morning, Pixelated. Tell them. What's up, Comment? Good morning, Laurie. What's up, Douglas Leslie? Oh, my goodness, Chad. Happy Wednesday. Wanda Don, Arcad Liquidation, Iceberg, Ken Hall, Kevin Bliss, Gunner, Guts for the long term. Good morning, baby. What's up, Brandon? Oh, wait, I don't know, man. I heard there's a Brandon birthday today. I don't know. That's the word on this street. I don't know if that's you. I'm going to ask every Brandon, Brendan, Breondon. I don't know. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, baby. Good morning and happy birthday. Oh, I hope y'all feeling good. I hope it's his birthday. There's a Brandon out there with a birthday today. We gonna find it, baby. It's not you? All right, that's good. Process of elimination. We gonna get to the bottom, baby. What about that Twitch? JJ Canage. I'm seeing you twice, baby, everywhere. Good morning, baby. What's up, Woodrow? Ross Legend, Professional, NXG. Hey, Mikey, baby. Good morning. KJ Lemur, LV Lover, Blizzy B, Lightning Blue GT, Young Grown Now, Blowing Dough, Charlie in the Tree, Matt Bailey, Such a Great Matter, Robo Handtech, Slizzy, Nikki on Smash, BDA, Cookie Monster, and Robo Handtech again. I know Blazing Bob gonna show up. Good morning, baby. Good morning, baby. I hope you're ready for it. So it's going to be a lot weirder. Again, every other day we've been playing this little earnings game and waiting for the earnings, and then the market's like not moving, but it's moving. But like we said, if that bond volatility returns, the last time we needed Bill Ackman to show up. So let's see what happens. But let's get to the news first. NASDAQ futures slide and Alphabet slumps. U.S. equity indexes slipped after Microsoft and Google's parent Alphabet delivered a mixed picture of big tech earnings, setting the stage for peers still reporting this week. Contracts on the NASDAQ 100 sank by 0.4 and the S&P was down by 0.3. Alphabet fell as much as 7% pre-market after their cloud unit reported a smaller than expected profit. Microsoft, on the other hand, climbed after results on their cloud business beat expectations. Meanwhile, Texas Instruments dropped after disappointing revenue forecasts suggested that demand remains sluggish for a broad range of electronic components, with earnings season still in full swing, investors are looking for evidence on how companies are coping with high interest rates and whether consumer spending is changing because of inflation. Meta, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, is set to report later on Wednesday, with Amazon due on Thursday. Tech earnings got off to a mixed start thanks to the focus on cloud computing. One of the big money spinners for the sector, said Chris Beauchamp, chief market analyst at IG Group. It's now up to Meta tonight and Amazon tomorrow to provide the kind of good news that might give stocks a reason to rally into the month end. Europe stocks benchmark fluctuated as earnings from some of the region's biggest consumer-facing and fintech companies stoke concerns that a global slowdown is hurting corporate profits. Kering SA slid after Gucci owner reported a drop in sales amid a global slowdown in luxury, while home products company Reckitt Benckiser fell after sales missed expectations. Worldline SA plunged more than 50%, the most ever after the French payment company lowered their outlook for the year. Pierre Nexi Spa slumped more than 10%. Offsetting those misses, Deutsche Bank gained as much as 7.5 after saying they plan to accelerate payouts to shareholder as highest income from their corporate bank and deposit inflows offset weaker trading in the third quarter. Swedish steelmaker SSAB and French software company Dassault Systems advanced up after earnings beats. The Treasury 10-year yield rose by 4 basis points and a gauge of the dollar climbed for a second day. Elevated bond yields continue to weigh on appetite for equities, with major central banks set to hold policy rates high to bring inflation down. Rates will likely trade within recent ranges, but we do think that the latest U.S. data provides some support for the higher for longer theme, said Evelyn Gomez Leichi, a strategist at Mizuho International. We wouldn't be surprised to see the 10-year yields testing that 5% handle again. Shares in Asia pushed higher after the government stepped up support for China's economy and stock trading. Hang Seng gained about 2.2. Meanwhile, troubled Chinese developer Country Garden was deemed to be in default on a dollar bond for the first time amid the broader property debt crisis that has shaken China's economy. Global oil benchmark Brent crude was steady around 88 a barrel after erasing half of the gain since the Hamas attack on October 7th. West Texas Intermediate traded near 84. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia agreed to pursue diplomatic efforts to stabilize the situation, the White House said on Tuesday, helping to ease fears of a major disruption for the oil market. You got Canada rates decision today, U.S. new home sales, IBM and Meta. That is about it. Not too crazy. So let's see, parting clouds. Microsoft shares are rising and Alphabet stock is falling amid diverging trends in two megacaps cloud businesses. Microsoft's cloud arm outpaced expectations as they delivered their best sales growth in 6 quarters, with demand for AI products driving that strength. Google owner Alphabet, meanwhile, saw a weaker performance than anticipated in their cloud business, raising fears about their competitive position. Snaps and chips. There was a slew of other big earnings overnight from the semiconductor, social media, and payment industries. The outlook from chipmaker Texas Instruments disappointed and pointed to continued sluggish demand. Snapchat owner Snap returned to sales growth in the third quarter following 2 periods of declines, though it cautioned on the digital advertising outlook. And parent network Visa profit outpaced estimates, and they announced a new $25 billion buyback plan. Policy shift. Chinese authorities made a series of policy moves to boost sentiment in the economy, with President Xi Jinping signaling that a slowdown in growth and lingering deflationary risk won't be tolerated. The government increased their headline deficit and unveiled a sovereign debt package, which marks a shift from the traditional growth model. While Xi also made an unprecedented visit to the central bank, the challenges faced were on a full display of developer Country Garden, which was deemed to be in default on a dollar bond for the first time ever. Oh, we got a hype train, baby. Good morning. Good morning. I'm just trying to get the news, baby. Y'all getting hyped at 6 a.m. So I'm talking about good morning. Good morning. S&P futures, they're down 0.3 on Wednesday morning trading after U.S. equities finished higher on Tuesday, with the S&P snapping a 5-day losing streak, its longest this year. Treasuries mostly weaker, with the curve bear steepening, dollar better versus euro and sterling, while little change versus the yen. Gold is flat. Bitcoin futures are up by 1.2 after nearly 8% rally on Tuesday. WTI is up by 0.1. Earnings are in focus with mixed results out of big tech. The other big story today seems to be renewed bond yield backup following Monday's reprieve. Also some scrutiny surrounding yesterday's bounce given the outperformance of lower quality pockets of the market. Bulls focused on peak Fed, resilient U.S. growth backdrop, earnings rebound, seasonality, buyback resumptions, and China stimulus. Bears are focused on rate headwinds, lag effects of tightening, geopolitical tensions, Q4 growth headwinds, and underwhelming Q3 earnings takeaways and softening earnings revision breadth. Several high-profile reports after the close on Tuesday. Microsoft posted an earnings standout on AI-driven Azure reacceleration and margin expansion. Google, a laggard as cloud slowdown overshadowed double-digit ad growth. Visa fiscal quarter 1 seemed to underwhelm, though they announced $25 billion buyback. TMO cut guidance and weaker biopharm buyback from China trends. WM missed on revenues, but margins helped drive better EBITDA. Snap revenue reaccelerated on better backdrop, though the company growth expected to slow in Q4. New home sales on the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Street is looking for a 1% increase in September following a 9% decline in the prior month. Very quiet from a macro headline perspective, with nothing particularly incremental for the market when it comes to Middle East tensions and the House Speaker paralysis in Washington. Other topics of interest include lag effects of Fed tightening cycle, elevated bond market volatility, potential near-term peak in yields, increasing Treasury issuance presence this week, potential BOJ YCC policy tweak next week, and a ramp in China policy support measures, particularly in terms of RMB1T additional currency being added for bond issuance. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Boeing did report. I didn't look into the numbers fully. I think it was just broadly good, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of specifics just considering the nature of that company. But don't worry, there is still more. We still have more, Chad. Japan's government is considering spending about $33 billion for payouts to low-income households and income tax cut in a package of measures to cushion the blow to households from living costs. Hong Kong will offer $2,500 handouts to parents of newborns and ease stamp duties on some home sales as the city struggles to revive an economy hit by population exodus and slowing Chinese growth. Chinese developer Country Garden was deemed to be in a dollar default for the first time, underscoring its fall into distress amid a broader property debt crisis that has shaken the world's second biggest economy. China's new sovereign bond will help bolster economic recovery. China's Vice Finance Minister Zhu Zhongming said on Wednesday that the government stepped up fiscal stimulus sharply, raising their budget deficit. Data from Australian Bureau of Statistics on Wednesday showed that CPI rose 1.2 in the third quarter, above forecast of 1.1. U.S. intelligence officials on Tuesday said they have determined with high confidence that Israel was not responsible for the huge explosion at Al-Ali Hospital in Gaza that killed scores of people last week, offering the most detailed explanation to date of an apparent accident that sparked protests throughout the Middle East after some initial reports attributed responsibility to Israel. Source on that is Washington Post. The U.S. is using Israel's delay in launching a ground offensive in Gaza to rush defensive systems into the region amid growing fears that Iran and their proxies will escalate attacks on U.S. forces and allied interests once the invasion begins. Deutsche Bank plans to boost payouts after higher revenue from deposits and corporate banks offset weaker trading. House Republicans nominated Trump ally Mike Johnson of Louisiana as their latest choice for Speaker. Earlier, Tom Emmer ended his bin after Donald Trump came out against his candidacy. A broader floor vote in which Johnson needs a simple majority is planned for noon. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Big tech giants deliver contrasting performances in latest earnings report. Visa profit estimates on post-pandemic travel boost. CoStar Group trims annual revenue forecast on weak property market. U.S. tells NVIDIA to stop shipping some of the AI chips to China immediately. Jet engine maker CFM says that more than half of the engines with suspect parts have now been removed from service. Boyd Gaming bottom line misses. Shares are down 3%. UFC signs the largest ever multi-year sponsorship deal with ABI, InBev, and Bud Light. BMO exploring sale of RV loan portfolio to shore up cash with bidders, including KKR. China's top diplomat Wang Yi and Blinken both aim to calm Middle East situation, with Wang also to meet National Security Advisor Sullivan. Blinken says U.S. wants to contain conflict but will defend U.S. people and security if Iran intervenes. World leaders seek to pause Israel-Hamas fighting to allow aid into Gaza. Rift at top exposes EU struggle to keep pace with global powers. China's investigation into Apple supplier Foxconn operations on the mainland is normal law enforcement. Europe's money markets on alert for stricter ECB bank reserve rules. ECB meets as bond market wobbles and economy turns south. Bank of England rate decision on knife edge as economists cast doubt over jobs data. China money market suggests even more PBOC support is required. German business sentiment improves by recession fears remain. The age of debt-fueled profligacy is well and truly over. World at the tipping point following government debt binges, says HSBC boss. Australian quarterly CPI higher than expected may increase speculation of additional RBA tightening. Japan weighs spending $33 billion on measures to fight inflation. Big Wall Street investors call top in treasury yields after 5% hit. Oil falls for fourth consecutive day as fears of major disruption ease. Trump ally Johnson becomes latest GOP speaker nominee. House GOP scrutinizes Biden's aid to Palestinians. China needs deep reform, not temporary fixes to reanimate economy, former official says. China fiscal stimulus relies heavily on debt and state spending, but falls short on deeper reforms. China's home appliance maker Midea Group applies for Hong Kong listing after what would be one of the biggest IPOs in recent history. China's stimulus to boost new areas of the economy while avoiding funneling money into the troubled property sector. And China developer Country Garden deemed in default on dollar bond for the first time. Wow. A lot of headlines. It doesn't seem as crazy as the Monday and Tuesday. Again, I mean, for the most part, we're reacting to earnings. Couple of bad earnings overseas, but again, Europe is still trading good. A lot of China stimulus stuff working out good for them. So we'll see how it plays out. But Chatadonia, we still got some plays, so get ready for me to yell at you with all of the earnings, because, again, a lot of these are earnings. So VRT, 10% earnings. Deutsche Bank, 6.6 earnings. Microsoft, 4.4 off of earnings. Boeing, 3.1 off of earnings. Snap, 3.1 off of earnings. Boeing, 3.1. Why is there two Boeings? GD, 3% off of earnings. Vive, 2.0 off of Wells Fargo upgrade. T-Mobile, 1.4 off of earnings. LRN, up 14.3 off of earnings. CRDO, up 8.3. Microsoft earnings sympathy. LTH, up 4.9 off of earnings. Gap, 4.6 off of Wells Fargo upgrade. LPL, 4.3 off of earnings. SN is up by 2.6. Goldman Sachs initiates buy. ASPA up 96%. Stockholders approve proposed merger transaction with DLQ BTAI. They're up 33%. Findings from third-party audit of data integrity at Tranquility 2 Phase 3 trial site. PSQH up 10.3 off of nothing. ASTS up 8.4 preliminary Q3 OPEX. BDN up 7.6 off of earnings. AVXL up 6.2, reported a new peer-reviewed publication. IMAX up 3.9 off of earnings. There you go, Marshall. 3.0 for SCU, 13 a share offer from Bose Weinstein. CSGP down 8.3 off of earnings. Google down 6.2 off of earnings. Texas Instruments down 6.2 off of earnings. EDU 4.5 off of earnings. SQ Square down by 3.9 off of Worldline Sympathy. ADI down 2.8. Texas Instruments Sympathy. PayPal down 2.6 off of the worldwide earnings or Worldline earnings Sympathy. Down 2.6. ON down 2.4. on Texas Sympathy. NXPI, Texas Sympathy down 2.4. ADP down 2.3 off of earnings. ALB down 1.9. Piper Sandler downgrade. Visa down 1.7 off of earnings. NEM 1.6 off of nothing. LRCX down 1.4. TXN Sympathy once again. GLW down 1.3. Deutsche Bank downgrade. TMO down 1.2 off of earnings. And Hilton down 0.8 off of earnings. ATEC down 17%. $150 million common stock offering. VICR down 14.9 off of earnings. BYD down 9 off of earnings. Affirm down 7.0 off of Compass Point downgrade. IDYA down 6.3. $125 million common stock offering. RES 5.2 down off of earnings. Teladoc 5.1 down off of earnings. SBSW down 3.7 to enter job consultations for 4,000 employees and contractors. ALKS down 3.7 off of earnings. Caesars down 3.5. Boyd Gaming Sympathy. Upstart down 3.2. Worldline Sympathy. Etsy down 3 off City downgrade. Evercore downgrades true. They're down by 2.6. BXMT down 2.4 off of earnings. Penn, BYD Sympathy down 1.5. 3D Systems down 13.8 Q3 revenue and withdrawing full year 23 guidance. And then SunPower down 8.5. Financial statements should no longer be relied upon. And Hawaiian Airlines down 8.1 off of earnings. Woo! A lot of earnings, Chatadonia. A lot of earnings. Again, a lot more mixed, though. A lot of headlines we went over, but you kind of had the vibe. Today, it's still, I think the theme is a mixed bag with bond yields coming back up. So don't forget about that one, baby. Don't forget about that one. But good morning. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And let's get it. You just got your home inspector license? Let's go. Great job, bro. Great job to get into. Let's go, man. Where at? Tell me when I come back, though. I got to go pee. I'll see you in a little bit.
Considering we are now day 22 without a speaker and we've run through a series of candidates, there is growing frustration, but there also is a growing sense of urgency because the more days it takes to elect a speaker, the closer we get to the government running out of funding. And of course, there's also the Israel challenge laid on top of that with the supplemental request from the White House and a need to address that congressionally. And you need a functioning House to do that. So I think everybody's kind of reaching a breaking point here, Lisa.
Kaylee Lyons, thank you so much. Still Still with us is Patrick Frizzetti and Zachary Griffiths. Zach, from your perspective, how much is some of the dysfunction in D.C. part of what's behind the lift that we're seeing continue today in yields?
Lisa, I think it's certainly a factor. It's hard to quantify, but when you think about rising deficits or rising financing needs at the Treasury, and we're going to find out more about what exactly that looks like at next week's refunding, which was a big driver of the move that we had higher in August, it's certainly playing into it at the margin. And I think that the longer that this goes on, the more that you can expect Treasury yields to rise or remain under pressure in the near term, and for investors to have their mindset shifted from a longer run perspective into the safety of U.S. Treasuries. I think it's a terrible development that this continues to go on, and is certainly going to have an impact on borrowing costs in the U.S., and I think we're already seeing that.
Well, and Patrick, this sort of feeds into some of the angst around next week's refinancing announcement. We get a sense of just how much bigger some of these auctions are going to be that come out periodically from the U.S. Treasury Department. How worried are you? How closely are you watching the reaction in markets to understand if yields are going to break higher or lower?
Well, we're watching it very closely. Quite simply, I would say the market doesn't like uncertainty, and they don't like, dysfunction. And to say, Washington is dysfunctional is an understatement. So yes, we follow rates very closely, and I do think they are, a predictor of things to come. So we'll see how it goes next week.
Patrick, do you think that changes your view when it comes?
They're talking about what we brought up on the watch list yesterday, the amount of bond issuances. So everybody's worried about this week because there's $141 billion, but depending on what we approve, if we don't get a speaker, all that stuff, if the Treasury has to sell a bunch of money or bonds to get it, we might have to even deal with it next week as well, too. And then Square is down because there was a foreign company, a European company called Worldline, and they are sympathy, but they did bad on earnings. PayPal's down, I think Upstart as well as Square on all of it. So we will see. But Chattadonia, on that note, you've got the earnings plays. You've got to see the pre-market movers. We're reacting to the weird awkwardness of Mr. Microsoft and Google earnings. You got Meta after the bell, but you're here right now. You heard the people on TV. Marshall got his IMAX beating, baby. What's your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? Let's go. Give him a second. We got a drum roll. Oh, I'm hitting this drum roll, bro. I'm hitting this one. This is on fire, baby. SPXU calls, Square puts, SPY 0 day, UPS, Texas Instruments, HD for the long term, watching SPY and Tessie, puts, TQQ, Coin, Tesla, Mart calls, Mara calls, Matt calls, Microsoft long, holding Microsoft, UEC long, Mara, Apple calls, Coin calls, good morning, Carissa, Tesla 225, Chargeport long, TT long, Dumpy puts, SPY credit spread, short NQ, sell stocks, looking at Meta 360 and 260, SQQ, QQQ, Amazon getting into Biddy, Tesla, NVIDIA, Tesla for the long term, short GLD, Eli Lilly, Meta earnings calls, YOLO, holding some calls, watching supply, TRU puts, MSTR all day, ES short 4280, long 4245, good play, TZA, sitting on my hands, gain calls, Jesus calls, Apple puts, Geo, add PayPal shares, Nibble, SPY, Apple puts, VIX puts, MOS shares, looking at US 30, TLT ghetto spread, adding the bill, Apple puts, Sweet Green shares, buy the dip for VU, Google, NVIDIA, Meta funds, Palantir, PF, RTX, Pfizer shares, Apple puts, Microsoft continuation, screaming that 10% 10-year future, Microsoft never disappoints, short Europe, EPV, SPY puts, long-term, Disney puts, Bud call, SPY puts to 420, SPY puts, Bank of America put, CS rollover, looking for the long term, SoFi, Colt calls, NVIDIA, Coin in the final place. Bud, IEF, Google calls, and sitting on Bill. Wow. Too many puts? Well, you can't be happy then, huh? Every day it's either too many calls or too many puts. You know what I'm saying? Too many calls or too many puts. That's amazing. So let's see, though. Let's see what happens. But, Chad, I got a couple plays for you. We still got a couple of minutes here. I'm going to be watching Meta, Microsoft, Google. Those are going to be the main events. Even keep an eye on Amazon as well. Boeing, again, the conference call. I heard some people in the chat says it starts. It usually is like 30 minutes after the bell. So watch out for that. Watch out the crypto stuff. There's been a lot of updates back and forth, the rumors, the re-adding back to the DTC website or whatever regarding the ETF. So keep your eyes out for that. Texas Instruments, they're doing bad, and there's like 15 sympathy sympathies to all of them. So we're going to see. And then Align and EW and ServiceNow. EW, that's the earnings play for after hours. We were in that one yesterday. And then ServiceNow and Align, I have no plays, but those are the earnings names that I think can run or just have big dollar moves and the options get crazy. You got it in Montana, bro? Oh, let's go, bro. So we have some real estate agents in Montana. So good thing today's Wednesday. You should get in there and tell them. Talk to them and let them know, bro. Honestly, be like, yo, you need inspectors. But that's hype. If I do, I'm definitely going to keep you in mind, David. Let's go. I wanted to get David. The real estate agents in Montana were trying to get me to buy in Montana. So I'm down. I'm down, baby. I'm down. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for the day. Let's have a good one. It should be exciting, but is there any final questions? You got about 30 seconds. 30 seconds. But what do you think about the rumors? Banks not going to finance if cars being used for Uber or Lyft. I could see that if that definitely goes that way. I mean, welcome to the restrictions. And, I mean, you see how insurance has been lately. I could see a lot of issues. I think that was the only time we had for that question. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. Thank you for making the sacrifice a long time ago, even recent for some people, but you have done something where we don't have to do it again, and you have allowed a level of freedom where we don't even acknowledge it, man. That's how great the work y'all have done is, man. So thank you. Big shout out to all the veterans, and big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local communities and giving back, showing love. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody helping out, giving back, making things run. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna! Oh, let's go, baby. Happy Wednesday. What's up, Cole Real Estate? Y'all like Wednesdays, I heard? Uh-huh. Okay, man. Oh, my gosh. Let's go, man. So, again, you got earnings after the bell. Still a very, whoa. Texas Instruments on the high. All right. We got 2 minutes here. What the hell is happening? So, Texas Instruments down 7 to up. What the hell did they just say? Oh, that's going to be a big one here for the morning. That one's going to be a trip. Let me see. I see they cut price target cut. I'm not seeing anything on that. That one's very interesting. Micron collaborates with Qualcomm to accelerate generative AI at the edge of flagship smartphones. So that's coming out now. That's why Micron, I don't know if they're getting it as much. And then remember, Qualcomm had that presentation yesterday. TXN calls are already lit. I mean, dude, that's pretty wild. They're going to be killed. That thing was just down 7 to 10% right there. And now it's only up, now it's only down 3. Was that news yesterday? I think so. That's why I'm kind of like, wait a minute. There was an update with Micron and Qualcomm, but I'm wondering, that's the only thing that came up when looking for what just happened there with TXN. They just killed the puts. I'm sure because some of those, dude, 15% down or 10% down, you would have had a lot in the money, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, no. So let's see, Chad. You got about 41 seconds. Like the video. Make sure you're subscribed and have a good day, okay? Make sure it's a good day. You can make it a good day. It's going to be a weird one, though, okay? Every other day, we've been, like, holding up, and then we go down. Today, we're starting lower, and then your bonds, TLT's already down 1.5%. So you got to watch out for some of those prices. So let's see, 20 seconds. TXN guide down was horrendous. I can't imagine they go up. But remember Micron. I'll never forget that moment. It was the worst Micron earnings ever. They dropped for like 2 minutes, and then they rocketed up 10%. The chip makers get hella weird. Round 1. Fight. All right, so watch Qualcomm and Texas to start. Excuse me, to start off. Again, PayPal and Square, they're reacting to a sympathy. You got Boeing as well, too. Usually, middle of the day, Boeing play during that conference call, but we do need a double check to make sure that's actually happening. So we'll find out here. RTX is coming up. Boeing's on the high. There's Qualcomm. Let me get TXM up here. TXN down only 2.7. That's crazy. RTX up 1. So watch those defensives. Keep an eye on gold, too. A lot of people have been talking about gold, the VIX, and just how it's not even shaking any trends. So that could be something to look at. Square is down 3.6. Again, the world line sympathy. PayPal's down 2.8 as well. Keep in mind Meta, they're already starting down 1. Google down 8.5. So Google's actually getting pretty big, even though it was pricing that in. I mean, 10% down is not the best. And then Microsoft 3.7. Snap, they're holding. Their Snap's actually up 9.8. Kind of surprising. So let's see. Halliburton, Big Green off of the bottom. Watch oil names. Again, oil names are going to be weird. Forgot about EW. So that's going to report as well today. And then bonds. I mean, we do got the pressure there. So hopefully we could get out of that issue. Otherwise, the issues will return. Google, Snap was pricing in 19%. Yes. Yeah, Google's down 8.1. AMD starting to go up. TXN now back to down 3. Qualcomm 0.53. Is AMD in the green? AMD still red. 0.7. Oracle's on the high. Pfizer's going up. MAR. NASDAQ's down 1%. SPY down 0.5. And the Dow, surprisingly, is up a quarter. Yes, and real estate data at 10. Mortgages. I think new home sales, correct? And then Thursday is going to be pending home sales. SQQ on the high. MO's going up. Again, value plays are doing pretty decent right now. I think that's probably because of Boeing lifting things up. That would make some more sense there. The dollar coin is falling. Yeah, dollar's right back up to $29.93. Remember, we were just talking about like 30. So, I mean, again, 30 has not been a good price. So we'll see. Coin, I mean, they're down by 0.3. Coin is still up 9% from yesterday. BITO, Bitcoin is still holding up right now. LVO, a couple of travel plays. HD on the high. I'm seeing XOM. So that'd be good. Again, energy wasn't doing too hot. Banks are grim. I mean, maybe it's the rates finally setting in. XLF down by 0.3. They're at the damn low. And then KRE too, though. That's, again, if that gets worse by the end of the day. I mean, I don't know if people are going to panic, but every day that gets worse. I mean, that is one of those flashing red lights once again. Yeah, XOM and energy are moving up. There's Google. Let's see. Giggle. Where's Microsoft? Microsoft is doing the little Netflix thing. Even Netflix is doing the Netflix, but Netflix might even go red. 3M is on the high. They had earnings yesterday. Who was the other one? Coca-Cola. And then RTX. Teladoc's on the high. Their earnings wasn't too hot. Alphabet falls 8.9. Biggest drop in nearly a year. RTX starting to give up. They still have green, though. Alphabet hits 2-month low after company's third quarter cloud misses. So this is the biggest down day for Google in a year at 8.9. TLT still down 1.6. That's not good. Bookings on the high. Again, Hilton earnings, they weren't the best. They weren't the worst. So see what travel does. Again, Airbnb's down. MGM is actually down, kind of coming up. Visa's starting to move. Again, they pretty mediocre earnings, but then they had big buybacks. Caesars, again, another travel play. It's weird. Hilton's barely green. All the travel plays are red, but they're all trying to come up right now. Yeah, dollar is actually getting very bad. Again, this time you have the bonds with it, but I mean the dollar is on the straight shot to hit in 30 today now. So we were just talking about this, 29.80, that 20 cents a cushion was pretty decent, but don't forget the yearly high on the dollar is like 30.06, but you're only a couple cents away from that. Meta, are they flipping? Watch KRE in the banks too. Yeah, Meta's down 2.8. I mean, remember, Google and Meta, those are the closest sympathies. Think about it, it's not as if, but then again, Google's ad revenue was good. That wasn't the problem. It was with the cloud. But there is, a more closer connection. Controversial chip in Huawei phone was produced by ASML Machine. You're getting an update there about the chip. So again, remember the Huawei chip stuff that people were tripping out about? Yeah, that one's like way out. ASML. I went with a $40 option chain or option play. There's one option on the whole entire chain that didn't go up to it. They all flashed to 1,000. I made a $40 ASML play. Let me see. My Xiaomi play was in. All right, well, this one, I grabbed a November put. It's the only one for $40. You'll see it. The whole chain's messed up. I grabbed it just in case, but it's really far out. Everything else was just wild. Yeah, so like even the other weeklies that sold for that price, I mean, the ask is 30 cents to 255. It's already bouncing off of that, though. So if there's no like real bad update on that, then nothing's going to happen. You just got in meta calls. Make sure the thing chills out, though. I'm telling you, after top ticking that by getting the bottom, like wait a little bit, though, or make sure you just don't buy it when the premiums are like on the high point. That was just a very weird one from Tuesday. I think the earnings premium had to settle in. ASML's not supported on Robinhood? That's weird. RTX holding. Tesla. Tesla's on the high. Dollar's still up. Bonds, stocks, both going in the opposite direction. Tesla with a decent pop, actually. Tesla's like waking up. WDC. I don't know. Tesla kind of looks like news. It does look very, very active. Tesla, SPY low, MO running into earnings. I don't see anything on Tesla. Not yet, at least. Again, 30-year goes back above 10 points today, back above 5. So 30-year bonds back there. I don't know. Where's the 10-year? Remember, we were just talking about 10 years at 4.89, 4.9. Not bad, I mean, but still, just like we were saying, any of that little rally we've been getting here, you kind of unwound yesterday and some. So this is now, remember, this was the Ackman cover. We're back up there, and like I was showing you, you're right back above peak number 1 and peak number 2 instantly. That's not a good sign. So even though we've had that little covering rally, Tesla is, again, I have no headlines on Tesla. They're going nuts. WDC was at the same time. Yep. They're waking up as well. WDC, Popper, Tesla, 3 big candles. I mean, SPY's at the low of the day. NASDAQ down 1.1. Dow is still green. And that's kind of good. Amazon, Google froze. I mean, it was down 9. I don't know. Just Tesla's interesting. Teladoc's on the high too. They're still red. ASMLC sudden turn lower. Last down 0.4. It already bounced. Manu's on the high. Again, back and forth. A lot of back and forth with the updates on that deal. I don't even know if it's still going on. Tesla's still moving up there. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Qualcomm, MU, TXN. They kind of all look the same. Google, 126. Again, Google's down 9, so this is still adding to the worst day. Google down. Where's Microsoft? Microsoft still holding 4.2. But again, bonds are really clapped today. We're back. 10 years just right back above both of those peaks I was telling you about. So we're going to see, but even markets starting to drip down. No real important data today. There's like Canada bank decisions. ECB's, I think, Thursday. And then we're at 42.18, man. So the gap is about 30 points from there. But once again, I mean, with bond rates back high, NVIDIA now on the low, Google's dropping. I mean, that 4,200, you're really like, that's like knocking on the door. Powell speaks today, but it's after hours, unfortunately. So Powell is going to be talking at 1:30, and I do believe nothing is mentioned about monetary policy. So it is the Fed blackout period, and I wondered why the chair gets to speak, but he's not really supposed to say anything, and then even then it will be after the bell. Buy some Google calls for January. I mean, wait till it settles. I mean, again, none of that's a recommendation, but just right now, I mean, it was just down. That 8% was the 1-year low, or excuse me, the worst down day in a year, but it's still been moving its thing and with bonds. So just volatility is going to be the wild one. Yeah, Google's already gave up the last couple of earnings back to July, or guess one earnings. Did I get out of EEL? No. It's coming down now, though. I think it was down even more at one point yesterday. So that little crazy sell, but I think I'm gonna hold them for earnings. 418 retest and end of the day green, maybe, or maybe we just go really low today, and then by the end of the day you just rally up above 4,200 and then hold that, and then you're left in the same spot. But 4,200 is going to be an issue. Airbnb, I think it's all the travel plays. Again, Hilton came out. They did decent, but they missed in certain areas. Again, they talked about travel spend coming back. But all the travel names, casinos dropped, and then Hilton barely moved up. It's very interesting. Again, every day we've had this vibe. You didn't have the bonds dying. So now the bonds are dead once again, and not to mention just the earnings. Google does not help a lot. Like Google, the ones in Europe, again, Gucci, they had bad earnings. Worldline in Europe, I mean, there were some good ones, but for the most part, I mean, I'm surprised. Like Europe, did they flip? No, Europe is still doing good for the most part. Germany's barely down. Euro Stoxx 50 barely down, but they were holding. Capital One, that could be a big one just in terms of banks, but so far, I mean, I only think there's been one good bank, JP Morgan, and it wasn't even that good. I mean, relatively speaking, with everybody else kind of cratering. Amazon's on the low now, so again, that's one of the earnings coming up that people are worried about. ASML, EDU, MO is going up. Again, they have earnings tomorrow morning. We break in 42. We might. I mean, at this point, nobody could say, but you have all of your factors. Your dollar is at the high. Your bonds are coming back up to the high. And then now you even have one bad tech earnings. One big tech stock, one of the biggest in the world, is down 9% right now. So you have a lot of factors moving in your favor, but that's what we were just talking about. Whether what happens, I mean, we could forecast all day, but all that matters is whether we close above 4,200 or not. So like we were talking about, if that does not hold, I mean, that level of 4,200, that is where rallies have came to party and have came to die. UVXY pumping. VIX is still below 20. I mean, last time the market was at any of these prices, I mean, VIX was like closing above 21. So we'll see, but I'm sure if we break 4,400 and don't have any like reprieve by the middle of the day, then yeah. Powell is speaking today, but it's after hours, and he is not supposed to be talking about anything related to monetary policy. Are you not worried about the long term while breaking 4,200? No. Why would we? We had this talk yesterday, Angelus. So, again, you're worried about it. I mean, this is what happened last year. Like I said, people kept asking me about it, and I just told them, at this point, you could sell if you really don't want to deal with it. And again, some people did. Is that what I would recommend? No. But at the same time, it's like if it's going to torment you, if it's something you're thinking about, I mean, there's a plan, there's a commitment to hold for the long term. If you're not ready to take it yet, you're not ready to. But at the same time, it is, it's just look at it in a year. BAC, they're coming down. Banks are coming down. Baidu. Watch the China plays, actually. Because, yeah, China, but you're not even dude, China's ripping, and we're not even getting any of that. K-Web. No, Microsoft, we had to play. That didn't, both of them got clapped. Again, we played both ways. Tesla, we didn't have one. I'm using that to go through what's up. And then TLT and bonds, and then this is the S&P. Earlier this year, I remember you saying it, really getting to you. Step back, chill, make your plan. Don't let it torment you, cause you. I did. I mean, that's even end of last year. Like I'm saying, that's just what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, we literally had a lot of people worried and we were a lot lower. Things were hideous last year at the end of it. I'm telling you, the long term was even worse, which is crazy to think about. Like, the long term, I mean, I'm actually very grateful for this year with how things played out, but it's still like we had that opportunity to, but a lot of people were stressed about it. And like I said, man, it's not, the goal should be simple. It should be set and forget, put it in the background and do your thing. But if you're letting it kind of torment, I mean, I'm not going to stop you. You know exactly where I stand in the plan. If you're looking for me to fight you about it and tell you, no, you must hold it so that you could blame me for it, well, regardless, it's like, no, do what you want. I'm telling you, you need to do what you need to do. But at the same time, I mean, there's been you've seen every result so far. You've watched us hold stuff and then it comes down. You've watched us hold stuff and it never came down. Again, Snapchat to Avivi. You've watched buying the dip. By the same time next year, you're loving it. You've also seen buying in the dip of March 2022 and then going down even worse. So the point is, time, a plan, long-term strategy, it all works itself out. And that's kind of where it's been chill. But again, if these questions are tormenting you, I mean, usually the answer is easy of what you need to do, or you gotta really just make your mind up about it, and that will go a long way. L'Oreal Rubini's talking. Where? TXN, I mean, I don't think the earnings was good. I think that could be a wild trade today because the range is so, like, big, but I don't know about, like, long-term or anything else besides that for them. Everyone should read The Richest Man of Babylon again. Amen. Amen. But this time is not like, this time is weird. Like, you got to realize it, because last year, I think you had more of an excuse to sell, if that makes any sense. Last year was hideous. Even though the rates weren't this high, last year I could understand way better why people really were like, I can't take this anymore. I don't want to do this. They were, again, it was a lot to deal with last year, but even then, all of those plays last year are really, really good for us so far. And it's just like, a lot of people didn't see that at the moment. Even myself, when I was buying stuff at the low while people were, contemplating selling, I didn't think it would do what it did, but it in fact did what it has surprised me over the last, almost 20 years of my career. It's just the long term always, over time, especially on some of the bigger good names, it's always going to hit. All right, man, a little bit off the bottom. We did not flush yet. Hezbollah targets Israel tank with guided missiles. So 4206, I don't think we're out of the gutter just yet. So just watch out here. Jesse, I am 20 years old. Next month I'll be 21. I have $62,000 saved up, and I'm wondering what my best move is to do with that much. Hold on to it. I'm just, no matter what, just like I had this talk yesterday. And, everyone is asking me about speed. You know what I'm saying? Oh, everyone keep telling me about speed and how do I do it. And I say, as long as you don't worry about time, then you're going to be great, bro. Like I told people, this was a couple months ago. Do you realize like that 20 grand, your first like 20 grand, that 10 grand, that's your prerequisite to $1 million. In college, you're in college at 21, right? You can't take upper division courses without having a prerequisite completed. Just getting your hands on a nice savings, that is the prerequisite to building your financial future. So you have it. That's why I'm saying don't lose it. And that's the number one thing. Usually what I tell people is I put that into a house. And obviously I would get interest on it. $62,000 can make you some interest money until you find a house, and then literally you could space out you could put $1,000 a month from the bill and just put it towards building up a long term if you wanted. But realistically, I would, you could pull off a house with $30,000-$40,000 down payment, get you a rental, maybe somewhere where I don't know where you live, and then use the rest for a long term. Boom, you just created 2 nice long terms that'll be nice for you by the time you're 30. Yeah, and I'm assuming you're in America. Because I don't know. Someone said don't buy a house in the UK. So I am assuming some Americanism. 3.4 a year from interest. Yeah, not bad while waiting and finding the right moment that's going to, elevate your finances. That's what I'm saying. You could just sit on it, go look for a house. If you even get impatient, every month you could take out of the bill and buy a long-term stock. And you could extend it all. But the idea is find something, and that's enough to do anything. You could even start a business. Don't come to Ohio. You don't want the tax revenue. That's it. You don't want them in Ohio. You like, screw Ohio. We need to put Ohio on the map, bro. Aren't you tired of Ohio getting slept on? You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm just trying to help out, bro. I'm just trying to help out. Spies stop dying. Bro, it's very hard. I showed you guys this yesterday on the watch list. Even this level, I think we got to hit 4,200. Again, 4,207, 4,206, 4,203. We've dealt with that a couple of times, but hopefully you just see it. This is what I showed on the watch list yesterday. I was getting excited that we were below the peaks, and then literally by the time you wake up, you're right back above both of the previous peaks. That means you're about to end this month, and bonds are still peaking, which means they, usually at other times, bro, we would just like peak out and then you would chill out for a little bit. I guess not this year, but maybe even like February. You peaked out, bro. You ain't hit another peak for 6 months. You know what I'm saying? November, you peak out. You ain't hitting another one for, again, 4 or 5 months right there. So it's wild to think that the peaks are just nonstop. So that means the rates have not found their home. Yeah, PayPal is down. What is it called? World something? Worldline. They're the ones, again, it was a bad European finance earnings. Match activist note. Good call. Is that popping or not? A little bit. Again, activist notes. Oh, they're at the bottom. We'll see. That one could be interesting. Let me verify that. I don't see it. Like, it's, I don't know who it is. Those usually start off on Twitter. But again, this whole week, last week, all the activist ones have been pretty active. It's kind of old, though. I see something older from Bernstein. Oracle posted it. Street Insider, Match Group on Watch of Chatter. So other people are posting about it. And then there was something from Bernstein at the beginning of the month regarding it. Tesla's popped twice. Would I be interested in an off-market house? Of course, my friend. Of course. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'm still looking in that other one. Bro, you guys have sent me some. I've gotten like an Airbnb one yesterday. I'm still looking into that. I'm waiting to hear back from the other Twitch chat with that little compound in the middle of California desert. There's one more crazy one, but so I don't know. I don't know what you got for me. Is it like a normal one, or are we talking about like a castle here or something? When it's time to go long on yen? I mean, I thought it was time to go long on the yen about 3 to 4 months ago, but so I don't know if you should ask me. But then again, if that doesn't deter you from my opinion, I do think either right before or after this event. Now, obviously, I would approach with a little bit more caution, but then again, I believe in the yen. Like, that's the problem. I believe in the yen like a lot of people believe in TLT. So again, just like how a lot of people are like, I'm gonna buy TLT and hold it for whatever, and until the cut, it's like you have duration risk. But the thing is, the duration risk doesn't really play out the same way on the yen, on currency. So I do like that, but then again, the signaling by Japan with this YCC tweak and their data, honestly, there was a couple of good points where it looked like the data could support it, but I mean, Japan is struggling in terms of, getting the right circumstance, but they did blame the United States the other day. They were just talking about how they may have to move based on U.S. policy and not necessarily them hitting their goals. So, point is, it's either in the next week, you're going to have a huge shift on the yen, and if you don't, it's going to happen in the first couple of months of 2024, between January and March of 2024. That would be the other real expectation. Speaking of Ohio, you should look into white-tailed deer hunting real estate. Certain areas have the genetics and fertility to have the biggest whitetails in the world. Very limited asset that hunters are buying up like crazy. No fucking way. That's a cool take. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. MPW plans. Hold cover. Don't add more. We're being attacked. Hold cover. MPW, just wait. I'm not going to add to it. Again, you're still getting a nice yield, which if the stock recovers, you're going to be happy because you get it all back. But otherwise, that's why whatever for, just in case it gets any worse, I would not be willing to add more money on it. You have land connects for deer. I mean, listen, I don't know shit about it, but it sounds like that would be, email me any info if you have it on deer hunting land. I've never hunted. Again, I play Big Hunter 3 at the arcade. That's what I could play. Your dad hunts white-tailed deer and we have land for that. So like y'all just own land to let the deer mate and then you kill them? I don't know if I'm saying it too simplistic, but I'm trying to figure this out. No, I'm not. Honestly, I'll just buy the real estate. He said, yep. Yep, 100%. Exactly what we do. Exactly. Old school Nintendo duck, kinda. Yeah, new home sales in 2 seconds. Boop. So bonds down. Are they? I'm assuming they're strong. Canada, they hold interest rate. You have also a Bank of Canada coming out right now too, and then you got a G7 statement. New home sales 0.759. Consensus was 0.68. They just shot up 12%. Jesus, real estate nonstop still. And Jesus loves you. If you didn't know that. Building permits, they even came in like in line. But damn, bro. So literally the forecast was negative 11%, and then it came in positive 12% month over month. So last month new home sales dropped 8.2, and then and honestly we even had a weird reaction. This is actually kind of fucked up. Because, look at the bonds are dying off of this, but last time we had that bad real estate data, I'm pretty sure the bonds died as well, and then the market, yeah, that was September 26th. Hold up. Yeah, bro, look at this. The last time we had new home sales data, we died. So even the bonds died, and they dropped 8%. I don't know if you feel me on this. So what's pretty much going on is like literally a month ago, bad real estate data, the market was like, oh my God, recession. You know what I'm saying? And then now today, you're getting a 12% rebound month over month, and you're getting the same reaction, at least for now. Again, we'll have to see where it ends up by the end of the day, but very interesting. All right, you're hitting a new low on that. I mean, just watch out for 4,400. You're at 4,203. If the war scales in the sense of other countries getting like Iran or Iraq, is that going to be bad for the market? Or eventually, it'll be bad. I mean, it'll play out like 2001 or like 2000. Again, the war in Iraq. That's all. Like you have in a weird way. You know, and this is my opinion. Again, I could be wrong. I could be incorrect. But Apple TV raises price of services from $6.99 to $9.99 a month. Apple price raise of TV Plus. They're going down on it. Honestly, I'm surprised. Usually we've seen some good ones. You were 4? You were 4? Really? How fucking old was I? I guess I was a little older. I guess I wasn't as young, but I was still pretty child. I was a child, but like, you know, I've said some wild shit at a child. You know that? Apparently, I was making comments about abortion when I was like 4 years old. My mom told me. I said, what? I said, who taught me that? She said, I don't know. She said, I don't know. I said, that's really bad. But either way, yeah, but the point is, my opinion on this whole situation, although the narrative in the story is Palestine and Israel, I don't view it as that. I view this as a war in the Middle East, and I view it like the war in Afghanistan. It's gonna just take us into a multiple fronts all in that area. Tesla is on the high. They're running. So that's the thing. Like 2001. Or even like 2000. It's like 2001. It was after 9/11, pretty much leading until we crashed. It was like 7 years, dude. It was just Middle East this, Middle East that. You had multiple campaigns in Iraq and then Afghanistan. Remember, it started with Afghanistan, and then we ended up in Iraq, and then before you know it, they're getting rid of Gaddafi and everybody else in the Middle East. I'm telling you, then they're going after, what was it, Mr. Sadat? Or no, was it? Yeah, it was Syria. So, like, again, I don't know if you guys realize, like, how much has destabilized from just the modern decade of the 2000s in the Middle East. Again, from Libya to Syria to now Israel, Palestine, but, like, it's just everything. And then Iraq, Afghanistan. It's like, so that's all I'm saying is just I see it as a war in the Middle East. I see the same exact pathway, plot. Everything I see is just all leading towards one of these, 2 to 10 year conflicts in the Middle East now with everybody going back and forth. Somalia, Yemen. Yeah, honestly, forgive me. I was mentioning that earlier, but no, even worse. But that's just even from 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It was more, though, like, again, you got 4 big countries, 4 big leaders wiped off the map, all different areas. And again, where were we supposed to be when we started? And again, it started in Afghanistan. Before you knew it, and again, it didn't start in Afghanistan. It started with a terrorist attack that led to a very harsh reaction, or a well-intended reaction, again, of the response. So I do see this conflict if we get to that point, and that's why I'm telling you all to stop being warmongers, because if we get to that point, this is going to be a long, drawn-out conflict in the Middle East, in my opinion. That is just tantamount to the war in Afghanistan and all of that stuff. Meta earnings. I talked about it on earnings or on the watch list yesterday. Send me an email on creative financing. Let's see. Yes, so you want to take over somebody's mortgage, you need their permission. Just don't try to do it without don't try to take over people's mortgages, bills, tax liabilities without contacting them. Because in a weird way you can, but if you do not, they have a claim to it, more or less. But otherwise, like taking over mortgages, I have done it, but it's very hard because most banks aren't willing to do it. So again, especially like right now with so much equity, a lot of mortgages, they won't let you transfer, and then the bank is going to give you a hard time because they want the asset, or they want to sell it so that they could just profit out of it and call it a day. Especially because rates are higher now. 42.02, you're coming lower here. So again, Apple raising prices and anything. I mean, nothing today is hitting that bond pressure is sure enough there. Actually, Apple did start to come up. It went lower and then popped up. There's no news coming out today. We just got new home sales data. You have a lot of oil data dropping in a little bit, but that's about it. Again, and where real estate data was very good, again, 12% month over month, but I'm still a little like, wait a minute. The market is just taking real estate data and vomiting no matter what happens. So again, 1 month ago, real estate data was a drop of 8%. The market said, oh my God, recession, and sold off. Even the bond yields went higher. But then it's now really good beat on new home sales. It's leaving you, again, lower and bond yields higher once again. If you keep it under their name, yeah, but then they could, like, you have no claim to the property. So you better trust that person, or maybe you could try to sign. I don't know if it has legal claim, or you could maybe put another lien on the house. But if you put it under their name and pay all of the payments, I mean, you are literally entitled to nothing. So that's the only issue. If that person wants to sell the house and keep all the money, they can. If they want to do anything, they could do it. You could seller finance if they have if there's no lien on it. Again, first position, or it's small enough where they could actually cover it. 10 years, 491. Yeah, we're back to the problem. If it could get above those peaks, it'll be good. Let's see though. Maybe the market wants to react good to this data. It shouldn't, but last time it was negative and we went negative. So let's see here. SMCI. Stop fossil finance, Jay. If you buy an option, will you buy it all at once, or will you take several entries? It depends how big. So just depending on the play, the size of it. If you're only going with one contract, you only get one shot. But just depending on the size. Even then, sometimes shares and options, you can make one or the other. And if one doesn't work out, you could use the average with the other vehicle. We've gone under the 200-day moving average 3 times today. Again, people were excited we were above it yesterday. If we go to war with Iran, will the markets go up? Eventually. Again, usually we do like it, but I do think it will cause a lot of problems first, or we go up because as a result of war, the Fed cuts rates. I don't know if that's there. Leaving stream up, but gonna play 2K. I want to try that one day. I want to be streaming while playing 2K, and I'm not even gonna tell you guys. So we'll see. When do you know it's time to sell a leap? I always have a problem where it becomes profitable. I don't know where to sell. Ghetto spread. That's the best thing I could offer you. You know, so usually if it's big enough where you're like, damn, that's a good gain, just look at the options and see if you could short another option on the same contract with a higher price that could bring you back some money and then still leave you some upside. You could pull it off. I don't know. You better be good though, bro. You better get in some games and like that's it, man. Because I'm a triple-double machine. So if you're playing during stock hours, I hope you do good, man. Zapier? No, didn't you ask me this? No. Sounds familiar though. 10-year yields up 7.2. Yeah, it's bad. The 30 year's even worse today. Again, in the 30-year rallied. Again, that was the one with your boy, Mr. Ackman. Chipotle's on the high. TNX, the bonds. CMG's on the high. TBT's on the high. Again, bonds still dying. So get ready. I mean, maybe we do hit 5 today. 4.91. I mean, you'd have to go maybe tomorrow. But then again, if we just start dumping, bleh. Jeez, dude. So again, this is halfway through now. This is the day of the Bill Ackman cover. Oh my goodness. So you're already right back to the lower end real quick. Google's still down 8.5. Don't forget about that. That's a big draw or it's a big weighting on the market. And then, dude, another flush. Yeah, TLT is getting clobbered. TLT is worse than the 10-year. But then again, that's like you see it so much better, though, considering this was the action with all of Ackman. But this is exactly what I was telling you guys, man. I was like, we can't get excited. I thought I was going to have to wait till Monday to watch the drop. But, dude, it's just all of these rallies, we work so hard for them. And then they're I'm talking about the bonds, and then it's just getting washed out in a minute. Yeah, Apple raises prices. That news is hitting again. It ended up going up, but it just barely up. TLT, too much retail. It doesn't apply. That's the beauty. Remember, it's an ETF. Don't ever forget that. So it does not matter how many people buy TLT. That's why it's kind of funny. That means it's a bottomless money pit, if you really think about it. Because it is supposed to, remember, ETF will issue and buy back their own shares depending on the money in that's in it. So TLT, it's linked to those bonds. It is supposed to represent how much money has bought in. If it's more or less, they'll buy more bonds or not. So there's no way retail is affecting that. TLT it's literally the 20, 30-year bonds. Again, the 10-year right now, it's literally this chart I'm showing you. It doesn't matter about retail or not. It's the bond market. And like we're saying, again, we had another update this morning on it. But if you watched yesterday's watch list, the problem with this week is that we have $141 billion of bond issuance from the Treasury alone. So not including any traders selling, any hedge fund, any mutual fund, take all of those out, right? Just the Treasury. Janet Yellen single-handedly is looking to sell $141 billion of bonds this week, and next week it might even be higher. So that's why, you're starting to watch this, the bond yields. I mean, there's a pressure. That's where people are getting worried. So it's like when TLT, IF are moving, it's not retail, it's the bonds. It's the actual bonds that is, getting a higher or lower yield, causing these reactions. But with so much bond supply anticipated and now people not buying, even with Bill Ackman, it creates a nice little scenario. Don't they have a budget? Yeah, I think it's part of all of the shit they've already done. You know what I'm saying? Like, so anything that's already in place right now, they're funding, and then they may try to fund a little extra to be prepared if there's a government shutdown. That's the next thing too. You do you, Jigglypuff. I know, right? We'll see. But it's not like I said, I'm not too worried about the supply, but then once you start going down and then it just right now, if the bonds are near the lows and then we come into back-to-back weeks of giant supply, I mean, it's just not good. But you should have a lot of buyers stepping up for end of the year now. That's the thing. I think there's maybe $100 billion lined up that should be going straight to bonds before year end, just from municipal funds and then again or mutual funds and just bigger funds. Apple's starting to go up now. Again, price hike news is the news. HLT, STX is running up too. So again, SPY didn't go lower. We didn't go lower than 4,200 flat. You hit 4,202, but let's see. I mean, nothing. I don't think we're out of the death zone just yet. Long TLT because bonds will be bought. I speculate not high. Well, listen, I mean, we've asked this quote. We've talked about this so much. I don't want to say it, but I do want to say it. But if you don't care about losing money, I think I should start with that. Just because all of these, you have to be willing to, again, unless the timing is perfect right now, which I don't think anybody could say that. I would just buy the yen and call it a day. You know what I'm saying? That's what I told. The yen doesn't have the same duration risk. That's the only thing. Dude, I don't know why Newsom met Xi Jinping. Thank you for asking. Because I brought that. That was the first thing I opened up with the watch list to start off the week on Sunday. And I was like, dude, I don't get it. Why is he going there? You buy the yen, YCL, FXY, or 6J. That's what I'm just saying. The yen is going to do what you intend with the bonds if that's the case. And then you at least have the Bank of Japan. But then again, I'm losing on the yen play. I've been losing on it. Thank God. I mean, again, we made a lot of money shorting it the year prior. But now, like I'm saying, it's drawn down. Somebody asked me today, I thought you should have bought it 4 months ago. Some would have said that about TLT, but I didn't. I don't want the bonds. I wanted the 2-year bond. But I do want the yen. The yen is the thing that it just make your life easier with duration and everything else. But that's the only thing I could get behind where I'm like, okay, buy it and wait and hold. Maybe it draws down, maybe it doesn't. But that's your safe haven parachute. But other than that, it's just the TLT shit is. I'm telling you, bro, I'm freaking out every day in front of you. I'm just showing, again, you got me telling you, wait till Monday. Wait till fucking Monday because we don't know what's going to happen next. That last 2 weeks. This was a shit show. And I'm showing you on the 10-year, it's not stopping. You're even above all the last peaks and everything else. I mean, the fact that we're already above it, like I've showed you over the year, any other time prior to this, like this 6 months here, maybe like 4 months realistically, it was like bonds would peak, 3 month, 6 month delay until the next peak. You're taking 5 days every day for the last 3 months, which is kind of nutty to me to think about. So that's where I'm like, it's just that's a lot of risk for TLT. That's a lot of risk for holding the bonds. But especially if you want to just buy it and wait for it. But that's what I'm saying. My eyes are on the yen for that type of play. Oh, maybe Newsom's going to China. Maybe he's preparing for presidential bid in the future. Very good counter, dog. I really like that. So he said the same way the Fed can hold rates higher for longer, the Bank of Japan can be just as stubborn. I think we have to be very patient on both. Very good counter. I agree with that. The only counter to the counter, my rebuttal would be it's a currency we're playing instead of a bond. That's why I'm saying take duration risk out of it. Yeah, there's the currency could be attached to the bonds and some of those carry trades, but for the most part, it's not a bond. So that's the only thing that I could get behind. But you're 1,000,000% correct. The stubbornness of the Bank of Japan and even, how they work together. It's fire point. Square is because of Worldline, UK company or European, and they did bad. And then PayPal and Square got clapped because of that. I think PayPal is done. Earnings might kill it and send it to 30 or 40. I think it was already in the blackmail bin, but we'll see. It was the bargain bin. I read blackmail from the other chat. The bargain bin. But I like PayPal. That one I think it dropped earlier before everybody. It's even not moving down as much as some other ones. So, but we'll see the earnings, but I don't think my opinion is going to change. Hey, Apple's still holding. Let's see everything else. Again, SPY might go down again. Bonds stop dying. Pfizer, 52-week low, 30.24. TTMAR on the high. Again, HLT and Booking. So all the travel names just gap down. And then working their way up. Commercial 08. I answered this yesterday, I think, for you, my friend. Yesterday wasn't a good enough one? That's crazy. Yeah, Tesla's killing it. 8 minutes till Boeing conference call. Mr. Dave Calhoun, he likes to yell. We've listened to a couple of them, though. Intel, I think they should be good, but there's been a lot of developments. But also, Intel has been a leader this year. I like them for the value, but they have led very, very good. Eli Lilly Pop. NVO. I think VKTX was even up earlier. Came down a little. Turkish stock index falls 7%. Triggers second circuit breaker. So Turkey's market is going through a circuit breaker right now. Halted to the downside. Cryptop slowly climbing. Did you mean to say cryptop or crypto? Because that's the thing. Are you guys ready? This is the bearish crypto case. Do you guys know what happened last time Bitcoin was at $69,000? The last top? Anybody? It did fall. But why? My net worth was much higher. No. CBOE, we are actively investigating an issue on options. Wasn't it London 2 weeks ago, a week ago? Are we having a problem there? CBOE just put something up there. It wasn't because of Sam, believe it or not. What could it have been? Your chains are tweaking. Let me see it. I don't know if someone said it, but I don't think I've seen it. So, around the time of the latest Bitcoin top, $69,000, that was when they approved Bitcoin futures. So, the last time Bitcoin got the open arms from Wall Street and they allowed Bitcoin futures, that was the top. And then we have not gone back since. So, again, it created the futures mechanism. People like the ETF stuff, but then somebody brought that up this morning on Bloomberg. I was like, damn, I could see that. I could also see that as well. Give you a little bit of a, back and forth. I see a comment on Powell. No, I didn't. Powell's giving the opening remarks at the Moynihan lecture about social science and public policy. Or wait, was it regarding that he's not supposed to talk about policy? Because that's something we talked about here this morning too. I don't think Powell's speech is going to contain anything regarding policy, and it's after hours. You can't exit monster covered called MSTR. Flash crash. They said there's an options issue right now. So CB, are you guys all getting that? Yeah, actually. Hold on, let me go to this SPY. Dude, I don't think any options are working. Oh, yeah. Dude, everything's broken right now. Yeah, dude, even SPY, you're not getting anything. Whoa. Yeah, so again, the CBOE put out something about an options issue, but now all the chains are kind of clapped. The crash is here. Nah, y'all know that's helping you out right now. Unfortunately, if it was just like maybe the market got hacked and then the quotes on the stocks didn't work. You guys remember that one day? Oh, y'all don't remember. That already happened this year, asshole. But this is helping out the market for now because now you don't have any selling pressure or now the decay. You're just burning all of these contracts. Time still keeps going, right? So even if the option market doesn't work, time still keeps going, man. It still keeps going. It's a very wild concept. But I want you to, like, if it was going to be an issue, let me take you back to a day I'm sure you all remember. I remember it because it won't disappear from the chart. You guys remember January 23rd, beginning of this year? Whoa, XLE energy dying right now. Whoa, hold on. That was just a lot of flushes. I don't know if the candle's that big. It's decent. Oil's starting to drop. U.S. crude oil inventories, 1.3 million. Estimate was draw of 450,000. U.S. Cushing, 213,000. Previous was 750,000 draw. So I think oil numbers are coming in a little better. Yeah, bro. None of the options are working. You can't buy puts or calls. No, you can't. Nope. But like I'm saying, if like you want to crash, just don't forget that one day there was that issue. There was that pricing issue, and stocks actually went up and went down, and they were crazy. I think futures are straight right now, but even for the most part, it's kind of getting in the way of everything. Where are the futures? Again, oil's moving. That's the only thing. Yeah, futures are kind of staying pinned, though. Something's happening. The VIX is frozen. Well, yeah, because options aren't working. So I don't know what. Honestly, this. Oh my gosh. Are we back to manipulating? Remember the good old VIX trick? I told you it felt like 2018 a little bit, but I didn't know they used to do that back in the day, bro. You just slam the VIX, bro. Hold on. I haven't seen that in a while, because think about it. That's it. There's no options for fucking 20 minutes, bro. Your VIX is not, like, if you could slam the VIX down naturally, that used to happen all the time back in the day. Like, it would be out of nowhere. The VIX wouldn't move, and then they would just sell on the VIX. And then eventually when the VIX would just die, it was just so much easier to rally. Jeez. Yeah, the VIX isn't even moving. Options are not working right now. So, again, like, usually we complain like in groups. I don't know, that's the beauty of having a nice community here. We have so many different people from different backgrounds and places. We usually complain in groups. We're always like, oh, it's not working. Oh, does anybody know it's not working? Is anybody, oh, I'm not working. Oh, my TD. And then someone's like, my Weeble's fine. And I'm like, okay, calm down. But then this time, everybody was just like, there was a statement from CBOE. Everyone's like, it's not working. And then literally, I'm looking my TD E-Trade with no second guessing. It just, all my options are not working. So we'll see. And then if your options are working right now, that is a great sign that you have been getting B-booked your whole life. Just make sure right now, if you place an option and you're getting filled as I'm speaking, just maybe understand that your trades have not been real for the beginning of time then. Honestly, it's something to think about. It's something to think about. You could buy shares, but I'm talking options. The option chains right now should all be frozen for literally. Look, this is a SPY daily in the money. You don't even see a bid in. You see the bid and ask, but you haven't seen a transaction go through for about 10 minutes now. So it's been about 10 minutes of no. And again, we're ripping off of it because now a good portion of the market just isn't even active. And then now the VIX isn't moving. And then, yeah, Beto's gassing. We don't know how long it takes to fix. We don't know what's going on. So again, remember this happened a couple of days ago with the London Stock Exchange. If you guys recall, they couldn't get open and closing prices. So remember they halted it and they had to settle it themselves. But yeah, we have zero idea. And like I told you, the only other time we saw anything like this was January 23rd, 2023, the beginning of this year. You guys remember that? Like, go look at a couple of your favorite stocks on this date. They might have a wild wick. There was an issue in like the prices that day. Everywhere's frozen right now. Again, my TD, my E-Trade, literally thousands of chads right now, all in unison. are all on the same page. I think we're definitely getting a not a lockout, but your option chains are not working. Unfortunately, I mean, again, my theory is slam the VIX, but again, the VIX ain't even working. So we're going to see. Again, there was just a circuit breaker in Turkey. Mind you, Turkey's stock market is down 7% right now as we're talking. The guy who left earlier to play 2K is loving this. Because this is now like half of the market's up and running. Honestly, the half that less people trade nowadays. Is it worse than playing earnings? I mean, this is just getting awkward now. This is just getting even worse. Netflix running, yeah, because you can't buy fucking puts. Everything has the ability right now. But then again, who's selling there? Not based off of puts. Let's see, but it's already a very interesting day. I think it's helping keep the market up, definitely. This is buying you time, and then when those options open up, what's the VIX going to be at? But then again, if the market goes lower by then, we'll see. Webull is working fine, not sus at all. Hats off to you, brother. Hats off to you. Very sus. I don't think that's sus at all. But some people are saying Webull isn't working, so that's actually a good sign for the Webullers. You shouldn't have literally, I'm like, all jokes aside, if you have an option trade working right now, your broker is a scam. Because right now the CBOE is down, yeah. So that's good that Webull is actually frozen. That gives you guys a little bit more credit that you guys are operating on the same exchanges out of China. What? Okay, I'm sorry. I had to throw that one in. Sam Bankman-Fried to testify at his fraud trial. Fuck that gag order. I want to hear him. Fuck it. If that's the new trend, I call for gag order on Sam Bankman. I feel like we should gag him with the stuff that he lied about eating as part of his diet. Exactly. Because he ain't no real vegan. You know damn well he lied to you about it, but we got the page. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you're here for it. Your options are not working. There is a problem with this CBOE right now. However, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach is always on. It's working, baby. Horn on. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Amen. They destroyed put holders. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, insurance buyers find out what happens when you don't buy insurance on your insurance. No, trust me, if the market goes down, I'm going to just buy a put, and then it insures me if the market goes down. The insurance market stopped working. No, wait, no, it says I'm covered till the day. If I have till the end of the day. It stayed broken until the end of the day, until the first minute the next morning. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders find out the weakness of buying insurance and options and figuring out they still ran out of time. In theaters 2023 and 2024 or until Powell cuts rates. Yeah. Hey, Bill Back Better. This preview is brought to you by Bill Better than Mary. Now, listen, I mean it. It's not fine. We're going to ring him up. That's it. Get him by the hook 'em Longhorns. The guy talk. I don't know. Nobody's talking. I mean, we're still waiting for the fucking options to open. And Sam Bankman's like, I'm going to testify. No. Oh, yeah, nothing. Literally, been over 10, almost 15 minutes now. Nothing. It's not Black Swan looking. Trust me, it's not. This is slam the VIX, I'm telling you. But the other one in the beginning of the year when you were watching your stock quotes print $10 lower or higher, that's where you start getting shaky. Because then that's how people get liquidated without knowing it. Right now, this is saving motherfuckers who have any sort of account with any unrealized movement in it. If you think about, are we back? Well, what's the VIX at now? Look at it. So right away, VIX just takes VIX is going to die. Yeah, options are back up. Options are back up. Literally, these just went from 310 to, look at this. Look at these fucking orders, though. They're just scamming anybody who did not cancel their order. They're just, oh my gosh. That was 100% range in the opening pricing candle. But let's see, again, whether it happens again or if that was enough to get you out of the hole. I'm telling you, that was just a scam to bring the VIX down. That's not, if it stays down, though, watch out. It doesn't mean, I'm not saying that we're going to rally the rest of the day, because we could just as back come down. You didn't witness history. This used to happen a lot back in the day. It's the lag switch, dog, the lag switch. You know, they used to call this standby in Halo 2, or bridging if you were more advanced. This was the OG. It's crazy. Well, let's see what happens. But at least the options are working. It would have been more crazy if you ended the day with no options. Trust me. It's just weird. It's weird. But this could have been, if anything, though, this was better than not for now. Is that not sus? Yeah, I'm just jaded. You know what I'm saying? Like, this could even be my PHILO by now. Because, like, I was explaining stuff yesterday, and people were like, you could hear the sadness in Josh's voice. And I was like, sadly, I don't think I'm even that sad. It's just like you witness a lot of things, both in war and the world, and like but even in the market. Like, I'm telling you, right away, I have memories of 2018 when I see certain things. But this one brought back memories of Slam the VIX, right when somebody was like, the VIX isn't even moving. You know what I'm saying? They were like, it's not even moving. And that literally reminded, like, 2018, you would watch this happen a lot. Yeah, man, sadly, I don't think I'm mad. So basically, you've been abused so bad, you just accept it. I don't think I accept it, but, I learn to control what I can control. And at the same time, you can only do so much. Like I said, I mean, I'm jaded by watching people advocate for killing every day, when literally my uncle got songs talking about what you are talking about today from 5 years ago, in the same scenario, everything, and I'm like, what the hell, So it's like, it's just weird, man. It's just weird, but I wouldn't really. I think amor fati, man, and remember that you will die. Memento mori. Yeah, options are working again. VIX took a little baby drop. SPY got a nice little bounce off of the wake up of it. You contacted E-Trade. They're discontinuing E-Trade Pro. No. Well, who told you that? Is there a date? You can't download or find info on it. Yeah, they said that for a while. That's what I'm saying. I think they just don't promote it, but if it's still up and running, they keep it. There's no way. I would not. If they had no E-Trade Pro, then you better keep it. EU proposes methane emissions limits on gas imports. We witnessed. Is this bigger? Why are you so? No, we did not witness history. Is this event bigger than what we're making it to be? I would say so. And that is exactly why I'm relaxed. This has happened before. Again, instantly while options were halted. I did show you guys what happened in the beginning of the year immediately. We had an issue like this, and then 2 weeks ago, the London Stock Exchange had a similar issue. So I do think we're making a bigger deal out of it, but like I'm saying, the point is to understand the market dynamics a little bit, just understand what just happened. Options weren't trading, therefore the VIX wasn't moving. Everybody say it with me. You get what I'm saying? So like that that has its own little feedback loop in and of itself. But that's just literally what happened. Options stopped moving, whatever the reason, and then the VIX stopped moving. And then by the time it opened, now it readjusted prices, decayed 20 minutes of time, and then the VIX adjusted. So that's why that's the main story of it all. We'll see what goes on with it, but like I don't think it's I don't think it's a harbinger of a crash or saying, it's going to be the worst thing ever and we got to watch out, But we'll find out. It still could be, and since it only happened a few times, seems like it's not fair to people and should be more not okay, and people should be upset. Well, here's the thing. Being upset about it, unfortunately, will not accomplish anything. So maybe if you guys do want to get to that point and you are tired of this type of stuff, I mean, you need to contact and maybe you need to become a Karen, kind of. You got to send letters to people. You got to be about it. But at the same time, getting angry in the moment, overreacting or feeling a certain way, I mean, is it going to be productive to the next 6 hours that you have? Unfortunately, that's it. But and also too, it's just like, I guess the reason why, like, and you guys watch, bro, I'll get clapped sometimes, even if, again, do I even think things are manipulated against me? But even then, that is what we signed up for, unfortunately. That's always, the minute you put your money into the market and pressed agree when you signed up, these mother effers, that is their green light to just try to pillage you. Unfortunately. And again, it is a very vicious game, but like I'm saying, you gotta maybe go be as vocal and active as the people advocating for other changes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got your back, but like I'm saying, you gotta go out there, and if you really are bothered by it, go try to find the people to talk to. Again, the politicians. Go write a letter to SEC. Try to get people on it, but at the same time too, do that afterwards, because we still have to get through the rest of the day. And, that anger, disbelief, all of those emotions, I would argue that those emotions and reacting to it are that kind of gives you what, if it was manipulation, then it's working if it has you feeling emotional. So it's one thing to manipulate the price and all of that, but at the same time, don't let your emotions be manipulated as well too. Contact your local elected officials. Start at the local level. Yeah, for sure. Josh, can't people say wrongdoing with options pausing? I mean, yes, but what is the world that we live in? Again, and this is coming from the same guy who wants peace and war. You know what I'm saying? And I'm about to tell you about the real world. The real world is you have to prove it. Unfortunately, they're going to say what? It was a technical issue. Can you prove that it wasn't? So then you have to go and show all of the other times that it's happened and be able to establish a pattern for it to actually, and then again, find the lawyer who's going to take it on. And then, but like I'm saying, I mean, there may be political advantages. People would love to get behind, anger and enragement and use it for political purposes, and you might get local politicians to back you. That's your best chance. So they're going to blame it to financial tech shenanigans. And like I'm saying, I mean, I don't think there's so much. I just see the effect on the market, go through it, ride with the punches, and then, just be aware. Apple and Tessie go, we've recovered a lot. I mean, all it took was 20 minutes and no options, man. Just slam the VIX for a little bit. Welcome to 2018. I don't know if that's good, though. I don't want more things, because I was just telling you yesterday this shit looked like 2018. The last thing you want is everything to keep looking like 2018. It helped the market. Yeah, I mean, we were saying that from minute number one. That's why I'm just like, dude, it's kind of humorous, because I'm like, fucking, dude, the market is wicked. Everything going on. I mean, I don't know. That's why it's just show some love, baby. Don't trust anybody. You know, and I don't know why we believe a lot of this stuff we believe, but everything is just, man, getting clapped. That one's just slam the VIX, bro. I haven't seen that in a minute. I don't think any of the news places mentioned it. Like, they might afterwards once they have more info. They'll come out with a headline later in the day and throw it in. Oh, yeah, and just as an update, the CBOE announced they had a problem earlier in the day, okay? And they got it fixed. No, there's just a little technical difficulty. Nothing was affected by it. But now on to other news. Why you should be fearful of everything in the world right now. Thank you. Can you not afford anything? Exactly. Yes, that's because things are so bad, they're so good and bad at the same time, and you need to support violence. Thank you, and on to our next segment. Biogen's experimental Alzheimer's drug shows favorable trends. Well, that's another common pump you get from Bio. That can move crazy. I'm not going to play it, but that news, again, Biogen, Alzheimer's, it reacts good, then it goes bad, but borderline, it's at the low end of the big jump last year on the Alzheimer's stuff. If people are fearful, why would they not be buying the bonds? Because they don't trust Powell and everything else. The bonds are not a viable safety if you don't know when the central bank is going to stop raising rates and allowing, kind of insinuating that they're going to be higher, allowing the long end to go up. So that's why it's ironic. That's why I keep saying gold is showing you more of the fear indicator than not, because bonds are just, they're subdued in supply, that even if you want to buy out of fear, and people are buying, don't ever get it twisted. There's a weird, Biogen says majority of adverse events were mild and moderate in severity of phase 1B clinical data from study of BIIB08. Biogen CFO says defense unit booked additional charges worth $136 million on fixed price programs. It said treatment was well tolerated throughout phase 1B clinical data from study of Bio80. Recruitment underway for phase 2 Cilia study, further investigating clinical efficacy and safety sites in North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. Phase 1B study, favorable trends reported for high dosage group on multiple exploratory measures of cognition and function. New data, investigational antisense oligonucleotide targeting tau shows promise for potential new generation of treatments in early Alzheimer's disease. CBOE says all systems are functioning normally. Word. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, just don't get it twisted. This is why we brought up what we brought up for this week. There's a lot of bond supply, even next week. That's why everyone's paying attention to all these auctions, but don't get it twisted. It's not that people aren't buying bonds. You've actually had the most amount of bond buying 12 weeks in a row. I'm telling you, people are buying bonds left and right. The problem is there's way more supply. That is this is boiling down to simple supply and demand dynamics. That's it. Just no matter, this is what we talked about in May during the refunding, and we didn't see it, and then now with the rhetoric, it's starting to hit so hard, but it's supply versus demand. That's all it is. The demand is very large for bonds right now. The interest rates are at 5%. Everybody is buying bonds. That's the fucked up part. There's a lot of money going into it, but the supply of the bonds, Janet Yellen, the government, the Treasury, what they keep issuing, the Fed, quantitative tightening, not showing up to buy the $2 billion, you know what I'm saying? All of that, all of those things, it is not allowing the bonds to really get support, because there's just all of the buying in the world just does not amount to the government saying they need billions and trillions of dollars. Beyond on the low, you're coming back down again. Bonds, stocks, about 7 points, 8 points from the top there that you just hit, and then still not even close to filling the gap or getting back to open. Mm. So Biden strikes again. Yes and no. I mean, this is the point. You already knew about this. Ding 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 ding. That's the whole what every single rally we rallied on, from Build Back Better to funding here, funding there. Not to mention this even factors into the Ukraine shit. Like all of the money, all of the funding. Again, we've been showing you the Treasury statements. In the beginning of the year, anytime there was the debt ceiling stuff, SVB, we were looking at how much money was in the Treasury. So you already knew this was happening. It's not like Biden did anything new. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't say that it's something new that he did, but it is a compounding result of Biden, Trump, all of the money, but now especially, which is like we sense the weakness, but now we're just fucking the green light for funding the government right now. We just keep doing it. So it's like, this is what everybody has implicitly agreed upon over the last 3 years is what I'm implying, even a little prior to that. So it's just, it's all creating this weird reaction. It's wild they don't care about what they're doing. I think they're just, I think they're smart about it in a weird way, though, too, now. It's already bad. You might as well get as much as you can. That's it. I think this is the problem of you owe me $1, you have a problem. You owe me $1 million, I have a problem. But at the end of the day, I just think you might as well. I think they're just trying to run it up now at this point because it is, it's very decisive, and that is the problem coming into this whole like government thing that we have. Amazon's flushing. All right, so you got another big earnings on the low, so watch out. Options in the VIX are open. Google's still kind of holding up, but again, Microsoft got clobbered on that. No Steelers. Bonds flushing. They're dead today. That's it. I can't believe. I thought it was going to take like 5 days. I thought people were going to be hyped and then it sold off. But nah, dude. We had 2 days of half-ass rally and you're already back above. So even then, I think the bond's already dead on the day. Dollar went up higher after being in a bad position yesterday. It's all around, not good. MDT, Azul. AMD's getting clobbered too. Amazon again. I don't know how I feel about that. Amazon and Microsoft. Yeah, Netflix could hold. Their earnings were good, but even Microsoft, their earnings were. I think they could have held 4, but if they go negative, that'll be ugly. Option chain clutch hit when we were about to hit 42. Yeah, we were just talking about that. What just happened there with the options? Very weird and reminiscent of the slam the VIX days. Have I heard of Kaseya IT? No. Boeing sees negative margins for commercial division. Yeah, that was the guidance yesterday. I remember I was reading it. I was tripping out. I was like, they're really factoring in like negative margins, like on a lot of segments. They're this new sponsor for the Miami Heat Arena. What do they do? Intel, no, I'm still in those calls. Again, I mean, I bought that for the earnings run up, and then I just got smashed off of the what's it called, the NVIDIA CPU news. Amazon did well last earnings, so it's weird though. But it's weird they're dumping like they are now, especially ahead of. They're down 4. Again, they have cloud, and Microsoft's cloud division was on fire. Maybe if people are worried they lost market share, but at the end of the day, I mean, Amazon and Meta are your last hopes here. So again, one good, one bad. That has been the, you know what I'm saying? Like that has been the news. One earnings good, one earnings bad. A couple will be good, then the next day a couple will be bad. The beat rate on earnings right now is worse than average, which is kind of surprising. You don't really see that. But then it's like we got to see if Meta's going to do good, that's going to clear up the market. If Amazon does bad, we're going to be stuck in the same position. Microsoft, Meta, Netflix good, the other 3 bad. Kylie Jenner launches KHY fashion line. What's that? What's Kylie? Oh, you trade service now puts, debit spreads, or buy straight up? Straight up. If the budget is the issue, use the debit spreads. But honestly, I think if you have an idea, just go one way. Try to get within the 2 standard deviations, get a cheaper one, and call it a day. But I do the service, and then service now is subtle. I think Align moves bigger, ALGN moves bigger, but service now, honestly though, maybe even then, don't go too crazy on service now, and maybe leave some money left over. Because maybe the day after, I think if it doesn't move as much, you might even be able to snake it there. Bitcoin 52-week highs. It could. You guys want a fun fact about Bitcoin? Let me see. I don't know if it'll show up here. Would you like a fun fact? I could give you a fun fact. Remember when they pulled the BS on options in 2018 by chance? I do, but here's the funny part. In 2018, they didn't need to manipulate the options. Does anybody know why? You didn't have any options issues in 2018. At all. No, I'm not going to blame the 0 days, bro. Come on now. It's because nobody fucking traded options in 2018. You didn't have every jackass with a Robinhood on an option trade. Nobody was trading them. So it wasn't like, dude, 2018, you didn't have, where you didn't even have the opportunity where some of you were like, I'm losing so much money because of a 15-minute. No, because there wasn't that much money in it. So remember, options didn't explode until 2020. Yeah, more than 50 are 0 days. So, but this is what I was going to show you. So far this year, anytime Bitcoin has ran up, the NASDAQ there's not been a Bitcoin rally that the NASDAQ has not caught up to. So that's something the bulls have been chewing on here. And they're saying, well, with Bitcoin shooting up right now, I mean, this should be the, they people like it, but we'll see if that ends up lasting, or if it's sell the news on everything else. That would be unfortunate. Why'd I buy only 500 of TLT? We bought a couple of other plays, but even at that time, I mean, $500 was it went a long way in options, even in 2020. Israel agrees to delay ground invasion of Gaza. Wall Street Journal. Why isn't that showing up? I have it on another wire. Israel agrees to delay ground invasion of Gaza. There you go. You're getting it a little bit more. So, literally, slam the VIX. major war de-escalation news, or at least Israel admitting. Maybe, again, they might come out and then they'll say that news may not be true. So watch out. Invasion delayed so U.S. could move missiles to the region. Oh, there's the follow-up. Yeah, delayed. So we'll see if that holds up. I'm putting out the stream alert. I'm just saying, watch out. Because, again, it has a follow-up. They cautioned it. It's like de-escalatory, but not. But for the most part, especially after that, dude, that's, again, we went from touch to lows to running up. I mean, you're doing this weird little breakdown here. But as long as the VIX goes negative and everything else, we'll see. But maybe we just play the game of filling the gap. And once again, we're going to just be stuck in this range since last Friday. Disney's recovering. Boeing. Again, Boeing is having their conference call right now. Uranium. We talked about this yesterday. If oil goes up, I think they'll go up, but I don't think I know enough about uranium. And I think we kind of, ever since the war stuff earlier, when they first popped off, it kind of just been, it doesn't feel the same. Set a level at 4225. I think 4230. That's the one from yesterday. Remember, I called this one. I don't have a level. That's the thing. There's a lot of baby levels in between here. But remember, we called this the parachute level for a reason, because all these other levels, they don't really have like the same context of where we've been at over the years. So like you don't really like open and close at these prices, and then you go back. It's like it's a really awkward spot. You don't really have any open or close at 4230 exactly, or at like 4225. So it's like, and this is the point. I really hope everybody gets why 4200 is so key. Just like go back to where this all started, the beginning of 2022. You know what I'm saying? Like when we all had this 4200 was the major support, major death. It's so much has happened at this price point. It's wild that you are dealing with this price point once again with everything that's going on. Notably, the article says air defenses could be in place as early as later this week. Tesla, I mean, again, I don't think Tesla's earnings were bad. I don't think they were the greatest. I still think they can move around a lot, but I mean, I think it's just going to be a response to the rest of the earnings and then the market. But I don't know. A lot of people have asked me about buying for the long term at like 150 or so. I'm still kind of a very patient, very, very patient wait and see on Tesla. I have a Meta call. I thought I hit it good, but again, we got clapped by the IV on that. But yeah, I got one call, and then we have our shares, obviously. But I did talk about it. I do think Meta has an awkward set of downside. I don't know if they're going to do that bad. The only way Meta does really bad is if Mark Zuckerberg, like, straight up just spends $10 billion. But I don't think the trends are bad for them. However, the thing I don't like is that Meta is literally NVIDIA. I even think Meta is outperforming NVIDIA. I don't know. if that's the case. But it's up so much. So, like, there's a lot of meat on the bone, but then it's like, what is reasonably going to happen enough where they actually do bad? And, like, bring them down to some of these lows. Mm. Got scammed on the options. It's that today was a different one. Usually, when people say they got scammed on options, it didn't get halted for 20 minutes. But then, like, that just does show, like, the shorter terms, though, that is part of the risk. You just witnessed a no options trade, and the clock still kept running, sadly. Shiba is probably crypto going up. A couple of chats just said Shiba and Doge are running, but like I was showing you, man, crypto's still running up good. Crypto running up has been pretty bullish for the market, but you are hugging right under 35,000. Bitcoin is actually doing great here today. SBS will testify in court. Yeah, we heard that. I don't know. Some of you said he's coming on now, but very wild. Apple 0.3. Oil's a very weird one today, but that could either be make or break it there. And they reacted on the oil numbers. Turkish stock market closes down 7.1, biggest fall since February. We got Euro close in what, 20 minutes? Fossil Finance J. Flight to quality. Don't think that means Doge or Shiba. But it's not a flight to quality. That's the weird part. Again, the safe people have gone for weird safe havens like big tech, especially after the earnings, but at the same time, bonds, some of the higher quality blue chips, there's supply in everything, unfortunately. M&R. ASML didn't move off those headlines. Waste Management, they had earnings. Interesting. I thought they lowered guidance. Is crypto moving like crazy? You guys keep telling me a Shiba this. I don't know how it look, man. XLU. And then bonds are coming back down. They're right at the level of the real estate data. Excuse me. Let me check. How you do Doge? Shiba Inu. Why does Shiba Inu come up before Doge on Coinbase? It's up like 2% in the last hour. How many years will BTC have to outperform every asset class for people to accept it's actually quality? I feel like people have accepted it. I don't know. I don't know when you got into Bitcoin, but I remember, it was hard, bro. Back in the day, they really did not like Bitcoin. People looked at you hella weird, but I definitely think the lot has progressed in terms of adoption. Again, I think the big setback is Sam Bankman. That's what I would bring up. But for the most part, I do think I do think a lot of people recognize it. Again, it's made a lot of progress in terms of where it's out. Yeah, I'm still not a fan of Dogecoin. I just 100% not a fan. Still. All right, you're getting whoa. High low taker, kind of moving a little wild there, but S&P not moving too much. Nasdaq down 1.2. Dow has been green mostly all day, and then SPY is down by 0.5. Why don't you like Doge? I just from the get-go, it just didn't. It seems like a scam, and by that, the supply goes up. I mean, I bought Bitcoin because Bitcoin was it was the only one at the time. Again, I got into Ethereum. That was the first new technology, but, all of the stuff built off the back end of this and that, I'm not really too big of a fan. But supply once again arrives. Not to toot my own horn in here, but I mentioned link in the chat. I got slapped on the wrist, and it's up 100% since. I feel, man. Again, I'm up 90,000% on Bitcoin, but then nobody listens to me, and they get mad when I tell them to watch out for stuff. The point is, just watch out for your brothers and sisters in the chat. Again, I have my opinions. You should know what I'm going to say, but people ask, I give it to them. I don't try to, start issues, but the whole point is it's a it's a evil-ass industry. You have so many pumpers, and quite frankly, I do not trust any of y'all because I have seen Chads pump to other Chads and get them involved in sketchy shit and do all of that. So it's wild. But, there'll be the moments, but like I'm saying, if you do good, you'll do good. You'll benefit off of it, but, just keep in mind bringing other people into it. Market green. Not really, but because I just looked. I was like, all right, we went up, but that's why I just read out the stats. I'm like, we're down 1.2 on the Nasdaq still. About Weeble Roth, I just wouldn't do it. That's your retirement, but to each his own. Actually, Robinhood, I don't like Robinhood either, but Robinhood is the best for self-employed IRAs. If you're self-employed and you want to do a 401k or an IRA and you want to create one, just Robinhood doesn't charge you fees. That's the only good thing. Big pop on oil. Whoa, yeah. What the hell? Yeah, 82 to 80. That's huge. That's almost $2 in 5 minutes. So watch oil, though. That could upset some things. It's back up, which, again, could support this SPY in some ways. But I don't know. Yeah, the ceasefire headline, but that's still kind of wicked. The drop in pop-off, that 83 to 82, then back up to 83.80, holding 83.40. Might pop euro close. 11 minutes, yeah. Olma on the high. I can't believe Olma's a $12 stock now. UNH running up here too. Healthcare, interesting. HUT, more crypto. Watch out. Again, we were just talking crypto. seeing it move. Some of them are moving more than others. Coinbase ain't really moving like that, but the other ones are. The VIX it's high. Again, VIX above 20 is usually like fear. 2021 is VIX showing a decent amount of fear. Again, we weren't really there till like beginning of the year, SVB, but we've spent a lot of the year below 20 on the VIX. So it's still holding up, but this is when, you do it for a long amount of time, volatility does dissipate because we're doing this high and low, pop and rebound and pop and die and recover bonds. And, it's been doing that for many, many months now. So it's not like you've had just the big blow off top or sell off and get into that where it's like the volatility has been slowly creeping and building little by little. Meta, the expected move is like 10%, 9%. So the options are expensive on Meta. It's pricing in a lot. And I don't think they're going to do bad. But if they do bad, they have more downside than anybody. Like anybody. That's the good part. If you want to go to the downside. But then it's like what nobody has really shocked like that so far in terms of, or even Tesla came in bad, but it wasn't the worst. But then again, maybe the market is having a lot of fear, and then they just want to, maybe it's just one. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg spends way too much, and then they go crazy. Pricing in 8, yeah. So I said 10. The 8's not bad, but it's still pretty high. Remember, Microsoft was 5, Snap was 19, Netflix was 9%, and then it went 15, which was great. But for the most part, you either got to do really good, but the downside on Meta is what has me concerned, and I think it's going to boil down to CapEx and spending. Earnings, the call was worse. Yeah, but I don't think the call was worse. I could agree with that because I don't think the earnings itself was like, oh my God, but then again, Elon did start sounding off the recession alarm like Jeff Bezos. But for the most part, I don't think that's why Tesla is kind of hard right now because it wasn't like make or break it. The Oculus looks great for Meta right now. On it, I'm very surprised. I did not think that corny ass fucking graphics was gonna go hard like that, but they did. They did very good. Yeah, the Boeing said they expect 75% of their planes need bulkhead replacement. I have an older headline. It says Boeing exec says we'll definitely update guidance for next year as we get into early part of next year. An MMA game where where Zuck trains you. Yeah. Little red here. Bro, 10-year bonds, 30-year, they're coming back down. That's the thing. So just like yesterday, remember we do our thing and then the dollar would creep up. Today it's the bonds now. They're doing their thing where they're just still dying. Dollar's actually lower, believe it or not. But remember, dollar has a lot more advance from yesterday. So bonds had a lot more advance than everything else, and now they're giving up more than anything. And then actually NASDAQ's kind of matching up with TLT. But then the dollar's coming down, still green on the day. But now, once again, you're about to hit another low and resume the rates coming back up. Microsoft on the low. That's weird, too. Again, Microsoft's earnings was good. It just wasn't anything like, go to the club and celebrate afterwards because everything was kind of forecasted. But that's still interesting too. They're taking some of the pressure because usually, remember, even Netflix, they're staying more pinned. Again, that was just a blowout. Netflix ain't doing anything comparatively. We will be at 5% on the 10-year beginning of next week. Mark my words. Walgreens pop, not really. but maybe it's my thing's lagging. But SPY and TLT about to hit a new low. That's what I'd watch out for. Boeing is waking up a little bit. I think that's helping out the Dow. Average auto loan rate for a new car, 9.89. Ugh. That's what I was saying the other day, that unfortunately it's like everyone keeps talking about real estate and rates, but it's like people don't buy houses as often as other things. But now as all the long-term rates come up, everything you'd want to buy, like even cars and appliances, anything on credit is going nuts. You got 1.9 on your new car this weekend. Ooh. Did you go with the dealer financing in-house? And then SPY at VWAP. VWAP look a little weird. NVIDIA on the low, UNH on the high. Have Ford Motor Credit. That's how you do it. That's honestly a good move. Like if you do need to get a car and you are putting it on a loan, look for the ones that are offering the thing. It might be, is it for the life of the loan or is it for a couple of years? Hi, Josh. What's up, Yvonne? Yvonne. Boeing's going. SPY is going lower. You're right back at VWAP, and this is where we kind of had a little bit of action today, where we started getting just really low. I mean, it's still all low. It's just you don't want to test that 4,200 again. What are your thoughts on the BRICS? I think the BRICS is bullshit. Meaning I believe they're a real organization. I believe they are a group of people. Their impact on the economy is important, but they are never going to work together. And why I'm taking such a strong stance now is because I saw an advertisement for the BRICS. That's it. I'm checking. You haven't even seen me do an advertisement in 5 to 6 years. Like, God damn it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is that's it. Just at that point, once you start doing an ad, bro, I'm just like I've already had an idea of what was going on, but I think this is just all fear propaganda and getting people to just view things, maybe try to get people out there. But either way, you see BRICS advertisements. It's not just once you're getting advertised with the budget. I mean, it's a different world. But don't you see ads for Bitcoin from the companies, and the ones that were, I think, all went under. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think it's a gold scam, bro. I think it's just I think it's a marketing effort to buy gold, to be honest with you, or whatever it is to get support, maybe deteriorate U.S. patriotism. I don't know, but I would say it's more likely a gold scam than not. Trying to get people to buy gold and do all of this and do that, but it's just not. They advertise, bro. They advertise. The BRICS advertise. That's just so weird to me. That's your expedition at 0? That's fire. Man, I'm going to go buy a F-350. What the fuck, dude? Hold up. 0%, bro? You going to give me that? I'm down. That makes it less credible, the BRICS thing. In my mind, yeah. I mean, they're not like, oh, we got Bretton Woods monetary system. Like, they didn't put it in newspapers back in the day. You know what I'm saying? It's like a political organization or a group of countries, creating a trade group. That would be like watching a NAFTA ad. Like, you don't see that. Like, oh, Mexico trade agreement. Oh, go to our website. You should look into this. It's like you don't really get that, so it just does make me a little bit more skeptical. 0% with $30K in dealer fees. Well, you could see what the car costs. I mean, you can negotiate the price, but if the finances is cheap, then there you go. You found out your girlfriend's mom has an F-350? No way. That's amazing. You got to marry her. That's what you guys tell me. When I tell you any, like, arbitrary fun fact that you relate to, you're like, marry her, Josh. So I'm gonna take the liberty to tell you to marry her because her mom has a F-350. Mm-hmm. Our money is borrowed from the Fed. Why not change the system so you're not in debt? I mean, believe me, I told you this the other day. The older I get, the more I pay attention to the debt. I don't know if this is like a boomer thing. It's like Shane Gillis. Have you ever listened to Shane Gillis? It's the funniest thing he says. He says, I'm a future Republican. Like, that's what he says. He does not identify as a Republican, but he makes a lot of his jokes, and he says it's based on me being a future Republican. You know, so it's like I feel that in this sense because I'm like, dude, the older I get, I really am concerned with the debt. So that point that the BRICS bring up about debt and the whole, it's not untrue. You know what I'm saying? It's not untrue. But that's the whole point. They're playing on the thing that you like. They're playing on the thing that you understand. That's why I think BRICS is just a marketing fucking campaign to get people to buy gold. Because like I'm telling you, the history, the politics behind it, those countries are never going to work together. Again, just like you're watching the Middle East conflict, all of those countries have their history, how it's designed, the amount we need for world trade. That's why it's just like it's confused a lot of people, but like you have to realize that's the easiest trick. You can't spread and get traction on something if it doesn't sound good and if it's not based on a little bit of truth. They're taking one part and twisting it. You know what I'm saying? The devil is not. You're not gonna. Most people don't join the devil because they like horns in a fork. You know what I'm saying? And they're naturally evil. Sometimes people just the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It's like you say it sounds good, but that's not really what it is, and that's what I think is happening here. Russian defense minister, we are to start training on nuclear strike. No, I don't know where this is coming from, but it's on my wire. Does not show a source. I have a headline saying Russian Defense Minister Shoigu, we are to start training on nuclear strike. Yeah, you got that too. If that's it in the terminal, I'm gonna consider that verified, and then we'll just blame Bloomberg. But I do have it. I do have that. Reuters headline, I think, not on Termi. You have Reuters? Yeah. So then it could be fake. Even instead of blaming Bloomberg, you blame them because Bloomberg don't get in trouble, but Reuters Reuters has actually been very incorrect, especially even during the Russia war. You guys remember that Reuters headline? We almost started a war over a Reuters headline. Reuters is ruthless. They are, dude. The Arabs. The OPEC hates them, bro. Macklem, Bank of Canada, says now is not the time to discuss an interest rate cut. Everyone's picking it up on the news. I thought they would have hesitated a little bit. Chad's RTX didn't move. LMT went up a little bit, but dude, so many weird headlines today, dude. Israel de-escalation, and then now this, and then the fucking options thing. A lot of weird headlines. A lot of weird headlines, or just a lot of active ones that they sound like they have bite, but not really. And then again, ever since that VIX thing, we've been in a weird spot. Like the market's kind of just chill. And then we are still waiting for Meta because Google and Microsoft threw you into the middle of the abyss. Bitcoin hitting new highs. That's big. Again, NASDAQ should get a lift off that eventually, but bonds are going down. Yields higher, Bitcoin up, dollar up and down at the same time is super, super weird. It is weird, but it's also just the main theme. Yields are back up. We're going to have a problem. VIX high credit. Honestly, some credit spreads wouldn't be too bad. You just got to watch out for any blow-offs. You know, if we like really flush or rip, depending on which direction you're at. But I think premiums and like I've even witnessed ahead of earnings, these premiums will die even if the stock goes in the opposite direction. Russia held drills of strategic military forces, Kremlin says. So that's the Bloomberg headline they're hitting. Let's see what happens. Sirens sound in Israel's south. Putin receives Shoigu's report on strategic deterrence forces exercise. I mean, at face value, a worst case, it means they're preparing to escalate their types of attacks. At best case, it's Putin just fucking talking out of his ass. You know, just like China, maybe he sees the market today too, or maybe he just wants them to, you know, have to worry about as they're still dealing with Israel. Just remind him that he's still ramping up, but that's best case. He's just talking. Worst case, they're actually trying to prepare for another front. Investment funds who hold bonds get a boost off higher rates? No, unfortunately. Because if you bought into something with a fixed rate and then the rates go up, then how it looks on your balance sheet, even if you didn't lose any money, it's realized or unrealized as a loss. I mean, if you are the one lending, if you're the one giving out the loans and you're giving out the investment funds that do more loans and giving out credit, if their credit is variable and it is subject to, rising with rates, then yeah, they're making more money. Or if you just have any capital that you could hold for free and then go put it in interest just like the big banks do. What? CL, is oil still moving up? XLE energy names are still clapped. Yeah, Lucas, I was going to ban you for such a dumb question, but I timed you out instead. That's because I love you. But fuck out of here. I'm a kangaroo. I don't got time for that. Thank you. And have a wonderful evening. You get another chance, though. They would do better when interest rates are lower, yes. Because imagine if you gave out a loan that's fixed for 10 years and it pays out 5%, and then the rates go back to 2%, nobody will ever be able to get that. So now you're going to be making 5% or get paid in full with interest if they refinance, and then there's no other fixed income at that price. So they do better there. In this case, though, if you spend the money on a fixed asset, fixed return, and then the yields go higher, you're only making what you agreed upon. So on your balance sheet, this is the problem with all the big banks. It's showing that you literally are taking a loss, or that you missed out on potential. Because now you could have been, based on the price you bought the bond, you're down $1 billion, and maybe though you didn't lose the $1 billion, you're still making money, and you'll get your money back at the end of the duration at maturity. But that means if you're down technically $1 billion unrealized, that means you could have been making $1 billion more, or put that $1 billion to work and got 5-10% more, or whatever the return was. In some instances, it's usually 50 to 75%. Because you got to think about it. If you had a rate at 2% and then now it's going for 4%, that's 100% difference in terms of the amount that you're returning back to yourself. So that's why those banks that are receiving at 2%, If the rates are at 5 now, they're missing out on over 100% of what they could have gotten now. Versus if you put in the money right now, you're laughing to the bank. DB, Deutsche Bank, again, they had good earnings. Is that, yeah, Euro close was 9 minutes ago. So we kind of sold off. Let's see if we actually hold up. High ticker is kind of gassing. Dollar has been going down, but so have the bonds with it. That's the only problem. And dollar's still green, and dollar was up 0.5% yesterday. But were they supposed to put the money at the time? Where were they? They couldn't go equities because of the risk. They could have put it anywhere, but yeah, they had limitations. They could have kept it, or maybe give it to real estate. There's so many things they could have done, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's not like at rates at zero. You do got to ask yourself what you expected these banks to do with billions of dollars. It made sense to put them into bonds, but then it just didn't make sense when, a lot of the market for years adamantly refused to believe that Powell was actually going to do anything like that. Venezuela's PDVSA signed spot contracts to export fuel, asphalt, cement, and demands prepayment. Document from Reuters. Damn. Venezuela. What gangsters. They said, oh, you want to use us for war, Habibi? Okay. Give us approval and prepayment up front. So that's coming out right now. That could even affect oil. So that means no matter which way this shit pivots, if we pay them all in advance, they still might even be down to back out. Why do you follow the SPY more than the NASDAQ? Because the NASDAQ is like 2 companies. So like even then the SPY like unequal weight is still different, but I think the SPY gives you a little bit of everything. And then again, you could always extrapolate. And then we keep an eye on it as well too. The SPY is like 3. I mean, the SPY, to give you an idea, I'm pretty sure like NASDAQ's up like 50%. And then SPY is still up like 10 to 12, I think. And then equal weight is negative, I believe. Russian president supervises military exercise involving ground-based seaborne air elements of nuclear deterrent forces. Where is it? I'm trying to see it. I'm trying to load up the equal weight. And then you're going below VWAP. Yeah, equal weight is still negative. Can I load it up on here? Oh, hell yeah. We figured it out, Chad. E-Trade, money sign SPXEW. Boom. Yeah. So money sign SPXEW. Oh, fuck. It doesn't. Let me see if I can get it on TD Ameritrade. It doesn't pull it out on the daily. All right. It's crazy. It's so much higher, though. Again, at 6,300. But here is the equal weighted index. So equal weighted now, we're almost back into October lows. But on the year now, you are down. Hamas fighters trained in Iran before October 7th attack. Wall Street Journal sources. Bro, the day of headlines today is wicked. Absolutely wicked. Everything is just like a opposite equal volatility headline related to war or literally just the function of the market. Netflix just went red. Just watch for these headlines. You got a little bomb pop too. See if that lasts. My goodness. And then I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. Follow me on Instagram, maybe the Twitch too if you're feeling. Yeah, I don't know how you're feeling right now, but we've had a long day so far. We still got earnings after the bell and a lot more. Powell is after hours, and he's not even talking about monetary policy, unfortunately. So I wouldn't look into that too much. Oil's back on the high, so keep that in mind. And I'll be right back.
More domestically. We have a lot of our operations are overseas, and we may see a migration towards our domestic team as we get more and more automated. And that's going to allow us to continue to up our game in terms of the quality of service that we provide.
What comes after the mobile phone?
Well, right now, where we are is broadband. We entered broadband 2 years ago from nowhere, and for 6 quarters in a row have been the share-taking leader there. And that's 5G. That's all 5G beaming into your house from our cell tower and giving you the highest net promoter score broadband out there.
But how fast is that
30
spread?
30 points higher net promoter score than cable.
But how fast is that spread? Because I still can't get that in my building, for example.
Yeah, well, we're working on that. Right now, there's about 50 million homes in the U.S. where if you applied to be our broadband customer, we'd say yes. But it's dynamic. And to your earlier question, we don't want to approve anybody unless we can give every cell phone person on that tower and every broadband person on that tower a great experience. And broadband users use a lot of data.
I get a lot of stick.
Yeah.
Mainly from this one about using Android phones. But Androids
Two Android
phones. They're fairly similar in terms of the Apple products, if you actually take a step back and kind of think about it. How do you make these things better? I keep seeing the latest iPhone coming out, and consumers seem to be pushing back a little bit. Maybe they don't need the latest and the greatest, because maybe the evolution, every step isn't that great. Have we reached the pinnacle of the mobile phone? What else do you do to make this thing better? Can you make it better?
Some of it's the behind-the-scenes technology that the customer only appreciates over time. The newest iPhone 15 Pro has I'm going to geek out on you for a minute. Has something called four carrier aggregation. And what that means is that the phone can simultaneously talk to 4 different radio bands at once on our network, giving you more capacity and more speeds. And these are the kinds of things that give a great experience. And they're not in the headlines. Right. But and what happens is if you get that and you get a great experience from T-Mobile, you may keep the phone a little longer. And our upgrade rates are low because T-Mobile customers are experiencing such fast data.
Do you think people are going to keep their phones longer, particularly if we?
Man, there's so much in that. Literally, he said, we're beaming 5G into your house. I was like, oh my gosh, what are the tinfoilers going to say? They're talking about pinnacle of the phone. Both U.S. and Israel officials have now confirmed that Netanyahu has agreed to delay the invasion of the Gaza Strip until military aid is able to move more assets into the region. At least 12 air defense systems for interception of cruise and ballistic missiles, as well as rockets and drones, which are set to be spread across multiple countries in the Middle East, including Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. If I were thinking the same thing, good. We on the same page. But then I started thinking of 2023. It's effed up, man. Y'all realize what happened this year? Y'all want to know? You guys want to know what our biggest inventions were this year, and what this was the advancement of our culture in 2023. It was a chat bot. That's how it started. It started with a chat bot. You know that, right? It was just literally Smarter Child. That's what got us. It was chatbot. And then it was people acting like a chatbot on live stream. That's how I'm pretty much characterizing this year. Ozempic was before, a little bit before. But it was the year of AI and then people trying to be like AI. It was really, really weird. Really, really weird. Thanks for the roses. Chili. Thanks for the roses. Thanks for the roses. Thanks for the rate hike. Thanks for the rate hike. Market's going to crash. Thanks for the rate hike. It's transitory. Banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the all the banks are sound and resilient. Yeah. So welcome. It's a wild year, man. And now we got all these other headlines. Oh, well, listen, y'all are enjoying the hell out of this, but I'm not seeing any roses. That's all. Whatever y'all saying, I'm better than the girl one. You guys are, I seeing a lot of enjoyment. I don't see no roses, though. What the hell? Thanks for the roses. Thanks for, banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. AI will bring the Antichrist. Man, let me see some AI Antichrist. I'll unplug him. What are you talking about, man? I don't know. AI is just, it's weird, man. It's weird. Thanks for the roses. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. So thank you. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. It's transitory. What? Oh, man. They will make the fake Messiah. Again, I will proceed to unplug him. That'd be crazy. Like our Messiah came to the earth to be crucified by the router. They unplugged him, and he will reconnect in 3 days. I don't know if that's going to happen, sir. I don't know if they're going to try to recreate. I wouldn't believe it. I'd be like, this is bullshit. What the hell? It's internet. All the banks are sound and resilient. That's basically the story from the 100. It really is. NVIDIA dumping. It was earlier. That was right when I got back, but I don't know if it's on any headline. AMD now too. Spotify as well. Remember Spotify, the little pop and lock from yesterday. Yeah, bro. Spotify down 3, 4, up 9, now down 4 again. SPY going back into the bottom of the day, but at least I want to say the bonds aren't there, but they are. They just got a green candle on our 2 little red ones. Oh, thanks for the roses. Thanks for the rose. I didn't see you actually sent me a rose. Thank you. Thank you. Round 2 of the VIX slam incoming. Maybe, but it's right back to where everything happened. So right now you're back to where the options glitch happened. And then as a result, the options glitch, it brought the VIX down almost $1, like right away. Josh, AI on the way. Nah, man, don't worry. I love you guys. I like getting you guys the news too. Getting you some plays, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Because this market is it's a very wild market this year. Believe me, I'm tempted. If I could stream all day and just say the same word, that would be nice. A lot less thinking, or if I played 2K. But at the same time, you know, oh, thanks for the ice cream cone. All the banks are sound and resilient. Well, oh, I can't stop. I'm sorry. No.
Oh, thanks for the roses. Oh, thanks for the roses.
That's I guess normal AI is kind of weird. Procter Gamble on the high. You'll be doing this all day. Believe me, like if I really, you know, if that's how you know, like when the market, if I give up, that's what I will do all day. But you know, we've been getting dealt very fascinating days in the market, even though it could be frustrating, a lot of back and forth, here today, gone tomorrow. You know, there's so much, but you know what I'm saying? It's just, this market is crazy. Oh, the don't. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? I'm. This is my tinfoil. This is my tinfoil. It is simply that, you know, the policy, the foreign policy of don't. Yeah, they're really trying to make it into a real foreign policy. Mm-hmm. Think about it. The don't policy, they're trying to make it legit. Blinken yesterday was explaining foreign policy, and he said the same thing that Biden did. He literally said don't. And he said our message and our policy is don't. And Blinken said the same exact thing. I was tripping out. I'm like, wow, this is a real foreign policy stance. Literally don't. Don't is that is their strategy. Don't. All right, we're going to get rid of the equal weighted. That was fun while it lasted. Again, do you guys see that too? So, like, look at this SPY today. This is the SPX. And then here is the equal weight. You'll notice the equal weight's not down as much. Why? Because Google probably, and then any of those tech names that are not doing, or that are doing worse today, they're bringing you down a little bit more. Do you take trades when they come? When they come, I do. Yesterday we did a couple, or we didn't, and then I think right at the end I ended up doing one, but we were holding a couple. Is that why Nike's down today? Just don't. Thanks for the equal weighted roses. Thanks for the equal weighted roses. Stop. It's really addicting. It's kind of fun. All the banks are sound and resilient. Carrefour third quarter earnings as European. 4208. All right, man, get ready. VIX is coming back up. The VIX is now higher or getting no, there it is. It's higher than earlier. There it is. So again, your VIX smash today. I mean, you're right back up. The market's a little higher. NASDAQ or the Dow is at least in the green. I think last time we kind of went red for a little bit, no? Yeah, last time the Dow was just solid red. So I think Boeing and then maybe Microsoft's hurting the Dow if they came down. And then Apple's holding it up. It's weird. Microsoft's still up, but sold off. Short seller Carson Block calls ESG industry a grift. What's the joke? You don't get it? Oh, well, I don't want to even ruin it for you, because if you have not been exposed to this, you consider yourself lucky. There's a trend on TikTok where there's even one lady out there. She makes about, I think, like $50,000 or $20,000 a week off of doing this. And a lot of people have copied her, and it has become a worldwide trend. But you go on TikTok Live, and then you pretend to be an AI bot. So when people send you money or cues or little gifts, you are supposed to be a programmed response. And like, ooh, thanks for the roses. Thanks for the roses. Yes, an NPC. Maybe not an AI, NPC. And yeah, that's the joke. It's one of the, I think it's the biggest trend of 2023 as far as social media. Like that's how we advanced this year. We went into, that was the realm, like even for content creation all the way down to like what became the number one trend. It literally is that, which is why mind blowing. It's a very large creative element attached to it. Sava, didn't they have data earlier? Sava is starting to run. Again, this thing has wicked pops and drops, but honestly, a decent stock to trade. Just be careful. what people spend their time on. I mean, it was weird at first, but again, I mean, once people found out how much that girl was making, that's it. It turned that. I'm telling you, go on TikTok Live. It's scary because like I'll see the people just starting out. You'll see like a couple of big ones, and then you'll go and scroll to one, and it'll be like 4 viewers on there, and then it'll just be some person like trying to be an NPC. It's just I'm like, dude, this is. But then again, I'm like, that's their way out. Some people are viewing like NPC is like the way out. Like you used to think you had to go to school, you had to go to the NBA or something. I don't know. You had to invent something, whatever you thought. But it's like, yeah, like, bro, they just sitting in there grinding, bro. And I mean, it has found a way to pay people. Mm. 4205, 4 points for the low. So we're back up. Watch out. All right. When is loading? All right, so approaching again. Watch 4,200. Literally, the VIX smash has worn off. 4,200 is still the holy grail. And, yeah, we're 3 points, 4 points away from that right now. Back to the regularly scheduled programming. This is how you guys know to get mad or not, is if the options freeze again. I don't think it's going to happen, but that's where you could have your outrage. Remember the first time you're like, why are you so calm? Just roll with it, man. Roll with it. But if they do it again, bring you down to 4,200, I mean, I think at that point, it's sus. I'm sorry. Dollar looks like it's going to move up. MACD crossover. It was down this whole time. I mean, we were dropping everything, but the dollar doesn't have to do anything today, in my opinion. The higher it goes, though, the worse today gets. But even then, 2 days in a row now. That's the caveat, is that yesterday was a monster of a day for the dollar. The longer it takes to break 4,200, the more violent and deeper the drop is going to be. I disagree with that. I just think you need to hold it. You could even drop below it, come back above, but like where we close. If we close below 4,200 and then that becomes something consistent, then that's it. But if it doesn't go below it, I mean, I think that's a good sign. The general logic is that the market right now is very bearish, and you have bearish sentiment, and it makes sense. And how people are looking at it is saying that the market is sufficiently bearish right now, but if you can't hold up 4,200 with this bearishness, it means there's a hard landing right around the corner. That's what's getting people worried. They're believing that if 4,200 doesn't hold, that means there's a bigger problem at play, and that's why the bearishness is starting to feed in. And if it gets worse from here, you know, we've already dealt with rates. Rates are high, but it's like the market has gone through a lot already, and that's why that 4,200 is a very important line in the sand for a lot of investors, whether you know it or not. Oh, Mr. Hanlon, baby. Good morning. Oh, is that another spy put? Another one? Oh, you're showing love, man. God bless you. God bless you. No warning. No warning. Ackman, they're saying, well, Ackman covered because of hard landing. I mean, it sucks. This was what I told you guys the minute I saw the dot plot. Either immediate pivot, unexpected, or Powell is about to crush everybody. And now we're getting, like, we're in the mix of both of those right now. Where, like, even some people are telling the pivot and worried about the hard landing, but then also at the same time, it's like the market has showed resilience at these levels. What's that? Redfin had news yesterday. ServiceNow option flows, so bearish heading into earnings. But today's been very 4,200 on the SPX. Expectations about Bitcoin. I mean, up until that news gets announced. So pretty much I do think there will be a temporary sell the news once it gets confirmed. But for now, as far as Bitcoin going up or down, I think it's going to depend on the relationship with like rates and everything else. But we were talking about it earlier. Usually when Bitcoin runs this year, there hasn't been a rally that the NASDAQ has caught up with. So realistically, I think they're going to move all the way until they get into the earnings here, or like towards the end of it. And then we'll see if the NASDAQ catches up. But if it doesn't, then maybe that news comes out with the ETF, the earnings come out, but especially the ETF news. And then that's it. But again, it's still tied into the broader market. You see the letter NAR sent to the Fed telling them that if they don't cut rates, the housing is going to crash. No, I did not. But I mean, again, the National Association of Realtors, I think they're worried about commissions. So, but I don't see real estate crashing until jobs. I think commercial real estate, and I don't even think it'll be that bad, but at the same time, I do think like real estate is just awkward. But I don't see it. If the jobs numbers are not, if people are not losing their jobs and there is this much money hanging around here, I don't see real estate as getting clapped. The call's at 2 p.m., so an hour after the bell. We're going to have some earnings, so it should show up right around the corner. Yeah, it's not going to keep skyrocketing. That I'm definitely I'm behind that. Like I'm not my view does not say that real estate is going to go up, but at the same time, I've said it the whole time. I am recognizing my bias. I think I've given you guys over the last 3 years a very good look on real estate. You know, with everything, again, even if I'm biased, you know, I told you guys caution towards the end of last year and a lot of things. So I am biased when it comes to real estate, but at the same time, I went from telling you it's not going to crash, to, okay, be aware of this and what's going on, to now we're back to the same 70s thing. You know, if anything, real estate, that has been the thing I've been least confused about, except not going down this whole 3 to 5 years. That has actually been one of the things that has just stuck to the plan, had an idea, and it did exactly what we expected. So I think jobs, because like I said, I told you guys from the beginning, I'm not like, I don't have a problem if real estate goes down. Do I have a lot of money in it? Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you about things just for the, you know, try to stop the inevitable. But it was the main thing I always said was, listen, if you think real estate is going to crash, don't argue with me, short the bonds. And that literally would have been it. But even with the bonds dying, real estate did not. And that's where it just seems the final boss is truly the jobs market. So I think it's very simple. You don't have to be biased. You don't have to be into real estate, out of it, whatever. Like it's very simple. If people have their jobs with how rates and housing is right now, they're not fire selling their homes. And then 4202 right now, get ready. We're coming into the low. So watch out. Again, 4,200 at the level. Yeah, this is a hideous setup, bro. Even the little bounce and sell off by here. These are the days where it gets really volatile. Assuming it's not just a quick touchdown, but the half rally and then selling off to the lows in half that period is not good. If you end this year red with all the knowledge, I don't know what chance I have. End of the day, we're all going to die. No. Remember you will die, and use that to apply purpose and meaning to everything you do, because you only have a specific opportunity to be here to complete something of a specific purpose. But you could go red. I mean, I'm already red this year. I could either try to finesse it, which I do have in my mind, but at the same time, I'm not going to dig a deeper hole trying to meet an arbitrary end line. It would be my first year in a while. Like, even last year, I thought it was going to be last year, and I came back. But at the end of the day, it's like, this is why we keep talking with the timing stuff. If that's how you're going to determine it after this year, I chalk this one up to another crazy year of just literally history. I mean, for me right now, anything I held, if I held it and I put money into bonds, I made a lot of money there. Again, my real estate portfolio, everything on that end worked exactly how it should have. But trading, I mean, very easy in this market. You could take all the info and still get clapped. I mean, for me, though, I did take, again, I think lower liquidity plays. That's where a majority of those L's came from. And then the giant NQ short at the beginning. But have hope. Like I'm saying, I wouldn't count yourself out. I think I think the SPY can die, and I think it can also rip. I know people don't like that answer, but like, that's why, like, bro, we're taking it to the wire here of the month of October. Again, there's so much to juggle with. So it's like, I see it's exactly what the dot plot showed me. And like, I see it. It's like we're on the cusp of a need for an immediate pivot and something really bad, or the bad is going to happen through the back and forth effery of dealing with Powell letting long-term rates and short-term rates continue to climb and then, really tighten things up. So it's either going to be rates or it's going to be something that rates already caused and we don't know about yet, but we will. So that's, I mean, again, in both of those scenarios, if they happen, they don't happen, I mean, that could fuel and hurt the market. Worried when sentiment shifted, but I don't think the options would drive the market. I thought October was going to be really good. I still believe in that to a degree, but then the thing, like I said, just right when we gave up this rally, I was like, oh shit, that's it. Right when this bond rally gave up, it went from like, nah, we're good. And again, that was only the fucking 17th, 18th. You know what I'm saying? Like, you went through halfway, but right when we gave up such a strong rally. There it is. Yep, 4,200 is now. You hit it, actually. You have not gone below it. 42.62. You're right there right now going into it. Disney on the low. Low tickers active. NVIDIA. VIX is on the high. The Qs are up. And there you have it. It's got to be green during birthday month. Let's go, David. Making moves, too. And where's Brendan at, bro? It's Brendan's birthday, man. I ain't see Brendan at all today. Brendan, happy birthday, bro. When you going to show up, man? If I see you late on your birthday, you have an excuse. You have an excuse. Where's Brendan? Brendan with the birthday. That's not you. That's Brandon. We're looking for Brendan. Oh, there he is, baby. Oh, bro. Were you here in the morning? Or nah. Happy birthday, bro. They don't have to see the badge or not, bro. You've been holding it down for years, man. I hope it's a good one. And I know you got the long term. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And now you're at 4,200. So I don't know if this was a good birthday gift or not. You forgot it's your birthday too? No way. Did you really? It's your birthday too, baby. Let's go. Happy birthday to everybody else out there. Amen. Stream minimum latency. I don't know how it is on Twitch and YouTube. We're at the mercy of whatever they say. Do you pay cash for expensive cars? Not if they give me low interest. So, like, again, like, even, I think the Lambo, I was going to buy it cash, but then the dude was just like, it's fucking like 2% interest, 1.9 or something. He was like, do it. He said, you're never going to, the guy too was like, you're never going to see this. I was like, okay, call it a day. Call it a day. Nah, bro, the tax write-up, bro, honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'm responsible for some of it. This is my fault for making that video in 2018 or 2019. But you got to be careful with the taxes on the cars. Just, dude, there's a lot of, like, false info out there. And it's just, like, just make sure, like, you actually are doing it for the right reasons. Make sure everything, like, makes sense. And at the same time, make sure that you have the tax obligations as well, too. Because, like, it's just still, like, tax obligations, like, there's no point of buying certain cars and then it's there. And, well, and then, too, they're phasing a lot of stuff out. So, unfortunately, after this year, and again, there's a difference between Section 178 and Section 179, believe it or not. And then, again, the bonus depreciation, they're phasing it out. So, just keep in mind, though, but like I told you guys this at the beginning of last year. Do you remember? How many of you remember what I told you about the tax write-off in the cars? I told you something very specific. Rhino, baby. What's up, man? I hope you're doing good, too. Yeah, it's 80 now. Next year, it's going to go to 60, then 40, then 20. So they're phasing it out. They're getting. Do you guys remember what I told you, though? I told you something very specific. I told you guys coming in. This was like last year, beginning of this year, like end of last year, beginning of last year. I was saying it was right when they made those IRS changes. I would be very careful trying to write off any of these crazy cars anymore. It's a sign that just says audit the fuck out of me. Again, the software and what they've changed with the IRS, they are just targeting all of the people that have gone about this the wrong way. So I said it in a weird way, it's not even worth it. And just don't forget, if you do your taxes incorrectly, the IRS has the right to come back and say, you owe us this much, and then they charge you interest. So keep that in mind. It happened to you, yeah. Just don't get exotics. That's it. Like, like that's all it is. Like, just even a Range Rover, I wouldn't just. Again, the nicer the car, the less likely. But even in general, right off the numbers, I mean, most people are, again, it's easy to go after. Get an F-350 and call it a day, baby. Hell of a fight. Did we go under yet or no? We still haven't gone over. You're at 42, 69, 63. The low is 42.07. Netanyahu to give a statement to the media from Tel Aviv within the next hour. 42.50. So we got 4,250. Maybe I should say that different. Bond still at the low. Dollar did come up here, 0.1% on that little drop. Market recap, shit show. Again, Google, Microsoft earnings, especially bad Google, left us off bad. Earnings overseas in Europe, some were good, but some were bad enough to get us worried. Bonds instantly gapped down from the morning, unwound a lot of the rally that we experienced. Dollar went up again after going yesterday. There was an options glitch, and options shut down for about 15 to 20 minutes, killed the VIX. We rallied up for a little bit. News of Israel delaying the invasion into Gaza, and then we started coming down, and we also got a headline on Russia preparing for nuclear war or something along those lines. Intel new lows. It's just a normal day. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the roses. Don't forget about the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. All right, man. Let's see if we bounce one more time at 42 and get a little double test. The first time you broke below it like 10, 11 points. This time, I mean, we're going slow. You're 2 points above, but we ain't, dude, there's so much time left, man. We have a long day to go through. Are we bouncing at 4,200? You better if you want to not die. But if we don't hold 4,200 and if we close below here, that is where I think you might start to get a little bit more panic. Apple raised prices today, but I don't think it was because of Apple. Apple is honestly keeping you up. We're waiting on Apple earnings. We're flying on House Speaker decision? I don't think so. Because Treasury, we still have the supply and the bonds. But maybe if it's some good news, I mean, we could use some good news. The best news you had was Bill Ackman covering the bonds because he thinks the economy is going to crash immediately. It's a very paradoxical set of news. And that's so far, I mean, earnings didn't do bad. And I say that with an asterisk above it, because that all really depends on your view and comparison of it all. Yeah, Powell is 30 minutes after the bell. He doesn't talk about, what's it called, though? He doesn't talk about policy. Bond market, say less, amen. You have any uplifting music for the chats today? Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain. Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. That's the best I got right now. That's the best I got. Don't lie, you've been lost in the music. Check the stream. You're going to take positive action. Impact on humanity. Let's go, baby. Honestly, get lost in it, though. That's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Let's go, man. If you got a passion and you see it coming out, bro, feed it. Feed it. It's impossible for that song to not make you happy. Nah, yeah, maybe unless you're like a crazy warmonger, but it does feel good. That song is more creepy than positive. You just left me speechless. I didn't even know what to rebuttal that with. I'll pray for you. Thank you for sunshine. I don't know. I don't know. It's starting to feel like fall. Your passion is smoking meats lately. Okay, Mark. But yeah, I know it happens. I told you Lending Tips got a smoker, and this guy for like months would just smoke everything. I feel like it's something that happens as you become just an older person. Everybody just be careful. You're susceptible to fall into a smoking trap. I'm not talking like nicotine or weed. I'm like, at one point in your life, you're going to be like, oh, I want a smoker. And then you're going to buy one. And then you're just like going to be that guy who be like smoking meats for like 3 to 6 months before you get over it. You're in it right now. No, yeah, I don't even judge you. I understand. I got to experience it with lending tips, and then I was like, I want one. But then I was like, I don't really cook that much. Hold on. I almost fell for it, but so I get it. I get it. I didn't buy one. My mom did. I can't stop. It's telling you, bro. It sweeps the nation. It sweeps the nation. I quit smoking and started smoking. What the? Yeah. Nouveau. Not the other day. Yeah, Nouvel's running on the high, so I had it up there. YPF, a couple names, but that was a weird little bell. I don't think we're out of the clear yet. Bonds, dollar, everything. I think we're still going to do the dancing queen unless it could free itself up a little bit. Microsoft gave up half of the gains. Google's not as bad. At one point, it's down like 9. They got marketing down to one specific type of person that be smoking meat. It just, dude, it's like, I saw like a funny like joke video about it. It was like a kid, and he was like, okay, I'm reaching the age of like 23 to 25. I feel like every other male my age, I have to just develop some random hobby. He was like, do I get into watches? Do I get into cologne? Do I get into like smoking? There's like so many different things, bro. Where just like everybody, like I feel like after the age of like 23, I feel like you find a hobby or not, and then some of you feel like you need to find a hobby. Mine was just stocks, I guess, but yeah, coin collecting, golf, exactly. Community gardening, yeah. Your new hobby is gold. Yeah, you're getting older on the financial stage, but yeah. Some of you, it is Peter shifting gold. RC planes, I have a neighbor who got the craziest RC planes. I see why he got into those, bro. Those things are wicked, bro. My neighbor have some I've stopped. I turned into the weird neighbor. I was like, well, isn't that neat? What do you got working on there, buddy? I was like, hold up. It's like, that's really loud. That's cool. I liked it. Yeah, I see those hobbies. I can see that one. FPV drones, first person. The driving range. Yeah, I wanted to get into golf. I really do, but still haven't done it. I'm 25. I feel like I need to pick something up. Yeah, bro. It's just pick one that's good monetarily. That's all. You just got to find the balance. That's what sucks. Like, if you get into weed, you're going to waste a lot of money. If you get into clubbing, that's it. You'll have a good time, I'm sure, but maybe you will, maybe you won't. But you got to have that. Iranian news. No, Israel to give a statement in the next hour. Netanyahu, I have 9:26, 2 minutes ago. Armenian Prime Minister says advantage in continuing presence of Russian military bases in Armenia. Get one with F. Be one with F, indeed. It's a good hobby. Gotten slow pitch softball. Wow. I want to play. I want to play a basketball league, but everybody take it hella seriously. I ain't trying to get injured. I like poker. That's a hobby, but then, like, it gets boring. That's the only thing. It's a lot of sitting down. Sava's still going up. Yeah, actually, 11%. We saw that at 7 on the first pop. Co-ed is less serious. I don't think my girl would let me play in a co-ed league. She'd be hella suspicious. I would be too. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little more athletic than that. That's why she'd be like, why are you trying to play in a co-ed league? I'm like, because they nerfed in the patch, and if I want to be able to play with, you think she plays sports? She's really good at, like, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I'm not going to lie to you, man. My girl got a jump shot. It's the weirdest thing ever. 9 out of every 10 games that we play on, like, those arcade basketball machines, she beats me. And I be putting up, like, 40 on it, too. No, bro. She's a killer at the arcade game. It's messed up. It's BIVI. There was something. I think it was Biovance yesterday. That's the one that went crazy. Yeah, Bivy on the high there. 6%. I don't know if there's any news. 3M price target raised by JP Morgan. Worst case scenario, October. The worst case scenario is we have a hard landing. That's it. At this point, if we break 4,200 and then the market just starts tumbling and then rates keep going up and we have a lot of problems, I mean, legitimately, I think somebody would blow up at that point. JD's on the high again. They're actually moving pretty good. BioVibe blinded data presented at CTAD suggests NE3 is biologically active and may have impact on cognitive biomarker. There's more. Troy just posted it. Big volume, actually, all day. FPZ. Oh, I have, actually. I see. I think it was on ESPN. Pray for my dream. You found 120 acres on the coast in California. You're going to go see it. Let's go, man. Go get soil reports, check everything else on it, but that sounds awesome. Where, I mean, you don't have to tell me because that sounds very rare. Japanese stock exchange plans to test system that lets international investors conduct trades in their home nation's currency. I think they're trying to get rid of the carry trade. That's actually kind of wild. No, that's good, though. That means, I mean, to this degree, they want to open up ways for people to be able to trade without having to transfer to the yen and back and forth. And again, the carry trade, the cost of hedging, because if you want to go and make an investment in Japan or from Japan to America and you want to, like, flip it, or you want to buy it, you have to think of the currency risk, because once you convert back to your home currency, even if you make 10%, if that currency fluctuates, it changes your return. So by allowing people to trade in their home currency, you could have people engaging in the Japan markets and then not so much worried about the fluctuations and repatriating it and all of that if they wanted to take a profit. TLT dumping. Check if the yen's moving on that. No, yen ain't doing shit. But yeah, TLT, I don't know if TLT's reacting to that, but the yen would move more. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. We've been here for 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours, actually. We got 3.5 left to go. Still got earnings after the bell. A wild day. Market is barely hanging on to the last level of support. Even the Dow is barely green, but It's push-up time, okay? I need you to get the body moving. Protect that body. Stay in the game for the long term, baby. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 bling. Bling, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in and legs in front of you, and boom. That's perfect posture right there. You look amazing today. You know that. You look amazing, magnificent. You look, wow. You look like you're getting taller. Not gonna lie, man. That's amazing. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, man. There you go. There you go. Sit up straight. Sit up straight. Legs in front. You ain't riding the dolphin. Okay, chest to the sun. Then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath in. Like in chest to the sun. Well, we came back down. Bonds just flushed, bro. Dude, we're going to hit 5% by the end of today, man. What is this? 4 point again. You're breaking out 4.29 or 4.92. 4.29 would be good. All right, we got to get these stretches in, bro. Yeah, bonds. I got to go do your push-ups, man. I got to still work out. Netflix strong. Yeah, just ever since earnings, but I'm surprised that Microsoft didn't have the same effects. Hold on. In between stretch, let me get a Netflix up here, see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, it's just been like this. The markets moved so much since Netflix earnings, and then it just stayed there. The inversion, I mean, I'd like to eyeball it, but like last time I did that, it was so off. So yesterday it was at 2 or 0.3 something after going to 0.18. I'm assuming we're in between there. Once I'm done stretching, I'll pull it up. Glen Point Capital, Neil Phillips found guilty of Forex fraud. Oh, yeah, that's coming across the wire. Every time, bro, I'm moving my shoulder above my head, it clicks. I need to get that good range of motion. But then I'm like, I thought these stretches are supposed to help the clicking. There you go. There you go. Yeah, Netflix is going up a little bit. Send me a cult compound link. We've gotten a lot of those. I've been sent a lot of compounds lately. That's it. I see you guys 3 weeks ago. I get my first Chad face-to-face visit. And then next week, I got 3 compounds in my email. I'm still working out. Spy's pin for now. No, I mean, we should be on danger watch right now. I mean, when it's all said and done, the bonds keep flushing. Everything that points towards volatility is where it needs to be. So this 4,200, Sava's still going. Gold, haven't checked actually, but I'm assuming it's doing good today. Yeah, even with the dollar up, which is wild. So is gold even higher? It's back to when we were talking about the short, like we were saying. If that still holds this. It's weird. And what's even weirder is that gold and the VIX, they've been playing together. Like gold and VIX look alike, but the difference is when the market bounces, the VIX is dropping and then gold isn't. So it's very, very wild. The benefit of a gold ETF versus actual gold is that you get to profit off the changes in price. That's it. So there's people who believe you should have gold. There's people who just believe in how the price moves. So the idea of paper gold, an ETF, a gold future, the general idea is that you just get to profit off of leverage and the price moves of the asset. You don't ever get to own it and use the physical use of it. So it's created for the people who don't care about the conductivity, who don't care about possession and using it in a Mad Max world. You know, if all you care about is fear and price moves, then there you go. Well, what's this? Fed says lower cap in response. Fed says lower cap in response to data showing costs for credit card debt. Debit transactions have significantly changed over time. Fed proposes automatically updating interchange fee cap every 2 years in response to latest reported data. Federal Reserve lowered cap on debit card interchange fees from 21 cents to 14 per transaction. Visa and MasterCard moving off that. Yeah, they're dropping. Again, that's what brought them down a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. TLT can cut the dividend. They can, but that's only on the rates moving. Again, the dividend that you're getting is a coupon payment from holding longer-term bonds. So SPY's kind of moving now. Coins, Caesars, a lot of the earlier plays that had some bounces, they have all flipped right now, and you are going even lower. So still very early. You have now broken below 4,200. There it is. So it's not a death sentence yet, but if we close below here, we got a problem. All right, 4198. Last time we dropped to 4189, but VIX is back up on the high. They ain't stopping it this time unless the options go crazy, but it looks like everything from TLT down to the markets, you're dangerously close to unwinding. I mean, that's it. This is pretty much when the Bill Ackman news came out. You see what I'm saying? So, like, bro, you've unwound all of it. You had 2 days. You got 2 days to calm down with bonds, but that still wasn't enough. VIX is rocketing. So like I said, if you go below here, this is where the panic sets in. We have to close below here. That's the real key. It's not just going under. We bounced last time, but if we stay under, the further we get, and that keeps dropping, that's where this turns into a problem. Option stop in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, coin, it's weird because a lot of the other crypto plays were holding up, and then you have Visa and MasterCard. They're reacting to all that other stuff too. Apple's even coming down. Again, Microsoft still holding 2.6. The earnings aren't doing too much, but there's just a lot of everything. Staples are actually killing it. Apparently the V and MA headline from 5 a.m. Really? There may have been an update, but that was an update from the Fed. So it would be on their website, but I don't know if it was released earlier. Interesting. I like Amazon. So, but I think just their earnings is going to be key. It's going to be about cloud, but even then, Microsoft beat on cloud, and you didn't get too crazy of a response. Yeah, they had it there. It was an expectation. So even the article says they're scheduled to meet later today. So they're expected on Wednesday to propose it. So I think there was a talk about it in the morning, and now the board meeting concluded, and that's what the Fed said. So it's like a mix of old, but now you just got it confirmed. DNA, isn't that like Jinko stock or something? You think we could run up tomorrow? You got the whole world in his hands. You got the whole world raising rates. Yeah, I know a lot of Chads like it. I haven't looked into it too much, but I remember who was it Brian? One of the Chads was into it. They had a lot of good things, but I do think a lot of Chads debate about that one, but I've not looked into that as much. Meta dying. It's gene editing, right? I like the industry. I like CRISPR the most, but I don't own any of them. Meta. Watch the watch list. We talked about it, gave the earnings preview. I've even recapped it a couple times already today. So maybe close to when we're talking about everything else. Netflix dying. Why are you lying, bro? It's on the screen. This is the day. This is the day that the bonds have made. That the bonds have made. I will rejoice. I will rejoice and buy long-term stocks. And buy long-term stocks. Blast damage windows at Ukraine's Khmelnytsky nuclear plant. Operation unaffected. Oh, the 5-year bond auction. Let's see. This will be auction number 2, and then we have the 7s tomorrow. Qualcomm. I love listening to Qualcomm guy, but I hate him. He's a good pumper, but they actually have been getting showed no love today. I'm really good. Really, really good at like what? Oh, they actually don't even tell me. I'm going to just say thank you. I'm going to accept it. God bless you, Carissa. You hold an EW because you believe they might do well or because you're already down on it? No, because I think they'll do well. And I actually think they've done so bad that that's why it should be easy to do well. But then again, he can't save you. He can't save you. You know he can't save you, right? I'm talking to myself. So unfortunately, that logic, that cost me 10% on UAL. So just, again, I think it's the Wild West right now. So it's like if it hits, it'll hit. You'll get rewarded. But at the same time, if it ain't going to hit, then you're done. But I do think there's a better risk to reward. Isn't it something? That's the question? Isn't it something? Breaking, Russia will no longer give the U.S. advance notice about their missile tests. Okay. It's getting scary. Well, that's what I'm saying. 4,200 people are going to panic. We already did this before, though. We bounced. So it's not the first time we broke it, you freaked out. But guess what? It didn't last long enough to really freak out. You dropped and then you popped. If we close below here, then we got a problem. Then we have a problem. MPW is overblown. It is. I mean, if you look at all the losses were in 3 months. The shit was up 50% prior, but it was the 3 months of bonds blowing out and then them cutting their dividend. So they cut their dividend at literally the worst possible time, because then you had everybody selling off, or even O went down. So I feel you. They only got 1 more year left, though. So that's both good and bad, because they're either going to change the script or you're really going to know what's up with it. But, you know, the maturities, reactions to the bonds and all of that, you know, it's been pretty detrimental. STGW on the high, NVIDIA on the low again. I think AMD's following right behind. And Amazon's down 5%. It could only bounce so many times. Well, yeah, we'll use it to and that's what I'm saying. Just let's see how the market feels. But, you know, markets are willing to trade below this price. Anytime we were willing to trade below 4,200, it started a wave of people willing to sell for 3,500. You know what I'm saying? And anytime people were willing to buy above 4,200, they were willing to buy all the way up to 4,600. So it has a very weird dynamic here. And maybe I'm overthinking it, but just the fact of the matter, from 2022, you've hit this level 6 or 7 times, and that story played out that I just told you. You're either really getting buyers or really getting sellers there, and it is just widening up the range. So we're going to find out. They are algos, yes. Well, CTAs are net short right now. They have been, but then also at the same time, CTAs were going very short on most of the rally in the beginning of the year. STGW, that one's still going up. Stagwell up 6.7 on 2 candles. I'll check the soil. Yeah, man. Well, make sure you get a good deal in, or ask them if they have the soil reports. Oh, bro, this looks fucking dope. It even has a house on it. I don't know this area, but dude, that's dope. Buy oil. I mean, oil's been wild. To STGW, I didn't check news on that. And then Venezuela will interview 2 members of opposition commission in criminal investigation. Any official update on the options? No. Honestly, we're right. This is it. When does the bleeding stop? This time, though, you don't have Bill Ackman to show up. That's it. Last time you were at this level, Bill Ackman literally saved your ass. So this is where it gets wild. Stagwell to sell Consent Life to Accenture for $245 million in cash. Oh, that makes sense. They're going up 9%. So Stagwell selling off a unit for $420. If I was going to gamble on Meta, which way would you go? That's hard. Because I think if I was going to gamble, I'd go to the downside, but I think they're going to do good, but it's still a gamble either way. So I only have a call because I don't know how bad they're going to do or how good they're going to do, but it's like the calls were all cheap. I wanted to grab a couple, but at the same time, the moral of the story I keep saying with Meta, that has the most meat on the bone. So like if you want to short NVIDIA, I would ask you, do you want to short Meta? Because both of those, different stories, but they both got like, a certain reaction to it all. Meta always be, and it's just like nothing has been too bad in the ad. Again, even Google, it wasn't even ads. They had double-digit ad growth. YouTube came back. It's like it was all about cloud. But then again, how much did Meta spend on cloud and other software and hardware shit like that? That will be the worry. 4195 still going lower, Jad. That's a new low actually on the day. So you're every second now you are into the lows. So 4196. We bounced at what? 4198 last time? Did we go lower than last time? No, 4189. So you still almost had like another 10 points lower, and then Bill Ackman showed up on Monday. The difference is Meta went a lot from being undervalued. NVIDIA is insanely overvalued. Touche. I will definitely tip my hat to that because that is definitely true. we bought Meta at like a 9 or 10 PE or something. I don't think NVIDIA ever went that low, but they both are just the killers on the year. They're up hundreds of percent, 200-300%. So there's a lot of meat on the bone, and that's why I was saying maybe for the downside. And Rob, I like that house. See if they'll negotiate. They've been trying to sell it for a while. That house is going to be hard to sell. The area is crazy though. It's like you're right next to a very big spot. That's actually kind of cool. Good luck. Let me know. Let me know if there's issues. Try to negotiate though. Try to get that cheaper. Or wait. Oh, no, I just saw the other one. That was to Rhino. Rhino, that one was crazy. I looked at the wrong email. Damn, this one's crazy too. So this one doesn't have a house. This one, look into your land rights. You're going down lower. Hold on. I'll give you an update on that in a second. 419531. Again, you're right there into the low. Mr. Hanlon again, baby. My man. Everything's going down. STGW still working up, but low ticker dominating. NASDAQ's down 1.9. Actually crazy. This is just all off of Google at this point. If you really look at it, bonds are back down, and that's not good in the dollar. But looking at just everything, dude, Europe, China, nobody did this bad. So America just woke up and vomited 2% on the NASDAQ this morning here. How much time we have? It's almost 1 Eastern, 10. Ay, ay, ay. You think it's part tax loss harvest? No. Because I think some people were waiting till you wanted more of a rally to heart tax loss. That's what I was waiting for. I think there's a lot of people here, especially if you were feeling good on the year. If anything, this is getting in your way of tax loss planning. Because most people were not tax loss harvesting in August, September. But now when you're taking a look at this, if you keep going lower and lower and lower and lower, by the point you want to take your tax losses, it might be just like last year, which was not a good place. The last thing you want to do. If I'm in that same position, I don't know what I will do, honestly. I have to think about it again. So, like, if you mean to tell me by the time I'm ready to do my tax losses here in the next, like, month or so, and this shit is right where we had to do that again, then we have a problem. Because I don't know, I don't know if people would even, I wouldn't want to do it. No way I could. I don't think I could. If we're back at the same prices as last October where I did the tax losses and I saw how those played out after, and then we do it again, I'm like, oh my gosh. 1 p.m. bond auction. That was the 20-year. So we talked about this on the watch list. We have the 5-year auction today, 7-year auction tomorrow. These are the quote-unquote shorter terms, believe it or not. So we're going to watch and see, but yesterday came in on the screws right at the number, but, here in about a minute, we'll see if that, in about a minute, you're going to get the bond auction. You don't have to wait too long. It's either 1 or 2 p.m. So either 1 minute or an hour and 1 minute. Boeing Israel statements. Boeing. Let's see. Yeah. And then wait for the auction results. Should have top ticket, yeah. I mean, they're selling a unit. People usually like that. And they're making some money. Boeing, current conflict in Israel and Gaza Strip has already impacted some operations for our airline and lesser customers. That's the second warning. That's the second Middle Eastern warning from a company. Ironically, the first one was Snapchat. So it makes sense that the company that sells planes and military equipment would have some idea, but never have you ever had to pair up those two companies. What do Boeing and Snapchat have in common? One of these is not like the other. 30 seconds till auction. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doot. Maybe it comes out at 2. It's either 1 or 2. I don't see it yet. Mm-mm. No, all right, nothing happened so far. Wait for it. Let me double check. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 a.m. So yeah, you're gonna get 7-year numbers. We haven't got an update yet, but it should be right about now. Couple more minutes, you'll hear. The countdown was for the 7-year bond auction. So again, y'all need to watch the watch list, bro. Y'all better be. We gave you the early update. We even talked about it a little today because even next week has a lot of bond auctions. But you know, people are a little concerned, and it's one thing about what the bond rates will do to the market, but another one, there's a little bit more going on. Am I about alerts? You switched over? We'll get that fixed, man. Always the phones. Did you get a good deal? I've been telling. So I tell everybody yesterday though, or a couple days ago, if you're gonna switch any services, they will give you a lot of money to switch. Phone services, car insurance, sort of good incentives. Every week is more bond. Oh, whoa. 7-year or 5-year auction, 4.89, 5-year 8.75. Oof. So it came in a little higher, about just almost a little bit under like 0.002. It's a little higher. It's a little bit higher there. That's what the reaction. 5-year auction, slightly higher. 4.8998. I think it was at 4.875. So it came in at 4.899. So it's about like what, 0.02024. So like 2.5 basis points, which is higher, but it's not like it was a blowout like the other one, but it's still higher. So it means that they showed up today to sell 5-year bonds, right? They said we have a 5-year bond that pays 4.875. That's the coupon. So they're saying if you buy this bond, it will pay out 4.875. But now they showed up and said, who wants to buy it? And then when all the buyers showed up, based on the demand, there wasn't enough buyers at 4.875, so they had to offer a little bit more, essentially, lower the price, and they were able to meet it at 4.899. You see 4.65? I thought it was a 4.87. 4.6 to 4.8, I think that was from the last month. But, the previous one. Yeah, so that means the last 7-year or 5-year bond auction, it was at 4.6. Today, they offered the 4.875, but again, based on the demand and the people there and how much they're offering, that's the thing. I believe today was about $51 billion or $41 billion. That's we had it on the watch list yesterday. Second to link, my friends. But that was saying, $41 billion auction, 4.875, but there wasn't enough buyers willing to buy at that price. So they raised the rates just 2.5 basis points. That's what it took to fill the whole $41 billion of supply. So that's why, again, as a result, in hearing this news, you're watching the bonds sell off. Yeah, yen's going down again. It's reacting to the longer dated treasuries here. So it's saying 4.88 pre-sale, came in at 4.89. Pretty impressive, not going to lie. I don't know. TikTok partners with LYV to sell tickets. Bro, bonds are dying, man. So, again, and the market, we are a victim here of another bond auction, it looks like. I mean, today was already bad. You're already below the level. But, again, yesterday came in line, and now that one's higher. TLT's dumping off the 5-year. I just typed that out, sent it out to the stream alert so nobody misses anything going on. But essentially, we're breaking below the level. You're going lower. And now the 5-year auction, I don't think it's as important as the other ones like last week, but just simply that one came in higher. We're all worried about the bonds. 10 years already at a level. It's adding catalyst pressure as you're already below the level. So the bad news just came out essentially. That bond auction, I wouldn't say it's the worst news, but it definitely was not good. And that's just literally giving you an extra 2.5 basis points there right on the 10-year, I'm pretty sure. And then now the market's reacting. Yeah, literally. So the same way the 5-year came in too hot, you're literally watching the 10-year just tick up with it. Don't worry, there's only $218 billion in bonds to be auctioned off tomorrow. Is it 218? I thought it was 141 this week. I think it's $100 billion tomorrow. And then next week we get the longer end of the curve. LYV is going up on that. Honestly, I'm surprised that thing's not going too crazy. Yeah, LYV, I'm surprised. Keep an eye on that one. That one's an interesting one. Because, again, I like the TikTok store lately. Dude, the TikTok store, I told you the tinfoil, but, dude, the way they're doing it, they're trying to trap everybody into making their first order with the coupons. So, we'll see how that plays out. There's no way. We could go a lot lower today. That's it. But we could also bounce and chill out and then be just shitted on and dealing with the same scenario till tomorrow. Japan stepping in on this. Oh, yeah, yen, fat candle. Bro, I feel like, today is such a weird day. You see one news on one end of the world, and then you'll get another crazy movement on the other end of the world. Like, that's why literally, yen just had a fat candle, then came right back down. It's real, though. That showed up on the futures. They go full Temu, hoping you don't notice. Nah, I think what they're trying to do on TikTok, they will offer you a coupon. So it's crazy. There's people sell stuff on TikTok. You could be a business owner, put your item in the store, and they will give a random person on TikTok a 50% off coupon for your product. So you still get paid. TikTok gives them a coupon, and now this user walks away. Some people are getting things for 1 penny. So TikTok has a coupon. They'll give you 99% off. So you find the item. If you have the code on your TikTok, it gives it to you. And then people will go and now they could go buy a full-priced item, use the TikTok coupon, get the discount, and then the seller does not pay for the discount. Are you guys following with me? That's what they're doing right now, and it's genius. It's absolutely genius. Why? Because it's all early. Remember, I was telling you this about a month or two ago, how they're promoting people and doing certain things. But think about it. What are they doing by doing that? You got people like, damn, I could go get protein for 1 penny. I could go get this or that. It's not user info. It's literally so that they could do the one thing that is the hardest. Get you to actually buy something on TikTok. They're trying to get your toe in the water so that you put your credit card info, you make this setup, you try it out, get it because you've never done it. Nobody else has done it. Not too many people buy off TikTok. So they're really, really incentivizing you, giving you the damn discount. And then now, once your credit card stuff's already inputted there, hopefully it's easier for you to mindlessly buy in the future off of TikTok. It's it's a limited. They're literally offering you your first purchase 1 cent, no matter where it is almost, or 50% off. Get over the biggest barrier to entry, and then that's it. Hopefully they'll get you on there for the rest of your life. I should have known that acupuncture rug was too good to be true. Oh my gosh. The hell? Oh, yeah, where is Netanyahu? I think he's going to be coming up here soon. He looks younger. Biden? Biden was supposed to go live. Oh, they're voting on the nominee, Mike Johnson. Really smart take. That's the reason. Sounds a bit like a heroin dealer. Oh, yeah. 100%. The first one's free, baby. First one's free. Because that's all I was like, dude, because people were getting mad. Like, people were calling sellers, like, scammers. And they were like, you're scamming. We can't buy your item for 1 cent. And, like, it's just like TikTok is just giving out random, highly incentivized discounts. Because, like, even though people look at the shop, people aren't buying. You've never done it before. I mean, it's kind of sketchy. But if you're like, damn, 1 penny, maybe I will put in my info and try it. And then if that works out good, it's the same thing with Airbnb. That's how Airbnb still operates their algorithm. But even back in the day when Airbnb was first starting, that's how they did it. That's why Airbnb back in the day, if you got a bad review, you would never get a listing again. Because the general idea with Airbnb is once you get a client on Airbnb, if you get somebody who uses an Airbnb and they have a good experience, they get a cheap place, the house is dope, they meet their future partner, whatever it may be, that's it. They're going to have that person for life. And then vice versa. If you go to Airbnb, you get one of those weird hosts, you have a bad experience, it gets canceled on you, what's going to happen? You're going to hate Airbnb for the rest of your life. Apple plans total overhaul of AirPods lineup in 2024. That's good. I only bought 1 pair of AirPods in my whole life. But I don't know how they're going to make them different. And then you guys scared me when you're like, AirBuds are killing you. You have radiation in your ears. It's called first impressions. It's a thing, indeed. But right now, the first impression with TikTok is, looks cool, but I ain't going to buy anything out of there. But if they could get you on 99% off, that could change your whole logic. Because that's what they did with getting people on TikTok. You don't remember? Why did everybody go on TikTok to begin with? Was it because you like the dancing videos? No. It started with that shit, but then what happened? By the time you posted your 3rd TikTok video, one of them would get 1 million views. It was letting everybody go viral. And then everyone was like, oh shit, I'm censored here, getting limited here, this and that. Boom, I could go viral on TikTok. Yeah, they would give you views. So it's the same thing now with money. They're like, well, you buy, I'll give it to you for a penny. You're like, what? A penny? What? And then even the sellers are like, I get my full amount of money too. They're like, yeah. So everyone's like, maybe we check it out. Maybe we do look at this. I don't know. Then then we get advertisers too. Stocks fighting. I don't know though. That was for the most part, that was like a little bit of a freak out at the bond auction. If we could recover that earlier, that just may be a knee-jerk reaction. But remember, we're still below 4,200, and we still have all of these other just, again, the yields are just climbing, man. And it's not like the dollar's down today. It's like the dollar's up 2 days in a row. House speakers, Johnson 44, Jeffries 39. So far, no votes for anyone. Wow, that's the best it's gone so far. Usually by this time, they're like, I vote for Kanye. It's nuts, bro. ECB is supposed to pause tomorrow, and then now you'll have most of the global world pausing. Maybe that opens up the door for Japan to raise. Pfizer's on the high. They hit 52-week lows earlier. The rug. That was a funny joke. Acupuncture rug. That's such a wild concept. Oh, where's LYV? Did that react to the TikTok news? That's why we were talking about this. The government shut down November 17th. Is this opportunity buying the dip similar to October? Yes and no. What's the difference? There's just one really big difference between here and last October. That's what makes this suck. It's not the yields, even though you are 100% correct on that. We're way higher, yes. Equal weight is almost back down. I mean, I've already showed you guys that. It is October, but it's the same time frame, but something's really different. I'll just tell you. Amazon, Meta, Netflix, Google, any of the greatest companies in the world that you love, they're all up anywhere from 20 to 57% right now. Nope, you had war last year, dog. Stop playing with me. Ain't that a bitch? Yeah, right. You had a war already last year. It's not the war stuff, as sad as it is, it's not anything new. When it's all said and done, we don't know how everybody will take it, but it's still, war is old. Again, we've dealt with that in markets. Again, the oil still has some of that. But, like, think about it. Okay, you're coming back down. Oil's rocketing. Israel Prime Minister says we're preparing for a fucking grounding. I'm walking away, bro. What the fuck, Netanyahu? Netanyahu just says, switch gears. Literally, I have a report. Israel Prime Minister says we are preparing for ground invasion. Says doing everything possible to bring hostages home. So literally, the U.S. is like, nah, they're pausing. And then they're like, nah, we're ground invading. We just want more missiles. But yeah, you're literally, dude, I'm telling you, today's a weird-ass fuck day. The back and forth, one headline on this part of the world, the other one. Everything is so, like, competing, contradicting, and supportive, all in this weird little bubble of today. Very, very wild, bro. Yeah, bonds, no safety. No safety for bonds. Because you don't know what to believe right now, too. Again, do you believe Powell? Do you believe the Fed? Do you believe the United States? Do you believe what's being said about the war? Like, there's so many things right now where every day you're not only by the end of the day you'll hear one thing and then it's something else, but like, dude, today's news flow is like, go look at the stream alerts. I haven't put this one out here yet, but if you just look at all of these headlines, it's like, what? It's just so weird. From even then, we even had options stopping. You realize when we had news like this, bonds would be ripping. Yes. So who's the only thing going up? It's gold. And gold is your only thing. And now the VIX is working. And now even the MOVE index is also high up there. But for the most part, I mean, we've had this discussion a lot. There's way too much supply in bonds. for people to buy bonds out of safety. It doesn't mean people aren't buying bonds, but just don't forget you literally have just too much bond supply. Again, they just sold off $40 billion of bonds as we were talking. You know what I'm saying? That happened right now today, another $100 billion tomorrow, or a little bit less, I think. And then next week, you're going to have another couple $100 billion or $100 billion added to it. So people are buying the bonds, but when the fear comes, yeah, people are still trying to buy, but there's still a lot of supply in things that need to be sold. Yeah, oil was popping right there on that head. Again, literally, that headline rocketed up oil. I saw oil move, and then boom. Oil's moved $3 on the day. Oil's now green. This is absolutely wicked, and now you're basing out here too. How deep is my bunker? However many pages the Bible is, sir. I don't know. Depends on the translation. Tanks in Gaza, market will rally. It probably will. Again, by the invasion, especially with everything we've dealt with so far. But then we just go back to watching war. Once another Middle Eastern country gets involved, it won't be good. And then probably by the election, Biden will be announcing the war on terror once again. Okay. I didn't think you guys would like that Bible answer as much as you did. I'm very glad to hear. Usually it's like, your Bible. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My bad. Oh, man. All right, watch out if we hit another low here. Again, a couple of things moving. You even had some news headlines earlier today, and we just had that LYV one, but all of your tech names are down. Again, Amazon is kind of the elephant in the room today ahead of these earnings, just getting clapped. AMD chart, Bitcoin was doing good earlier. I need to find Netanyahu. I mean, usually we still have to translate it. I was saying he was supposed to be live. Yeah, he is. Okay, whoa.
שוד ושבר בגבולייך, וקראת ישועה חומותייך, ושערייך תהילה. יחד נילחם, יחד ננצח.
Oh, I think it ended. I just put shout out the chat in the Israel thing. I hope nobody bans me or gets mad. That's it. It's over. He said something. Wow. Israel Prime Minister says we encourage Israeli citizens to carry arms. Says the timing of invasion will be reached by consensus. What's it, Fred? You know what I say? Oh, they cut me off. Damn it, enough. Come on. Oh, where is he? Come on. Ah, fuck me. Never mind. National warning. I mean, today has been another day of like, what the F? But literally this morning we had U.S. reports talking about Israel is going to delay the ground. And that was even while we started rallying, bro. This was right. So like literally it was like a 1-2 punch. Stop the options, slam the VIX, headline on Israel stopping invasion. Not only did we get like Russia nuke headlines and a bunch of other weird stuff here today, but legitimately right now you just had Netanyahu say we are going to invade Gaza with the ground invasion, and then he just now called and said he encourages Israeli citizens to carry arms. You don't want, but I don't know, but you guys don't get it? This is what I said. The warmongering's weird. Nobody in their right mind in America nowadays, at least on the media, would tell you all, encourage you to all hold guns. Yes or no? A lot of you don't even believe in that. Oh my goodness. This could wait. UAW appears to be moving forward with a deal on Ford. You preach about God, but you didn't hear me say anything about the bombed churches in Gaza. It's because you're only hearing what you want to hear. We've talked about it a lot. And again, I brought up the fact that I think it's ironic that the center of attention with that story is a Christian church in the middle of a conflict that doesn't involve the Christians, but they could still be victims. Yeah, UAW, but bonds again, dude. This ain't cool. And then oil's running up here. Again, you're getting these back and forth headlines. Your boy just Netanyahu. Some of you are gonna say that's not my boy. I understand completely, but it's just he just came up, totally flipped the script from whatever the hell we thought they were gonna do, and then now we're here. Israel Prime Minister says I will have to answer for what happened on October 7th. So you're getting more headlines. He's done speaking, but I think people are just putting together the translations. Spies going down. Ford's running up, so Ford likes the UAW news. I don't know if that's going to be in. Honestly, Ford's kind of kicking it. Ford is actually doing pretty decent there. And then watch it. The market either dies or bounces. Again, UAW, Netanyahu preparing. Dude, that headline is crazy considering everything we saw in the morning. Yeah, Ford's starting to make a move up here. Actually, decently big. It's up only 1.2. So, again, Ford getting close. A deal could lift total pay above 30. And, again, just saying that they're moving closer to striking a deal with the UAW. Where were they 6 weeks ago? I keep getting that question on Tesla. And then SPY might go lower. We'll see if the UAW hits more. Again, 1.1. Government to declare days of mourning for 1,400 killed. Massive short stream coming on UAW? Or are you talking on the market? But either way, I think both of those. GM's going up too now. So GM's taking a little bit more of that. Again, Ford is still holding. SPY's just dumping, though. Again, Q's now. I think our old SQQ play might even come back, sadly. I say that because that one was far off. I think that's from end of last year. JPY, yeah, that's getting destroyed. They're trying to intervene right now. You're getting random-ass pops on the yen, but again, I think our issue right now is just bonds and then these headlines, dude. 41.89 now. You are back to the low of, you're about to break it right here, like 3/4 of a point. You're going to break the low of Monday, and now no Bill Ackman. Bonds are now back to Bill Ackman level pretty much, right where they settled after the first little pop. There's still a little bit more to give back, but, I mean, there you go. And then Ford and GM are still going. So, again, new low. It's interesting you're still getting some runners. Down 5 on the SQQ. I'm down 2.5. So that's crazy. So that play's about to come back. So that's kind of decent, but we'll see. Again, Ford and GM and Stellantis, those are all moving. So look at the high ticker. You got one part of the market now in the autos. They're just doing their own thing right here. And then see if we hit another one. Israel says, yeah, the day of mourning. That's coming out. It's weird. He spoke, but late headline. So 4,200. Last level is 4,177. And then we're going to start moving like 50 points at a time here, I believe. Yeah, 70 to 4,150. And then you get back to 4,100. So just like the 43, just like this parachute level, it's kind of similar. And then you get right back into the 4,100s again. And you trade options with 1K serious before you transfer. You can. And if you get, a couple of good plays, you could turn that money into a lot. But in the long term, I think you'll be happy just holding equities, usually, or little by little. And then maybe use $200 to trade options and put the $800 into stocks that you'll hold, or maybe one stock you'll hold. On oil. Yeah, don't forget about MCL. You guys could always run those up. You're going lower. Yeah, or you will win your first option trades. That usually happens. So maybe just take a couple, win, and then just put it into stocks and then retire. Plenty of support all the way to 413. You see bids everywhere. Well, I mean, it'll play out like we did here. Like I said, I called this the parachute level, and I just pay attention to how this played out. You could do something like this, where you flush, come back up, flush again, bounce, and look like you recover, and then before you know it, come right back down here. So I don't think it's just going to, be one candle down. That's not what I'm saying, but it is going to be the point where, if you don't show that you could support this or not, I mean, you might be setting up for another one of these. 4188, the lows are still compounding. Ford came back down a little bit. I mean, again, it moved up there about 2%, came back down to 0.7. Again, GM, Stellantis, Ford, they're running off of that. But low ticker's still gassing. Some of those big tech are still there. And again, we are at the low of the day, low of the last couple of weeks. Apple, watch if they go negative. Qs are still running up. Teladoc's on the high. A 10-year blows off top here. Nah, maybe it goes up to 5.25. So we're not back even at 5 yet. That's the fucked up part. We ain't even at the high that we got killed on. But remember, Bill Ackman changed that. So you're resuming this little Frankenstein motion. Bill Ackman wasn't enough to bring Frankenstein down, unfortunately. So SPY's still going, but maybe 5% though, but 5 to 2. But now the door is 5 to 5.25, maybe even 5.5 on the 10-year, unless it does top out immediately. USO, BWO. And NVIDIA, all the chip makers still, again, market does not look good. You guys realize this is 2.3%. NASDAQ, SPY, that's on the NASI. SPY has a lot more to go till it becomes one of the worst days, but that's it. Next level is 41.77. I do think 41.86, you got a little juice here. Again, we've had some reactions, but 41.77 and then like 73, then 41.50. Those are, again, 41. We are below 42. And if we don't close above 4,200, I think people are going to be a little bit more panicky coming into the next couple of days. 1.5, it's not that bad, trust me. But as far as this year, 1.5, we haven't seen it. We've seen it a handful of times. But 2.3 on the NASDAQ is big. If that keeps getting worse, I mean, that could really start to add up there negatively. Wait to grab calls. I would wait to, again, because even in the volatility right now, you may try to buy the dip like I did on that Facebook, but if you're buying into the very bottom candle, that IV might still hurt you. We've had 2.3 just a couple weeks ago on the NASDAQ, but again, on the SPY, you haven't really had it. NASDAQ, I think your last 2.3 days were a couple of days ago. Again, even like August 23rd, this looks bigger than 2%. This one was up and down. That one was just a flip-flop, but it was all lately. But I remember August 23rd was a big day, and then these 2 days right here, September 19th and September 21st, those are when we started finally started moving bigger than 2% on a day, which we haven't seen in a long time. Again, even the VIX, it took 180 days for the VIX to close above 20. That pop earlier shook you. Bro, that's the thing. I don't know if it was the pop that would have shook you out of anything, but you probably had 5 different opportunities to flip-flop today, and it still wouldn't have really, it wouldn't have even played the news. It's very wild. Again, with all those headlines, the back and forth, and all of that. So I want to beat yourself up over it too much. I mean, that's just, again, this is real volatility, though. You know what I'm saying? You're getting a lot of back and forth, the headlines, what to react to, where the market's at, all of the competing factors. It's just like you're getting some real volatility here. Yeah, volume is low, huh? It was hot in the morning, though. Like, we did 30 million, 20 million quick, but you're only at 51 right now. Still got enough 2.5 hours. GM news is that Ford is nearing a deal for 30% pay. So Ford getting a deal with UAW sent GM up. Again, this thing was up 2% and already came back down. Burn. Oh, yeah, oil, too. That was another one. Again, oil swings were... I did not think oil was going to be up at $85 after watching it make all of those wicked moves. But then again, we saw earlier $2, $3 pop on it or something. Ford's coming down now. So Ford is still negative on the day. Still has a little bit of gain from the news, but... BCD, Napa. Okay, man, the video on the load too. Let's see what this does. Red light, green light. All right, a little bit off the bottom, but every single, if there's no V vertical, it's just every one of these is going to probably play. It's just Dancing Queen leading into the next little baby decline. We did get the peach today. My goodness. AMD, Snap, Google, a lot of other tech names there. Again, Ford and GM. Surprise! I think GM's holding a little better than Ford on that. That Para on the low, they're starting to go again. That candle quickly turning red here. Not enough to hold. And Microsoft still 2.2. Google down 9 again. 9.11. SOX S on the high. UVXY now another high. And then the Qs. Oh my gosh, the dollar too. Honestly, I stopped looking after it kind of chill. I stopped looking like right around here. But yeah, dollar's back up and then now hugging under 30 again. Ugh. So still another low. Watch out here again. 41.85. Still about 10 more points, a little bit more. It'll be in a range, but that will be the next level. And if we don't bounce there at 41.77, it's going to look uglier. It's going to get even crazier. That's the nutty part. Yeah, the Japanese yen, they're trying to hold it up, but it's not. Like, you'll see those random pops. It's just not enough juice. That Tesla on the low. Again, Tesla even had the little bounce and then sold off. Netflix might even join the party. They're about to go red. Again, some of the earnings ones are holding. Like, Microsoft's still being chill, but then again, I mean, you're approaching 2.5% on the NASDAQ. It could start getting wild from here. Am I banking on these moves? No, I'm getting clapped. I banked on a couple of them on the way down and a couple of earnings plays here, but for the most part, I mean, I have a lot of equity, and then I covered my short, and I didn't reopen it, so it left me in a very shitty position. But no worries. There's still a lot of opportunity when it moves like this. That's the bittersweet opportunity with all of it, because you could see it, you could watch if you get off sides, how fast it moves, the emotions. But then again, there is just like a lot of when it's swinging like this, I mean, equal and opposite reactions indeed. SQQ, it's coming. I'm about to go break even on it still, even from the time of this little drop there now. That one's not going to do as much work, but it'll at least get us something. But also, too, the next cycle of this, where we're going to react to this, we just got to catch the next narrative shift and then be able to work from there. NQ giving up. Netanyahu, all to give reckoning for failure, myself to give, or myself included. Started Papa, welcome. You think you need to join the chat? Hey, man, either way, just show love to the chats. Get a long term. Even if you don't get the long term, I guess, but there you go. Today's a weird day to be down with. Again, I think Google earnings is weighing on us a lot. Just remember, even the mornings in today from America as well as Europe, but for the most part, this was just not the best, not the worst, leaning more towards the worst side of earnings. Google weighing on us, bonds coming back up. Again, dealing with everything from currencies to earnings, and then the war. It's just all creating this. And then not to mention, we had wicked headlines, but the United States is trading weird. We are the only ones moving like this. Nobody else is moving like this. So Europe did not trade like this. China actually traded very good. So this is what's making it all the more interesting with what we're dealing with. Yeah, you're right. That is the only one. Turkey dropped 7%. But like, nobody gives a shit about Turkey's economy. But yeah, broadly speaking, there was somewhere in the world that was like there. But the big three: America, Europe, China. America is definitely the odd man out today. Yeah, real test if they do drop tonight. That'll say a lot. And then if the bonds too, it's like they're all connected, but then they're separate things. So we'll see. But there's just a lot. I mean, the pipeline right now that we need to digest. There's a lot of things still digesting right now. And unfortunately, again, at least we made the bond situation. At least we got an answer to that faster. Even though it's not the one you wanted, by it coming down again, at least you know that faded after 2 days. So it's, the caution was rewarded. Bank of America eventually, but we need rates to stop moving until we know where rates are going to chill out, or again, once they do their immediate pivot, you'll get hooked up. But until then, unfortunately, it's just because it seems nonstop. Like I said, once we get above 5.5 on the yields, there's no ceiling. And at that point, it's Pandora's box for what we get into. SPY going down again. UVXY, the Qs, they're running SQQ. 418347 is the low. You're 1 point above that right now. Again, about 5 more points, 6 more points until you hit the next level. Will Meta save the stock market? I don't know. Meta will be good, but then what's going to happen? Even if Meta is good tomorrow, you're not saved, because then everyone's going to be like, okay, we need Amazon to be good. So they're both going to work in tandem, and then not to mention everything else across the pond needs to work out well too. They need a blowout. Yeah, because like you're saying, Microsoft didn't. Why would Meta? But Netflix is still doing great till this day, and that you need a blowout number. If Meta could blow it out, then yeah, but otherwise they got to defend a 290% move on the year. 4183. Husa's coming back to life. That one's been shy. Yeah, we're still down on. We were up on that one at one point 2 weeks ago, a week ago, and then came back down. Pretty sure the market's crashing. Well, we're below 4,200. I mean, like I'm saying, if we close below here today, a lot of people are going to get worried. So I'd wait a little and see, but, you know, we've had a lot of theories, a lot of headlines today, but I wouldn't quite go to its crashing just yet, but I could get behind 4,200. Close below here would not necessarily be, it would be really bad, but it just would not really be good for the market in any way, shape, or form. And then Ford is trying to barely hold green. IBM, again, they have earnings after the bell. So, again, that's another one for the industrials. Powell's not going to say anything today. What point do you sell options? When the return is there? When it hits the target? Nah. Try to understand, like, the opportunity cost with an option. I think that's the best thing to help you make a decision. Is that, like, you know, what would it take to make another $100, $200? And look at it from a sense of, like, does it make, like, am I maximizing profit or not? That's why, like, sometimes even on a put, remember, your max gain on a put is if the stock goes to zero. You know what I'm saying? And that will tell you a lot. Johnson has enough votes to win House Speaker. Tally ongoing. 2 votes away. Oh, wow. Today's not the new Black Monday. Today was bad, and it's weird, but it's not. I mean, it's not as dramatic as what has been kind of portrayed from the last couple of days, the history of October, the crash, and then, again, hearing some of all of this stuff. The Fed's meeting 30 minutes after the bell. Johnson wins speakership. I don't see it hitting yet, but maybe it does. Phillips intends to start primary challenge against Biden. Fox News reports that Democratic Phillips will announce his presidential bid on Friday. Everything says appears to win. I think he has the numbers. U.S. House Republicans Mike Johnson has obtained the 217 required for the speaker position while the vote count is still in progress. Who is this guy? Everybody got clapped, and then this guy,
of the members,
literally the one guy, Trump was like, fuck him, he's a rhino, and then he dropped off. Yeah, he has enough votes. There's the video.
Fire.
Jeffries.
Market might like it for a little bit. We'll see. Again, VIX and everything keep running. SPY hitting a new low, though. 4182.31. Again, 417877. That is what you're looking
Boyle
for next.
Pennsylvania. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Correa. Correa.
I thought we were
Gallego.
thought there'd be more cheering.
Jeffries.
4177, 4178. Next levels. You're about 5 points away from that right now. Very, very close to it.
Vicente Gonzalez.
I'll keep up the TD.
Vicente Gonzalez. Van Orden. Van Orden.
Israel military spokesperson says the war will be long. We will need to be resilient.
If there are any members who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
So did he win? I think he won. That's such a weird... Why does it sound like they're on a boat? All right, I think he won, man. He's officially been elected Speaker of the House, so that could be your first set of good news today. It's not even like groundbreaking news, but in a world with... But then again, maybe that's bad for bonds. I want to see. Because then that means they're going to get approval to keep funding shit. It takes 217 to win. They're done voting, and then that's it. He's backed by Trump, too, for all of the Republicans, and it still worked. I mean, you got your vote. I mean, that's it. Again, this has been an issue for a couple of weeks now. We heard a UAW and now House Speaker on the same day. We'll see what happens. So lost 2 years. Angelus, where were you, like, last October? So, like, were you here? Because you're saying you started 2 years ago, but, I mean, again, now that we're going down, you were asking if you should sell out in the long term in the morning. And I said, again, if it's going to torment you, do it. But if now that we're lower and then you're like, crying about it, I mean, I have to ask, like, where were you last October? So, like, what did you witness last year when, like, everything was, like, a lot lower? We were a lot worse. Even if you started 2 years ago, your position should have been way worse than today. So, like, what happened there? Like, what did you see at that moment? And, like, what is the difference between then and today? That's besides the fact that stocks are more expensive. You know, back then we were able to get Meta at 90, Redfin at $3. You know, everything you wanted was cheap. Here, it's like a mix of some's cheap, some's high. But, like, this just feels like last October. You know what I'm saying? The rally this year, that's breaking now. But no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, like, if you're worried about the long term, you're saying 2 years, you're getting mad, you're blaming the most bearish chat in the YouTube as well, or on the Twitch. You know what I'm saying? It's like Nadruk is very bearish too, a lot of times. So that's why I'm just like, what about October 2022? So from like May 2022 to July, like, how did you feel about the long term? Why didn't you sell then is what I'm asking. Why do you feel so much pressure now? I'm not trying to eat him alive. No, I'm trying to help because, like I'm saying, I went through this last year, and, you know, I told people, I just said, listen, you know, that's like, you got to do it because I started last year. But then why did you tell Nadruk it was 2 years? Something's not making sense, dog. So, like I'm saying, it's the same situation as last October. The unfortunate part is we have to do it again. We didn't know that October was going to bounce last time, so we were just good to go. But a lot of people didn't know it was going to bounce, and they were scared, and they were worried, and all sorts of things. So that's why I even told people, you know, like, it's crazy because you saw how it moved, but it does tell you about the long term. Yeah, bro, I don't know who the F Mike Johnson is. Bill Ackman made $200 million from bet against treasuries. Really? I thought he would have made more. He lost more on Netflix. That's crazy. Yeah, Bill Ackman makes $200 million on bet against treasuries. Is that well? Either way, though, no. Like I'm saying, as the market's going to keep going higher or lower, my point is, if you have not made the decision to hold long for a good portion of your life, you're better off quitting now. Why? Because going in and out and back and forth, it's going to be pain. Again, the people who quit in October to come back in January or May, they got clapped, and vice versa there too. It's like the stop and start, the back and forth is what's going to really hurt you. And like I'm saying, just do it. Quit. Do it. I said the same thing last year. That's all. Every time this happens, you got the age-old strategy going against the emotions of the times. So again, every day I tell you to get along, save your 10%. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. But like I said last year, and sadly people had to do it, I'm not here to fight with you. I want you to have this money and to do good with it. So like I always tell people, even if you want to sell, what are you going to do with the money? That's the whole point. Even if you sell out everything right now, what are you going to do with that money? Are you going to let it sit there for the rest of your life? Are you going to buy it? Like, what's going to happen? Are you just going to spend it for daily life? You have to really think about that, because at the end of the day, the world keeps turning. So, but you gotta really figure that. And again, I'm saying, like, if you really think I am gonna sit here and tell you guys not to back out when 1,000 of your messages are saying I can't, oh my gosh, I can't. I'm not trying to put you in a bad situation, and nobody is, you know. And again, none of it is a recommendation, but it's still like, you know, I'm trying to look out for you. It's either like you got to make up your mind or not, like, for real. And last year was a tragedy just because it was so bad, and some people didn't get to see the good out of it because we ran into this wall. It's the same exact wall that we ran into. And there's nothing wrong with holding cash 100%, but you need to have a fucking plan. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Even then, even if you don't like the plan, even if you're like, I don't know about this plan you got, Josh, great. At least we fucking have a plan. That's at the very least. But you do need a plan because, like I'm saying, the world is crazy. Investments are crazy. It's going to go up and down, this and that. You know what I'm saying? It's going to do all of that. But that's it. You got a plan, SPY 350. Stick to it and execute on that plan. But unfortunately, that is the problem. If your plan changes and then you once again uproot your money tree because you cannot lock down a plan, then there you go. Angry Josh Pop? Not angry. But I go time you out for that. You see what I'm saying? I get to hit you with a little. Now, are you angry or not? Because then if you're not angry, I'm not angry. We good. We chill. You'll be fine. You see what I'm saying? Next one's a band, though, Keon. Too much side-eye from your little ass. I'm a kangaroo. I don't tolerate that. Y'all need to get your kangaroo rights in check. Holy cola. What a name. No, that's it. I'm hoping, though, like, this should be a talk, though. Let's get this shit out the way now. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Whether we crash, whether we bounce, let's get this shit out the way. You're crying, you're scared, sell that shit. Nobody cares. Go do it now and just make your fucking decision. Trust me. Nobody in here is going to listen to it every day, let alone, and it's okay if you do. I'm not trying to tell you I'm not here for you, because I am here for you. Please don't ever underestimate that, and I get it. I got your back. But like I'm saying, this thing, if you got to make a very big decision, because you need to decide if you are sticking to a long-term plan or not. Because last year when we dealt with this, it was a world's difference. Again, I'm sad to say that people backed out. Did I want that? No, because in that same month that people quit, we acquired most of the plays that have helped keep us up right now. So again, the only thing I've done good on this year was buying and holding. Again, even if I bought and holding it went down, everything as a whole was a very good year just by holding. Trading was awful. They're two different things, but you're long term. You need to decide now before the market goes lower or before it goes higher, because guess what, buddy? All of you, you're right in the fucking middle. Do you see what I'm saying? So this conversation is going to hit a lot worse. I'm never going to have this conversation with you again. Why? Because at that point, the market will be too high or it will be too low. Do you understand me right now? So even now, if you backed out right now, looking at the S&P, every name is going to be different, obviously, but just straight S&P 500, you're right in the middle. This is your last shot, dude. Make up your fucking mind. You get what I'm saying? Like, for real. Because by then, we're going to be way lower. If you think you don't like the pain now, the pain is only going to get worse, and then you're going to have to get the courage to buy into that pain, which, again, that's where people quit, and then vice versa. If this thing goes up, don't you dare ask me to buy anything. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying you need a plan right now. And right now, even if you're freaking out, it's not a bad time to freak out. This is why this level is so important. I'm telling you, you're right at the middle. Cut this shit in half the time up, half the time below. Where do we go? On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders must decide if their 10-year plan can withstand 2 weeks. You got to make up your mind, though. You're right at the middle. The next episode, we don't know what's going to happen. Last year, I had the conversation. We were right here. And at that point, it was already too low. And I was telling you, at this point, I mean, look around. There was some bargain bin names, and we bought them. And then it shoots right back up. This time around, you feel the same exact pain and worry, but guess what? You got way different cushion, a way different setup. So you got to make the mind up right now. If you don't need to understand it. No, that's even better. Trust me. I didn't understand this, and I'm glad that I still ended up holding stocks when I was younger. I didn't understand this till I wasted 3 or 4 years. That's why I'm saying this. Every year in my life, trading, I've had good trades, I've had bad trades. You guys have got to see a lot of it too. You have watched me murder it, and you have watched me get murdered. That is the story of my life with trading. Why have I been so committed to the long term? Because early on in my life, I realized every time I would check back on these stocks, the ones I would make money and the ones I would lose money on, it was just higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. It didn't matter what I thought was going to happen, what was bad in the world. Somehow, the manipulated, whatever, it did what it did. So, like I'm saying, it's just, I didn't understand it early on, and you don't really need to. But you really got to, like, at the same time, hopefully can see the wisdom of history and what has been showed by it. But then again, don't let me, I'm not trying to sell you on my plan. I like my plan. Benjamin Graham likes it. Warren Buffett, a lot of people, it's not too crazy, the plan that we have. You may not like a couple of the stocks, but look at that portfolio, bro. It's really not, like, that's awesome. It's very adequate over the years. But what I am trying to tell you is you must come up with some plan to survive in any of this for the long term. You need to have a plan, because the people who don't have plans will react to the ups and downs. Even a day like today, holy shit, there is so much reactionary stuff out there. So I'm advocating a plan here for all of you, whether you want to sell, whether you want to hold, whether you want to buy more, go long. I'm never selling, diamond hands. I don't know what it is, but you need to have a plan. I have a plan. I share it with you. You know what it is for the long term. If you don't vibe with it, I get it. If it looks scary, I get it. But at the same time, I bid thee. I love saying I bid thee. I bid thee to make a plan. You need to have a plan. Otherwise, you will fall for the greater fool theory. That's the only way you don't fall for it, is by having a plan that you could stick to. I'm not talking about trading plans and emotions and moving. I'm talking long-term plan for your long-term assets. You got to think about that, and that's what I'm trying to sell you on. I'm not trying to sell you on this or that, but like I'm saying, this window is going to slip away. Because right now we're right in the middle. With stocks go higher or lower, things are going to really change, and you're going to feel a lot different than you do today. So you have to be able to make that decision now because, like I said in the morning, a lot of this shit will torment you. So I hope it's a good talk, man. We'll see how this one ages. Like I'm saying, we're going to look back at this point and who knows how we're going to feel, but you will feel different looking at this day 6 months from now. Why? Because 12 months ago, we were terrified of this of this level that we were way lower, and and nobody would have forecast. Nobody did forecast what happened. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, just don't forget that, and that's why your feelings will change, the market will change, and I hope you find something of a plan that will not change. Well, let's go, man. I hope it does help, man. I really do. And like I'm saying, though, just I want you to master it. All of what I am suggesting to you is dominating. You realize that? I don't want, literally, you cannot serve two masters either. But, like, I want you to take control. That's it. Come up with a plan and just do what you need to do. If it's bothering you, don't let it bother you. If it's, you see what I'm saying? If it's tormenting you, okay, go. Sell out. You're committed. Fucking do what you need to do. Don't look at it again. But you need to take some level of action. And sometimes, even by action, it could be doing nothing. But that plan, you need to control it right now and just get ahead of it. You don't got to listen to anything or anybody, even myself. But what are you going to do? Don't let the feelings, don't let them, I'm not going to let that torment drag on for a couple days. Did you not see the last 3 months? You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to say, this is my plan. This is what I'm doing. That's it. Anything else, make your decision. If you're anxious, you have too much at risk. Although I would agree with that in trading, I don't think that's the case here. I think what happens with the long term is you watch it start to dwindle down. That's what we noticed in October. And then you take a step back and you're like, damn, you start weighing opportunity cost. That's it. That's what's going on. It's not, I don't think it has to do with overexposure. If it is, I really hope you're aware if it's overexposure. You should be able to snuff that out pretty immediately and know what it is. But at the same time, I definitely understand where it's the same 401k issue. This is what happens when people in their 401ks and older people, when it starts to come down, this is why they get worried, because then they're like, oh shit, I just spent this amount of years, and now what about this amount of years in the future? So it's a very valid fear to have, but that's why I'm saying it's just like, make your plan as opposed to reacting to the fear in the moment, because again, we witnessed this last year. Again, I bought a lot of great stuff at a low price. I didn't know that was going to happen. You know, that's why it's like crazy to think about. None of us knew, but we had to deal with this back then too, just 12 months ago. Time frame is the issue. You don't plan probably the next. But I mean, I don't know how old you are, but even then, it doesn't really matter. If you're really in that position, the reality is you don't need that money, and that's reality. You hear me out right now. If that is reality, there is no lie, there is no misconception, no misconstruing of that concept. If that money in that long term, you are living, thriving, doing what you need to without it. The reality of that situation makes it a lot easier to make the plan. That's the beauty of it. But the time frame stuff, and I understand it. I mean, again, these are stuff you go through as you are building investments, but that's why I'm saying from the get-go, all of you should not buy a stock if you are going to change your mind in 10 years. This is why we have built that foundation of that. Because I'm saying it's like, one, put the 10%. You should save 10%. You should have 90% of your income to play with so that you shouldn't need that money. But then there's a reason why we say act as if you can't change your mind, because you are thinking in that, you're acting on that. So we cannot act on short term once we get presented with short term when all of the other 90% has been built on a 10-year plan. You could buy index funds. It's the same shit though. It doesn't matter. If you bought your index funds late last year or whenever you got it, I mean, you're going to be in a very similar position. So unless you bought the fear October, you probably bought right here. Yes or no? Maybe right here, but then you had SVB. You said, I'm not touching it. And then it comes back up. So a lot of it is this. It's going to be the same, more or less. So if you don't have a plan, it doesn't matter when you bought it, why you bought it, what's easier, what's not. Because if your plan is buy and hold, but then when something is bad, I'm going to panic, then it doesn't matter. If you had 500, would you buy an index fund or single stock? I'm a single stock guy, especially with the smaller amount, because if that one does good, even though you're better off turning that to a bigger amount. Is this the end for MPW? No. Is it getting close? Yeah. They have one more year till they need to refinance a shit ton of money. But we were talking about it today. I mean, it is kind of getting to the point of overblown. Just by nature, it's like, was it because of the company or in their funding, or now the fact that interest rates blew out everything and everything financially related has been murdered in the last 3 months? Unifor says bargaining team continues negotiations with Stellantis next week. Bro, we're still kind of coming down here. Again, that 40, bro, you're still below the level, 4,200 or not. So we need Biden answering questions.
And are you concerned more broadly that the dysfunction makes the U.S. Less reliable partner?
I regard the United States as a very reliable partner. And I regard the relationship that I have with the President as second to none of the relationships that I have around the world, or indeed domestically for that matter. It's a relationship of trust.
He just said he likes Biden more than anybody else in his country.
Symbolises that. This is the 9th visit.
That's the translation
that
in my
I've had
head.
with President Biden. I got to meet President Biden when he was Vice President Biden just next door here some years ago. And I'm very confident in the discussions that I've had with Democrats and Republicans that there is very broad support for the AUKUS arrangements and that there will be support for the legislation going forward. And I think that would be a very good thing. It is in the interests of Australia, but it's also in the interests of the United States. And everyone that I have spoken to, similarly in the United Kingdom, across the political spectrum.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. You're getting a little vertical candle here.
We in Australia have managed to get it so we get one question each. So, yeah, good try. But Channel 10 Australia.
President Biden, just staying with AUKUS. AUKUS is in many ways your creation. It's Australia's largest ever defence deal, and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has gone all in. Can you give a personal guarantee that you can get all the necessary legislation through Congress and lock in this deal, essentially future-proofing it, before the end of this presidential term?
Do you know anyone in elective office can give a personal guarantee that happens?
Well, we'd like you to try.
No, I'm going to try, and I believe it will get done. Look, last week we requested $3.4 billion in supplemental funds to boost submarine production. and maintenance to meet U.S. needs and also support AUKUS. Australia is making a significant investment in the United States in its ability to produce submarines as part of this deal. And more importantly, it's important that Congress move quickly. And the fact is that I'm confident that we can get this done because you remember when we put the deal together, the response of Democrats and Republicans in the United States, the response around the free world was this is a very, very good thing, a very good thing. So the question is not if, but when. And JoJo told us that we got a new speaker, or likely to have a new speaker. I hope that's true, because we have to get moving. We have to get moving, and so I'm confident that we are going to be able to get the money for AUKUS because it's overwhelmingly in our interest. When I was asked, when we put together the deal, I was asked by Xi Jinping, were we just trying to surround China? I said, no, we're not surrounding China. We're just making sure that the sea lanes remain open. He doesn't unilaterally be able to change the rules of the road in terms of what constitutes international airspace and water space, et cetera. And so that's what this is all about. It's about making sure we have a close, and it's in addition to the fact that we put together the Quad, which they didn't like. The Quad is a very important piece as well. It's about maintaining stability in the Taiwan Straits, the Indian Ocean, that whole area. And I think it's going to increase the prospects for long-term peace rather than anything else. Oh, I get that. I get that. Okay. PBS, Ms. Lopez.
Mr. President, thank you. If I may, I have a breaking news question and then an Israel one. First, after 22 days, House Republicans just elected Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Why did this audio
as the
outside
Speaker
sound
of
so
the House.
amazing?
Johnson advocated conspiracy theories about voting machines and a rigged election in 2020. He encouraged his colleagues to join a lawsuit to invalidate the results of 4 states. So if you win re-election in 2024, are you worried that a Speaker Johnson would again attempt to overturn the election?
No. Because he can't.
Oh, you shouldn't have said anything.
Like I was not worried that the last guy would be able to overturn
telling
the
you,
election.
bro, his approval points
They
would
have
go up
60
30
lawsuits and all the way to
if he
Supreme
just
Court,
answered
every
with
time they
one
lost.
word.
I understand
That's
the
his vibe.
Constitution.
Don't.
If I may very quickly,
No.
in the 18
If
days
you
since
stop
Hamas,
talking,
Hamas
he would be
killed
he would be a
1,400
way better
Israelis, the
president.
Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry says Israeli forces have killed over 6,000 Palestinians, including 2,700 children. You've previously asked Netanyahu to minimize civilian
I've been seeing
casualties.
REE running up.
Do these numbers say to you that he is
I
ignoring
didn't know if
that
it was
message?
like illiquid.
What did they say?
Kind
to
of
me
is.
that no
REE Automotive.
notion
You got O'Reilly today,
Palestinians
too.
telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed. And it's a price
Initial
of
order
waging a
book
war.
value is now
I
about
think we should
40
be
million.
Incredibly careful. I think not we, the Israelis should be incredibly careful to be sure that they're focusing on going after the folks that are propagating this war against Israel. And it's against their interest when that doesn't happen. But I have no confidence in the number that the Palestinians are using.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Albanese, you're traveling to China early next month. President Biden has said China should expect, quote, extreme competition from the United States. Do you support extreme competition with China, and what does that look like for you?
Well, we have strategic competition in our region. That's a fact that we are living with. The relationship with China is one where the principle that I bring to it is to cooperate where we can, disagree where we must, but engage in our national interest. It is
Ford's
in
moving up. I haven't taken that one off.
Australia's interests as well as China, but I believe in the global interests for us to have a relationship where there is dialogue. And hence I welcome the fact that I have been invited to China. I'll be travelling at the same time as we will commemorate 50 years since the first visit by an Australian Prime Minister, Gough Whitlam, to China in a short period of time now. And I think that is a positive thing. It is good that various senior representatives in the US administration have had meetings with their Chinese counterparts in recent times, because dialogue is always a good thing. Through dialogue comes understanding and comes a diffusion of tension. We want a peaceful and secure region, but we want one as well that's based upon the rule of law and where national sovereignty, including issues such as the South China Sea and the
Meta's
right
hitting a new low again.
of
Earnings
passage
after
in
the
that
bell.
important waterway.
1
there,
hour,
the East
45,
China Sea,
40
the
left.
Taiwan Straits is respected, and that is Australia's position. We cooperate very much with the United States on those matters and on others, but I look forward to a constructive dialogue when I visit Shanghai and Beijing.
Extreme competition was not conflict. Read the whole paragraph. I talked about we're going to compete with China on every way according to the international rules, economically, politically, and other ways, but I'm not looking for conflict.
Yeah, Jeff Chambers from The Australian.
Yo, what did he
President
just whisper?
Biden, as mentioned,
He just told him something.
Prime Minister Albanese flies to
Did you hear it?
Beijing next Saturday to meet the
He said
Chinese
something
President
under his
and
breath.
Premier.
What'd you say?
Your administration has raised deep concerns over a very long period of time about the Chinese Communist government's aggressive coercion and intimidation tactics, maritime claims in the South China Sea, as we've seen with the situation with the Philippines, state-sponsored cyber attacks. Last week, we heard from the spy chiefs talking about theft of intellectual property on an industrial
Ford's
scale.
coming back up.
And
Spy.
obviously human rights
I mean, we're still below the
abuses.
danger zone, but you've
What
recovered
do
now
you make
10
of
points
China's re-engagement
in the
with
last, like,
Australia?
30 minutes.
Can Australia trust Beijing? And can Australia do business with China?
Trust but verify is the phrase. And look,
No, I got banned for
China
doing that.
is having their own internal and external difficulties.
I don't know about that. I think somebody, you know who
China's
banned me,
economic
Biden.
growth
I'm just
is
saying. I
stagnant
tried that
compared to
whole
what it
trust
was.
verify thing, but they.
China has
I
engaged
tried to
in
bring about the
activities that
verification. Nah.
Russia and many other activities that others have engaged in terms of intimidation and dealing with other countries. But the fact is that I have met with Xi Jinping more than any other world leader has. I've had over 68 hours of private meetings, just he and I with simultaneous interpreters, starting back when I was vice president, because it wasn't appropriate for a president of the United States to be meeting with the vice president. So I traveled 17,000 miles with him. And I've subsequently, in addition to that 68 hours, I've also had another, they tell me they keep meticulous.
Why are they
contact with
poking
her.
China?
Another, I think, 12,
Remind me
15
that
hours
question when
discussion.
this is done,
Just he and I.
and I'm going to give you the best
I
tinfoil
think that,
you didn't even ask
he
for.
is realizing
okay?
that there are, for
Just
example,
remind me later.
his Belt and Road Initiative. Well, we're going to compete on that, and we're doing it a different way. The Belt and Road Initiative has ended up debt and a noose for most of the people who have signed on. We are working with our G7 partners to provide infrastructure for the very nations that they're
I won't
trying to
stop
deal
you.
with.
You could pre-order
We
it
wanna,
by
for
liking the
example,
video
at the
now.
at the
So
G20,
like the video. Get your
we were
pre-order
able
in.
to act on a
You may get
proposal I
some
had to
VC or
bring
something.
to
I don't
build
know.
a railroad
Who knows? Who
all the way
knows? Who
from
knows? Not a
Riyadh
raffle, no
all
guarantee.
the way
Option trading,
through
extremely
the
risky,
Middle
gambling, so
East,
much financial
Saudi
advice,
Arabia,
financial advice,
Israel,
educational purpose only.
up
Take
through
your
Greece,
pay.
and then across the not the railroad, but pipeline across the Mediterranean up into Europe. Pardon me?
You're the reliable partner in terms of when you say you're going to deliver something, the US and its partners deliver.
I hope, not just me, I hope the United States is a reliable partner when we act. But it wasn't just the United States that agreed on that. Because look, even to this day, when my discussions with the Saudis and the Crown Prince was he wants to see a reconciliation take place. It's overwhelmingly in his interest. It's in Saudi's interest. It's the idea that you'd have the nations of the Middle East cooperating economically and politically changes the dynamic significantly. And so I just think that it is it's something
Zoom
that's in
launches
everyone's
video
interest,
calls?
including long term.
The fuck have we
in
been
China.
doing this whole time?
Prime Minister as well. Have you had a chance to speak to Benjamin Netanyahu? I know there's been efforts
You mean
made.
tell me they have video on
obviously,
Zoom?
The president was there
The
in
fuck?
Israel last week.
I swear I saw
are you
y'all.
still endeavouring to speak to the Israeli Prime Minister?
I am. I have spoken with the Israeli ambassador on a number of occasions. We continue to, we understand that obviously Mr. Netanyahu has pressures on, which at the top of the list is not the discussion with the Australian Prime Minister. We understand the pressures which are there, but we have a request for a call-in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah, we got another one. Fossil finance day.
Thank you, everybody.
Fuck yeah.
The press conference has now concluded. Thank you, everyone.
No, that was fake. You stupid ass. That was fake. Nah, these are fake. Why did they wait till the end? I think they just want you to hear about climate protests. But hold on. That was, bro, they tried to do it, but why did it come in at the end? That's stupid.
Saudi's interests. It's the idea that you'd have
y'all let them go through the whole thing
cooperating economically and politically
with a beautiful ass mic. They had the best audio I've ever listened to in a windy field.
It is,
and they still got protesters? Really?
It's something
I don't
that's
know.
in everyone's interest, including long term.
Very polite that they waited till the end.
Prime Minister as well. Have you had a chance to speak to Benjamin Netanyahu? I know there's been efforts made.
I'm trying to get back to it. It's already
Obviously,
ended.
the
I'm trying to
president
see it again.
Was there in Israel last week.
It's okay. You can
are you
listen
still
again.
endeavouring to speak to the Israeli Prime Minister?
I am. I have spoken with the Israeli ambassador on a number of
Dark
occasions.
Brandon smile.
We continue
Laser
to.
eyes.
We understand that obviously Mr. Netanyahu has pressures on, which at the top of the list is not not the discussion with the Australian Prime Minister. We understand the pressures which are there, but we have a request for a call-in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no. These are just reporters. They just
Thank you,
sound like
everybody.
animals.
The press conference has now concluded.
Oh, man. Hold on. No, that wasn't even protesters. Bro, they just sound like animals. No, those were just the reporters. Yeah, bro. No, that was just the reporters. That was not like someone said something about pollution. That's why. And I was like, dude, they sound crazy. Yeah, man. That wasn't, nah. Yeah. That's the Australian press. Oh, maybe. Oh, I didn't realize. Maybe. Yeah. They just start yelling at a 100-year-old man. I know. That's so rude. Like, give him some, like, why would you do that? All right, Chad. Good thing it didn't take too long. Did you like the video? I got to take this back to shareholders. You know what I'm saying? Just like Take-Two does with pre-orders. I got to take this back to shareholders and show them that tin is producing likes. Did you like it? It's okay. You know, honestly, man, I'm for the people. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the business. You know what I'm saying? That's why some people don't like me sometimes. Even though I got a certain business acumen, it's okay. I'll still gonna give it to you. Here it is. The biggest tinfoil in the world right now. It's so big you haven't even heard of it, but you have heard of it, but you haven't heard of it. And it's probably the last thing you're thinking about, even though it's right in front of your face. Are you ready, chat? The biggest tinfoil right now is very simple. China is about to fucking collapse. And nobody gives a shit. That's why it's tinfoil. Because we have finally entered into a couple-week period where we are so focused on our own things. No. Fuck a Taiwan invasion. Don't. Come on. Go back to the BRICS tinfoil. No. And no, I'm saying no, for real. Like you are having right now. I brought this up on the watch list yesterday. You are literally, they have been collapsing, exactly, but now they haven't fully, like, got clapped. It's like everybody else, right? But you have a weird opportunity right now where so much is going on with China. They're unleashing the bigger than the kitchen sink right now. I mean, if there's anything But, like, we are so preoccupied that something can happen in China right now and we wouldn't fucking react for another 2 weeks probably. Literally, because we've been ignoring stimulus. How long have you ignored China news so far? You didn't at the beginning of the year because it was good, but now you don't give a shit about anything China right now. You got to worry about Ukraine. You got to worry about Israel, Palestine, the Middle East, the bonds, the interest rates. Man, don't tell me, what about Japan? Yeah, Evergrande, literally, something just blew up. Country Garden got a real credit event yesterday. And nobody gives a shit. Meanwhile, the yuan is already weak. The literally Japanese trade, you go look at the yen. Is the yen weak because Japan's bad? Of course, but also because China's slow too. Again, same thing for South Korea and everybody else in Asia, and then a lot of other places. So, yeah, the biggest tin in the world, but it's not really tin, and it's right there. But yeah, China is about to collapse, and no one's going to care until they have to. But there's a good chance of that. What does Olivier say? I haven't told him this tin, but we've talked about it. I mean, his view is kind of very American in the sense that he looks like the way he thinks it is. He views it the same way we view a lot of stuff here. Like, some shit's really bad, and then some stuff is really good. So he's actually really bullish on China in the long run, but he is very very aware of the craters that already exist. It's in real estate. That's the only thing, is just that their real estate and their debt burden is just very, very big in China, and that, is how's it going to ripple, but then there's some key pieces in China that are never going to go away. So that's where me and him have had discussions on it, but I haven't told him about this with, like, the recent stuff. So I don't know. No. My tinfoil, I don't think you get it. This is the beauty of the tinfoil. I am not insinuating that anybody is doing anything nefarious. So I'm not saying that China has a plan to do something. All I'm saying is that China's economy has been bad. It's getting worse. And if based on how they're moving now, the currency, the rest of the world, I'm just saying that it's getting to the point where we may just even have a lot of problems in China, and then the rest of the world is focused on a lot of other problems that we won't even react or again, maybe have a very delayed reaction. And that's the whole point. It's not even anything intentional. Just like kind of unintentionally, China can collapse right now, and you would be more focused on the bond rates in Israel than anything else probably, which is weird. Very weird. But then again, I mean, that's just the nature of the times right now. They're running out of break glass options. In other words, buy bonds. No. Because I'm telling you, China could collapse, and then we won't even react for a couple of weeks. It's happened before. Again, even you could even argue that's how COVID played out, where COVID was the first straw in China. I mean, we were paying attention to it, but then you had the next things. And I'm not trying to tell you where the virus originated from, so don't ban me, but like I'm saying, it starts in one area, same thing, people won't even ignore it. Like, you could have a financial collapse in China right now, and I really don't think, I think we would just say, oh, it's China, it's been like that, and then we would react. Meanwhile, the bonds and everything globally will get clapped, and then eventually we would respond. Well, by collapse, what would that look like? I'll give you something easy. Chinese yuan dollar at 8. Maybe even at 9, or like 8.35 is a number people have in mind, but that would be a good way to look at it, meaning that they would have to unleash weakness in their currency purposefully to try to spur demand, their stock market down. I mean, even another 50, 60%, even though it's already down. But yeah, something along. But you could just watch the yuan, and that, like, extreme devaluation on the yuan would probably highlight that. Who knows if any news out of China is real? Yeah, but that's why it's like, it's weird when they do certain things. There's certain things that if you get a report on it, it doesn't matter. And that's why, like the currency devaluing, they figured that out though. After everybody started watching, they know not to alter their currency unless it's last resort, because everybody will just flock if they see that sign. But for the most part, I mean, it's just like observing the little things that they're doing. I mean, so it's just like one thing yesterday, why did they let Country Garden default? Evergrande didn't default. You guys know that, right? Technically speaking, they just delayed it. I don't know if it has the default category, but like they're letting Evergrande they're letting Country Garden go into a credit event, which is weird, especially after they even said they were going to help and then they didn't. But like that in and of itself, whether you know if the reporting's real or not, there is a default on Country Garden. You know, you don't have any history of Xi Jinping going to any Federal Reserve or, People's Bank of China. Maybe they're the same. But, you know, why do you hear that yesterday? It just, those things are sometimes like certain things happen that are very odd or random, but it's like in a country that could control everything, why would we know about that then? And that's the thing, is like they would keep it under control, and then when you start seeing them respond, that's usually there could be something. So we're coming back down, though. Little rally. So again, long-term talk lifted us up. China talk brought us down. I don't think that's actually how it happened, but to give you some context if you've been listening. New York judge holds contempt hearing for Trump, calls him to testify. Estimated youth unemployment of 60. I think the reported numbers are 15 to 25, which is still wicked, but that's one of those numbers you don't really know. But it is a problem. So again, even if, I think you know people with the background too. I've talked to some people about it, and it's a weird, it's the culture of lying down flat, I believe is what they call it. And this was before the numbers. Yeah, they stopped reporting them. This was even before the numbers got bad. I even told the Chad this like 2 years ago, maybe at this point. But it was the concept of lying down or laying down flat is what they call it. Lying flat movement, something along those lines. But it just, their youth got, it's kind of like Americanized, where they were just like, there's no point of working. Why would we do this and work jobs to be miserable? Why to get this? And then we got to live like our parents and all this other stuff. And they just refused work. That's where literally the quiet quitting, it originated in China. You heard about it in America, but it was happening first in the Chinese youth, believe it or not. The whole idea of like going to work and not performing and just not, working just because of like, again, you're not involved. You don't believe in it, the system, all of that. Yeah, let it rot. Exactly. That started in China, in that, and then it moved to the quiet quit movement. You even had Reddits made about it and all of that. But now it's just like fast forward a couple years. Their unemployment rate is huge. They don't even report it, but we don't know how bad it. Last time we had a number, it was like 10 to 25%, I believe, and then they just stopped after that. They have the same problem. They do have the same problem, but they have it a lot worse. So if you think working hard and not getting good wages and the price of everything is bad, okay, now go to China, and now you're forced into whatever industry, or again, based on your opportunities, even you think your social life would be miserable? Oh man. Again, you can't even they don't got Tinder. You know that, dog, right? You need a house, you want to go Tinder. They don't know about that life. So it's even worse, honestly. So that's why, and again, the history, it's just different, though, because China recently came out of poverty, historically speaking, versus like the United States, where, a lot of people want to blame late-stage capitalism here. It's like you're getting the same thing but worse there, but then legitimately, I mean, China was like an impoverished nation until like this. It's like the 70s or 80s where they started to like come up off of it, but it wasn't really, they weren't always as rich as they were now. Did you see this from the call? We have had a number of primarily brand-oriented campaigns pause spending in the Middle East. We've seen a lot of those campaigns resume, and impact to daily run has reduced significantly. Yeah, that was an update. I think I did see that, but it doesn't matter. The first headline is weird from Snap. I still can't wrap my head around it. Mm. Tencent. So my friend in China really likes them. Tencent and Baba. I like some of the China names, but we just, like, again, they got to figure out their own thing. Sava All Day Runner. We were talking about being that one to trade, but that's killing it. The headline from Snap about warning about the Middle East, where I was on their earnings yesterday, they did say, like, the campaigns resumed and it doesn't look to be that big of a deal, but the fact that they even brought it up was just super weird. That's why I was like, it's just not, it sounds like an excuse more so than anything. And then it kind of brings into doubt a lot of the other warnings. Again, even if you remember, like at one point when Snapchat was dropping, they gave a weird warning about like the war and other things throughout the years. And then they had their earnings and killed it. But then the stock was still down like 30%, 40% because their PR headlines and these warnings they give, it really just hurts the stock. And, everyone's looking at the negative with that a lot. So yesterday they had a good earnings. They surprised every analyst, and then they just brought up the weird ass excuse of a Middle East war. And again, the only company we have heard about it since has been Boeing. Only person who's worried about Middle East conflict affecting business was literally either Snap or Boeing. Something about that to me is just wow. Yeah, they said the same thing about Russia war. Again, even when like when ads were coming down and all of that with rates, they played into every single thing. But now it's just like, come on. Especially, again, they surprised everybody even. It was great. Do you eat throughout the day? You want some lunch? I had a Panera the other day. You guys asked me about the Panera IPO. I didn't know they were coming back after, because they used to be public and then they got taken private. So I posted it on my Instagram and everything. I ate it. I ate Panera. So you recently got to hear me eat. Other than that, I mean, I'm kind of down. I think the market's about to close. We got like an hour 15. I could wait. You know what I'm saying? You should eat the mac and cheese. I think I have. I don't think it, man. You want to talk about mac and cheese? What about Chick-fil-A? I don't know about that. The Chick-fil-A mac and cheese? Stop it. I still have not tried kava. Dude, I'm Middle Eastern. Like, what the fuck? I'll be like, Mom, you got any doma? Like, I have that food. I don't know. I've not gone. I still haven't even had Ryan's Bros or what's it called? Fucking Dutch Brothers. I keep calling it the knockoff one. I haven't had Dutch Bros yet. Is it called Dutch Bros? I don't even know. I don't even drink caffeine anymore. And then I saw one. I was like, I can't even go. NEE and NWE on the high. They kind of look like something's popping there. Nextera and Northwest Energy. Watch out for those. Yeah, Dutch Bros. Cava is Spanish Mediterranean. Well, it sounds very imperialistic to me. Oh, they just told me it was Middle Eastern food. Now y'all switching it up. Sava, not Kava. Yeah, that one's still running. We saw that at 7%. Things up 19 now. And then going a little lower, CPE on the high. No. I have no idea what that is. Callan Pete. A lot of random energy, like energy/drillers. I don't know if they are drillers, but I'm seeing a couple of those move right here. And EE. Don't you think the Fed would make comments to lift up the market? I would, but the Fed has a blackout period. So they're not allowed to make comments. And that's why I thought it was weird that we were going to hear from Jerome Powell today. He comes on 30 minutes after the bell, but he is not supposed to discuss anything related to monetary policy. It might be like that one. Remember that one we saw with the teachers, and then they brought up the new bisexual dating app, Binder? I don't know if that's the real name, but you remember that? Like that. It was after hours too, and it wasn't market related. So we could watch it. I'll have it live, but I don't. It's not really. No, this is the best we're gonna get here today. You just need your end of the day rally. You need bonds to chill out, dollar to come down. I don't know what it would be today, but you just need to close above 4,200. Secretary or Speaker of the House, he's getting voted in. Well, we're going to be here for earnings, so, I mean, there's going to be a lot, but then I think Powell comes on later. It's Wednesday, and then Colt Real Estate's at 2. So we're going to have a lot here. Do you also use technical analysis or just fundamental? Well, here's the thing, especially if you're new, it's going to sound weird, but I've said this to the chat a little bit lately, so it may make more sense to them, but I'm something like a kangaroo. I have a little bit of everything. So I don't really believe in like vertical technicals and like certain moving averages and using them as the set all be all. But like I got these little lines up here. These things have been handy dandy, So I've been liking that. Again, I like basic price action, volume, fundamentals, even like supply and demand as far as like trading. A lot of price action I could get behind in sales and what the sales say, but then also too a lot of fundamentals at the same time. Kangaroo Thong. It's a classic movie, man. It's great. Handy dandy, yeah, bro. Nah, man, I'm just getting old. I called something neat the other day. I said it today, too. That's my new word. I've been liking I call things neat. I'm like, oh, that's neat. It's very, very fun to say. Very fun to say. All right, watch out, man. Still got 13 minutes till power hour, but you're 2 points away from the low, 41.80. It's almost a 20-point bounce just to get up there, bro. A long-term buy day. Probably going to rebound. Well, let's see. If Meta's good, that'll help keep you from dying more tomorrow. But then if you could get Amazon good, then we'll see. Oh, like volume. How do I pull it up? You told me about that last time. You got quoted on an 8.89 mortgage. It's an investment property. Not bad. Not bad, bro. It's fucked because I'm telling you. Last year, I remember I saw one mortgage. They quoted me at like 7 last year. And I was like, what the fuck? You guys are crazy. Now I think that same type of loan would be going for like 9 or even 10. Again, it was lower down payment ones. And I was like, dude, what the so I don't know, man. That's the wildest part about that. That 8.89 is so high. But it's like, what if the rates go higher next year? What if it? I don't. And then it's like, dude, it's all messed up. Some people talking about 18% mortgages already. Yeah, man. And let me guess, it's still not the 70s. I feel you. The 18% mortgage. A staple of the 70s. They were chill with it back then, too. Even then, in like the 70s and 80s, they would be like, they thought like 10. They even thought rates would never come back to 10. At one point, they were like 12% is good. So they were like, we don't think it's coming back to 10. As soon as the wages 3x, it will be. Maybe. That's it. You like Jerome Powell, dog. You just believe you got your one little view like, dog, just wait till the jobs market and then we'll and then we will know for certain. Until then, we'll monitor the income and data to determine whether otherwise the 70s is transitory. $12 to 18% is only a 50% move. The crazy part is just the break-evens on houses now. This is what I was telling you years ago. It's just every time the mortgage rates go up in a weird way, it implies a break-even on that property. So, like, even for the banks, what they think it's going to be valued at, but, like, literally, you're buying a house at a 4% mortgage, you know, you're pretty much saying, I think the house will go up 100% in 30 years. Now you switch that to an 8-year, 8% mortgage. Now it's saying the house has to go up 150%, 200%, because that's how much you're going to be paying after the end of that whole term. It's been 2 years since I asked the question, what does MSTR even do? Nobody knows. The only thing we know is that Michael Saylor has $4 billion of Bitcoin. So right now he did something, and when Bitcoin went up, so he's back. He went above break even, but all I know is he has $4 billion. But no one knows. Like, actually, we will never know. And the crazy part is he has built a career off of that. So, like, anybody I've even talked to who, like, knew about him back in the day or, like, had any history with it, again, even when we talked about it with Hugh a little bit, nobody knows. Dude, this guy has a career on Wall Street from, like, the tech bubble to, like, he just makes these companies as, like, pseudo investment vehicles and just, like, invest in a tech, sells out of shit, and then just buys into the hype shit, and then, like, I don't want to say pump it because he's kind of good at it. Like, he kind of knows his shit to a degree. I don't, like, totally, like, shit on him, but I do know some people who don't like him at all, but he is, like, he's the master of something, but, like, at the same time, like, the master of just, like, getting in on trends and having a stock and raising money. He's a master of the markets. I could honestly say fundraising. I would say that the guy is a master fundraiser. He knows how to get in the right area, the right spot, have the right vehicle, and just have money ready to go for it for people who want to who want to go after it and chase it. And again, he doesn't do that bad. Like that's the weird part. But again, like the same thing. Like the MSTR was a company from the 2000s, and that was a tech bubble. Little. Just survived until he pivoted it all, raised money, sold bonds to just go buy Bitcoin, and then pivoted all into crypto. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like he's good at selling if he believes in it. Yeah. And just like he knows how to raise money. That's it. Like don't get it twisted. The guy isn't just like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's not Cathie Woods. Like I would argue he's better than Cathie Wood. Not like at investing, but like he knows he's better at fundraising. Like Cathie the dude knows how to raise money. I'm telling you, like if I like ever needed a loan, I would want to get in touch with Michael Saylor because he knows people, and he's over these years, he just knows how to access capital, and that's how he's able to accomplish this. Like I'm saying, every single time the dude, bro, how are you holding $4 billion of Bitcoin? You cannot do that if you don't know how to, like raise capital and like have some backing behind that. So that's the thing where I think he's a master of the markets of capital raising. And that's what I think he does. We've never given a serious answer to this question, but all he does is move money around from one tech bubble to the next, but he doesn't always get clapped, and he could raise money very efficiently. What is happening? Why are we down? A lot of conflicting and counter news, but I mean, you could chalk it up to bonds and dollars once again, especially the bonds and the yields right under 5 once, back above all the other peaks or getting close to the latest one. And then Google earnings is weighing heavily on the market as well. That's why if you don't like the answer of bonds and dollar and you're like, what the fuck, why? That doesn't make sense. Think about it. Google had it wasn't the worst earnings, but that stock is down 9%. We even looked at the equal weighted SPY today, and it doesn't look as bad. It still went down, but for the most part, these factors weighed on a stronger dollar, weaker bond or higher bond yields, weaker bonds, and all that. But where is SPXEW? So, look at this is the equal weighted index. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. Do you guys see that? Oh, we get a 1 day. But, look at it. You're above the morning low. So, the equal weighted index is 2 points higher today, but you're not because Microsoft, Google, Amazon is down 5% right now. So, I really hope that stands out because don't forget there's a lot of fear and we do have to juggle and we do have the bonds and the dollar, but this is earnings. That you're joking, go to the website. They make $70 million net profit selling business software and consulting. Yeah, I mean, and nobody fucking using the software. It's consulting. That's it. Motherfuckers will just talk to him. And that's what I'm saying. The guy is connected and he knows how to raise money and he's not a dummy. He knows. He knew about Bitcoin. He got into stuff pretty early. Again, the guy's been in the tech space since he got the first tech bubble. You know what I'm saying? So he has a crazy background with it, but he is just, again, I think he's a master of fundraising. Oh, I think I've seen this, but I don't. How do you read it? It just shows you where, it's kind of like Bookmap. It's literally the Bookmap thing. Yeah, I've seen that. That thing is actually a little bit effective, but I don't know how accurate those orders are. But then again, I mean, I think it's really helpful if you have to use level 2. How do I access it on E-Trade? Is there a way, or is that TOS? This is Trade Ovate. You had no idea about MSTR? I'm telling you, man. Why y'all think I like that? I love history, but I encourage you all, man. Just the things that you're interested about, especially the market, just look into it all, bro. It's crazy. There's so many things. And even then, I mean, when we were having that long-term debate or talking about it, and, we were talking about years of not moving. I think, Angelus, you even said you're just, watching ETFs with no dividends. If you doing nothing for a couple of years, you're it makes you think, right? But bro, 2014, 2015 to 2017, you did nothing. So and then you had weird China volatility collapses, but you've done this again, 2018 to 2020, really up until the end there. I mean, you did nothing. Again, look at some of these, even 06, 08, it was all straight up, but don't underestimate. I mean, even in recent history, there's the way we go with markets. I mean, the world changes and adjusts and things move. So sometimes, it's not like you buy a stock. It is designed to just move every single day. It's moving with the whole world. That's the crazy part. Even to think about what you have right now, you literally have rates doing something they have not done in a very, very, very long time. So very wild to think. I went over the meta positions on earnings on the watch list yesterday. I only have one set of calls, but like I bottom ticked it and then got clapped. I mean, now it wasn't a bottom tick, so maybe that's the good part. But other than that, one small call play, but it's already clapped. I don't think I'm going to do anything else. I like Align in service now. I think Align will move more, but I don't have a play on them. I could look now, though. It might be a better time after that carnage. But then again, I mean, this market, you got to really beat to get hooked up. Otherwise, and then again, a lot of these names are on their way down. TD. I mean, there was an issue early on with options all across the United States Stock Exchange pretty much not working for like 20 minutes. That's it. Yeah, yeah. I was saying I like the downside on Meta. So, like, I have the calls because I don't really think they're going to do bad because they would have to really have a blunder, and that blunder would be Mark Zuckerberg straight up fucking up the balance sheet like he did last year. And people kind of are not really prepared for that because even analysts so far, their expectations of CapEx are lower. They do expect him to be, like they do expect Reality Labs to lose a little bit more money, but they are, they do think they're not going to spend a lot. So if they spend more and that's good, then I think they'll do bad. But I do think they're going to hit. Yeah, that's a good. Honestly, they can't. I think more like Microsoft. I think a Microsoft-esque earnings if they report like that. So if they report in line, they do slightly better, they could go up. But they're pricing in more than Microsoft was. So they're pricing in 8. They may be able to move a little bit higher than Microsoft, I would say. But if it's just like all borderline in line, and I don't think they're going to miss too bad on anything, it should be pretty mediocre. However, Meta, the thing I don't like about it, and this is where I keep bringing up the downside to Meta, is literally it's up a lot. Like, it is one of the top 2 performers on the year. It's either NVIDIA or Meta. It's up so much right now. That's a lot of meat on the bone. Look at the market. Look at the fear. If they come in, the capital plan was bad. They spend more money. It's like they have to really just drop the ball. Or if things got bad, then yeah. But again, Google's ads, Snapchat ads, they didn't do bad. So why would Meta, unless he spent $50 billion on that last presentation? I think right now it's as simple as companies not being able to buy their stock back because of higher rates, just like how companies went up regardless if they had earnings when rates were low. Very good point. I think some more than others. And this is the spread out nature of interest rates, but 100%. We'll see after this buyback window and earnings, but for the most part, I think the only people who could buy back their stock right now, it is the companies that are super high quality, because what they do is they just issue bonds at a lower rate, and then they use that to buy back stock. So that's why I'm like, it's kind of spread out, because Apple, don't forget, bro, Apple issues like 1% bonds, 3% bonds. You know what I'm saying? Like, legitimately, like, Apple has such a solid balance sheet that they're offering 3%, 2% bonds. I think even 1%, to be honest with you, even in this environment. And people buy the 1% Apple bonds because they like the collateral, and then they go take that money at 1% and still buy back in this environment. So it just depends on, access to credit. But generally speaking, that tightening of the credit, I feel. Mikey, good question, bro, or good comment. Aren't they borrowing that money to pay bonds? No. They sell the bonds. So that's what I'm saying. Like, don't forget, the only bond in the world isn't, like, the only bond supply isn't just the Treasury. Companies can sell their own corporate bonds. So Apple has their own bond. they sell a Apple 10-year, 20-year, 30-year bond. So Apple says, hey, here's a 10-year corporate note. You give us this money, we'll give you back 1%, and it's backed up by the collateral of the company, the shares of Apple, all of that. So they're saying we'll sell a bond, and they collect money, so they'll raise $2 billion from the bond market that they have to pay 1% on, but then they'll go and use that to go buy interest, or they will go and they'll literally go buy back their own stock with that money, because then they just got a levered loan of 1% instead of 10 or 5. No, you could buy corporate bonds. No, it's not only, it depends on the offering and where it's at, but no, you could go to TD Ameritrade. You could get involved in the corporate offerings. It's not really that. Again, bond market's boring. It's boomer, but it runs deep, but like you actually have, generally speaking, you have a decent amount of access to the bond market as like a retail investor. Banking off their bonds, call it balling off boring. But it's the same thing as buying. You just have to know how to read it. Once you figure it out, it's simple. Little bit of a learning curve. We did that first bond trade on TD Ameritrade this year. But once you get it down. But then again, I mean, I wouldn't really buy any corporates right now, like if it's, because the yields are so high. So like, what corporate bond are you going to buy that yields higher than 6? And then why do you even want it? Like, I would not want a corporation bond at 6, especially if it's been trading hands a while and like, moving around. Who knows? You hear Burner by Wayne? Nah, is it new? Why am I looking at the extended? I'm looking at the equal weight index a lot here today. So like I was just showing you, though, equal weight, you guys see how it looks dramatically different. There's a lot weighing on the market today. That was your question. If I listen to Burner by Lil Wayne? The market crash is usually by really good companies bond to 10%. Yeah, but right now, though, I mean, again, I just think too much competition from the Treasury. I would not buy any corporates. You think year-end rally is possible? 1,000%. All of this, everything. That's why I still think it's possible. We rip and rally, and I think it's possible you have a hard landing before the clock strikes midnight on New Year's. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, this is a very, very important level that we're at right now. The bonds, I mean, it's not like we're higher than where we've been, but still very high. I mean, everything is flashing. And if everything stops flashing, that will be very good. If it keeps getting worse from here and we can't hold on, I mean, we've kind of done this enough times where maybe this one gets a little bit more volatile. So Apple can borrow money through selling bonds at lower rates than banks or anything else? Oh, yes. Every corporation. So that's why your credit rating as a corporation is so important. That's why if you get a downgrade by Moody's, it's not good, because then it's harder to raise money cheaper. So that's the general idea. All corporations, most of them sell corporate bonds. So depending on the quality of the collateral, the company, that's why collateral is so important. You hear this talked about with a lot of things, stocks, assets, all different kinds. Again, houses, your car is a collateral, but even in investing, the collateral, what is being represented, that is very important, because it determines, the risk if something goes wrong, what it's worth. And that was the problem here with the banks. They bought bonds, but the collateral is now lost 70% of its value. So what all of these loans, they're backed by a lot of lower collateral. So that's why now for these banks, you got to either have really good collateral to get lower rates, or you're borrowing money at a very high price right now. And then same thing, corporations, if you have a good company, you've kept your debt low, you've paid back, you've never missed a payment, you've just done good as a company, got that balance sheet right, did not over leverage yourself, you get a high credit rating. That allows you to go to the market and say, hey, I need to raise money. I'll pay you back in 5 years, 2 years, 10 years, whatever. But you're saying the rate is lower and people are down because the collateral is of quality. So Apple is one of the rare instances because that is such a good collateral. Backing a loan by Apple with Apple stock, that's probably one of the best things there, better than the government. That's why because they have so many billions of dollars on cash. Even if you split up all that money, it's still, you're left with something worthwhile. That's why they're able to raise money for 1%. So any company can do this, not just Apple, but depending on the quality of the company, you will be able to raise money at higher rates or lower rates, depending on if you're worse or better. Yes, and then they spend it on buyback. So that's the thing. That's why we were talking, generally, this is the problem with rates right now. This is what I'm saying, like all across the board. At first, we're like, high rates are bad. But then we're like, well, not every company has that much debt. So their interest payments aren't as high. That's why, as far as like rates killing companies, that's a company by company basis. Now, in the same respect, it's like, okay, interest rates are high. Nobody's going to do buybacks. There's no support for liquidity and equity. Is that true? Company by company basis for sure, because some names like Apple, they could fucking keep doing it because they're raising money at 1%. Other names like MPW, they got downgraded, their credit rating's lower, it's going to be harder for them to raise bonds to refinance at a lower rate. Other companies, again, Roku, go think of a firm, the buy here, pay now, whatever it is, that those types, they may have trouble because they may not be able, with all the debt they have now, they're not going to be able to raise a corporate bond lower than the current interest rate. A while ago, you played a guy who said that corporate bondholders will inherit the company. Yes. In some instances, yeah. And again, how it's set up and what it converts to, but, the collateral is the company. So that's why the better the company, the less amount of debt, you would, hands down, it's a good, you'd be like, why does anybody want 1% on Apple? Because what it's backed by, you're either going to get 1% or a lot more back or something, again, just worthwhile. Where did SVB fail in this? Collateral. They took all of their cash and then they bought bonds at the lowest price possible. So when those bonds started losing value, the collateral started to decline in worth. So now they, literally bond rates double, triple, at one point, they're down $100 billion or something like that. So that means they have $100 billion of less collateral. So even if they wanted to raise money or do anything, collateral that they owned now just is evaporating until 30 years from now because it's held till that long. So they will get that collateral back in 30 years, but then if they needed any money now and then they wanted to raise money, that's literally how they cracked. That was the day we saw SVB. What ended up happening? Remember, they came out with that news that what? They said, we're diluting the company. We need to raise money. We're doing a share offering. Oh, think about it. Why would they do a share offering? They needed cash because their collateral is getting worthless. But think about it more. Why didn't they do something else? Let's see if you guys get it. You just got a lesson on it. They needed cash now. J.G. Wentworth wasn't picking up. That could make sense. So they needed cash. There it is. Good answer. It's not that nobody wanted their bonds. Nobody would have wanted their corporate bonds. Because think about it. If they just needed more capital, they should have just sold corporate bonds. They should have flexed. Look at how many assets I have. Look at my collateral, right? It's hard to do that when you've just lost 75% of your collateral. You can't go to the credit market and say, give me money at a low interest rate, because then they'll be like, dude, you would look at your collateral. So then they had the bright idea where they were like, all right, let's just dump more shares then and see if the stock market will fund us, not the credit market. And then the stock market was down for it for a little bit until everyone was like, what the fuck? And then Peter Thiel and everybody else, and then boom, it was done after that. But yeah, they didn't have the opportunity to sell corporate bonds because their collateral was just instantly devalued. Fire the board. It's kind of like a credit. Your credit rating is like your credit score. But how that's determined is, again, it's by an agency. It's dependent on, revenues, assets, liabilities, all that good stuff. And then even like how you operate, even management, certain things like that. So but then again, it's like your financial situation. The point with SVB, when the bond yields went up and they put that into bonds, they're losing a lot of money on paper. Their collateral as a company became, the collateral in bonds devalued. Then their collateral as a company, it made them almost impossible for them to raise corporate bonds. And then that led to their downfall as people recognized their need for capital. You can never sell shares. The execs use a piggy bank. That's why you question the benefit for companies to be public. That's the thing. This is what I told you guys, even with the REIT. Again, I could go public tomorrow. I could go make a little fake MSTR and turn into Michael Saylor. I could go make you a REIT tomorrow. And maybe it'll take me a couple of weeks for filing, but we've already done all the legwork. But if you don't want to raise money, there's no point. That's the reality of it. You have to realize, like Apple, they don't even ever need to dump a stock ever. But do you realize what we just explained? Apple has a credit line for all of eternity until they do bad to get 1% on any money they want to borrow. Think about that. You're worried about mortgage rates? Tim Cook isn't. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You worried about interest? You worry anything? Tim Cook is not. That is the benefit of going public. The benefit of going public is that you could raise enormous amounts of capital, and then if you actually do good and preserve that capital and get better and better and stronger, it's going to just solidify a credit line for you and your business and your operations. Yeah, I don't think they feel me, man. Hey, man. Hey. So do you see that? That's why, it's super, because again, why pay the fees? Why open yourself up to liability? All of this, it's it's because there is a benefit. If you do good and you want capital, the need for capital, maybe you don't need it today, but then you build that up and you have a good company, you're publicly traded, no matter what happens, you'll be able to tap the credit markets by having built good collateral, good equity as a company. Meta. Oh, we've had this talk a lot today. I think shouldn't do bad, but if it does, it's going to die. I think that's the simple way to summarize it all. Going public is the exit strategy. Initially, for new companies when they first go public, yeah. And, it is an exit, but usually the exit is you sell it to one guy, but the guy buying it, they have another plan as well too. So that's the thing. Don't forget, everybody wants something. Everyone's afraid, but, people bought it, whether it's retail or not. I mean, even if it's a lot of times they'll sell it, do it, and then they'll go from there. Happy B-Day, boss. Wait, are you talking about Brendan? Or Brandon? Or Brendan? It's not your birthday. Is it my birthday? It's not my birthday. Or not. Shout out to Brendan's birthday again. Once again, baby. Hey, man. You boss? Oh, it's not my birthday. Does it show up on my like Snapchat? I thought my birthday on Snapchat was April 20. Happy birthdays. Thank you for the meta. I hope it helps. Again, we talked about it a lot. It's just, I mean, do you have an idea? Maybe I could help you hone in on it without having to recap like everything. You know what I'm saying? What looks tempting to you? The IV, it's pricing and more. Someone said it. I think it'll trade like Microsoft. The difference is they have a way higher price. When is the yen play? Micah! What's up, baby? We were talking about that today. I mean, in general, I thought it was going to be 3 months ago. And we do have a big event in the next week with Japan. It's either going to happen end of this week or by this week or into the first couple of months of 2024. But the talk we had today is that I wouldn't be buying TLT and holding long-dated bonds. And like I said, just like if you really wanted to buy something where, and you have to be okay with losing money to a degree, but like, and you just want to buy the one asset where you could hold it, and then if something goes wrong, you know, you get your pop. I mean, I would put that on the yen more than anything because it's not a bond. It has a different duration attached to the risk. So other than that, though, that's where we kind of stand on it. There's a big event in the next week, and then if that big event, if the Bank of Japan chooses not to alter policy, then it's probably going to shift into first months of the year. I'm still writing EW for earnings, yes. GPY. But yeah, I do think Meta is going to move a lot like Microsoft or even play out the same way, where if they do better, slightly worse, whatever it may be, but it's like they shouldn't do bad, and there's no other signals that say Meta should do bad unless they just spent a lot of money. That's what I'm saying. But so far, from Netflix down to Snapchat, even Snapchat was a good sign for Meta. Yeah, that ARC play, I'm going to write it out for a little bit. It came back down. That play, we literally went up 100% almost, and then it straight up dropped. So now those ARC plays are down. GDP, I mean, not expecting much. I think it's going to be a little bit hotter, actually. I don't think we're getting clapped on that, but even then, dude, it's getting weird. Everything, even with the data. Like I said, today's real estate data, we reacted negatively to it, and then the first time, the literally last month real estate data was bad and we went down. Today it was super good and bonds still went down. It's just all around. You got people paranoid mixed in with the bonds are just too jumpy, messing everything up. Because like I'm saying, just like you got people just took the same data 60 days apart and reacted exactly the same to like cat dog data. Totally opposite. Month over month, 8% drop versus month over month, 12% gain. In both instances, markets drop, bond yields rocketed higher. Maybe tentatively rocket. I mean, today we already had pressure, but that just added with all of it. Got slaughtered. This literally reversed everything. Yesterday was a massive rally. I don't know if you guys felt it as much, but there was a lot. Then you just reversed all of it. You're down 2.5% on the NASDAQ. It's been a while since we've came close to a 3% day, but I think 275. The volume difference, I think it's kind of the same. Today's a little lower, but yeah, we might even be higher than yesterday, yeah. Because you're not even at, oh no, you are almost at 330. So, yeah, you're going to be way higher than yesterday, though. Maybe you'll get 80 million. Maybe that's not way higher, but maybe 90 million. End of the month bond. I mean, there's going to be a lot of bond buying coming up, and there's still a lot more selling. But we don't know. Again, just inversion in general is negative. Uninversion, excuse me. You know, there's pain involved in that process. It's like pulling a knife out of your skin. That's the best way to look at the yield curve uninverting. You see what I'm saying? But my problem is I don't know if they're going to let the patient bleed out or if Powell is going to rush in with the bandage to tell me how bad the wound is. Are you following? It's a great analogy. You could use the yield curve as if it was literally, it was stuck like an inch into somebody. 100 basis points. There's pain when you pull it out. And then there's blood. I don't know if this is, I don't have experience in this. I've never stabbed anybody, but I've seen a lot of movies. Yeah, the yield shift. So I hope you guys, that's why it's like there's every time we've uninverted after this inversion, there's been pain. That's why they're like, keep it in. Just keep it in. Don't pull it out. But now it's like if that is starting to happen here, we need to see if it uninverts and then they pulled the knife out. The question is, are they going to let it bleed out or are we going to watch the market? Is Powell going to try to rush in and save it? Save the market or whatever else happens from there? I wish we could rip off the Band-Aid and F it patience. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders wish the pain would just get it over with and pull off the Band-Aid. They did, and everything destroyed in one day. No recovery. That is the end of our series. Thank you for watching all these years. But now nobody saved markets, and nobody could support us. Have a wonderful evening, and Godspeed. But that's like kind of the whole point, is that if we did pull off the Band-Aid and let it collapse, like, you would just have the Great Depression. Just know that literally they invented the Fed because of ripping the Band-Aid off and things going too fast, sadly. It's like you need some level of stability. Like, y'all don't see fucking Turkey and Argentina. I don't get it. That's why I say, man, everybody in America, y'all need to stop advocating to not live like America, okay? That's all. I don't, I love America. I don't like all of this stuff sometimes in the identity politics, but like, nah, man, y'all want war, y'all want fighting, y'all want violence, and then look at everywhere else. Again, everywhere else, they tell citizens to have guns. Here, they say, get rid of them. Again, looking at it in this situation, bro, other places around the world with, again, less stability, bro, they have 300% inflation. Like, they have things going on where their markets will just drop 7% multiple times this year. Again, that's word to Turkey. So it's like, it's just, there is a necessary involvement of the patients, but I do understand you guys, and I feel you where the confusion, this is what I was explaining to my dad, is like, this is the confusion of, this is what happens in finance and investing, because when you can't figure out what's going to happen with rates and the economy, and it's 1 year up, 1 year down, it starts to change people's behavior. They don't know what to do. That was the problem from the 70s to 80s. It was a decade of, oh shit, I thought it was this, I thought it was that, I thought it was this, but what about this? Nobody thought this was going to happen, but we thought it was going to happen, but then no one thought it would happen like that, and then it happened, but then we didn't think it was going to happen, then it got better for a little bit, but then it got worse again, but now it's a lot better, and there's no way it gets worse, but now we haven't done anything. And that's where, and then that starts to change behaviors of corporations, small businesses, big, like this year over year, day after. That's why they don't want this entrenched, because it's the subtle change in behavior. So there's a blessing and curse to all of it. Powell's speech, I don't know where it'll be. I mean, I'm sure you could find it. I think it might even be on the Fed website under speeches. I didn't really check because it's after hours. I just knew he was today. Yeah, opening. What? Oh, it's October 19th. Call real estate at 6. I'm pretty sure 2 p.m. today. Hour after the bell. Long or short on EW, you just joined. Sir, you have a lot of context on some plays that I'm looking at for just joining. Like, did you just join, like, right now? Or, like, are you saying? Or just, is this, like, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm suspicious. I'm just suspicious. So, I'm just suspicious. Not confused, but suspicious. Are you still trading futures? Yes. I'm in a bond. I closed out a bond short, then I got back into a bond long, getting clapped on that, and then I still have a Japanese yen future I've been holding for months. Thanks for what you do. What's your thoughts on Palantir? Again, suspicious. This feels like a setup on all of these. Just ask me what you guys want genuinely. You don't need to add any extras to it, you know what I'm saying? And if you do, just be honest about it. See, I showed up mad late. I knew you were just talking about it, but like, what's up? Or I was here yesterday. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Just like, keep it real with me too. You know, just be what's up. But, you know, just let me get some questions if that's the case. Disney and MO. I have MO, I mean, long term, but they have earnings in the morning. Disney and MO. Are you saying right now? Disney, I like, but I don't know. Actually, I might play Disney earnings. I guess they could go a little lower. Yeah, I do like Disney. Redfin, no. Redfin, just stay away from it. I'm telling you, you should have bought it when we bought it and then just never looked at it again and don't even fall for it, bro. There's too much going on with that piece of shit. I love it. I do love it, man. We're still up like 160 or something because of the covered calls and all of that, but it's super simple, man. Just don't wait till this thing like figures it out, but you don't got to deal with it. If you didn't buy, would you buy them at 3? Yeah. Why not? $3 has been it only hit that price for like a day or two, and then that was it. You know, that $3 was just like peak, analyst hate you, everybody hates you. Like, dude, they came out, stock was already down like 50% on the month or something, and they're like, we downgraded to $1. Who was it? Was it Credit Suisse? I forgot who it was, but they downgraded it to $1. It was just like, dude, this thing is already clapped at one point. I mean, it was like a $300 million or $500 million company, which is very small considering just everything that they had. Which company? Redfin. So we bought it at low $3 or like $3.40 or $3.70, and then we wrote it up. We had cover. It went up to 17, and again, this was during the same period, I want to sell out my long-term period. That's what I'm saying. This was all part of that discussion. We didn't know what was going to happen. I guess it was on that November. It just dropped to the 3s on a downgrade, and like I was saying, it went from $12 to like 6 or 7, then they just downgraded it and everybody overreacted. There was a lot of fear, and I was just like, maybe it's time I get Redfin. I played the company on IPO and I flipped out of it when it first came out, but I was like, I'm down at $3. MPW is probably down because of the bond rates. Again, it's not like MPW, you guys. This is what I'm saying, where it's like, yeah, things may be overblown, but like, you got to look around right now. Every financial-based asset from, even XLF held on a little bit better. I need to switch out MPW. We'll see, but like, this is real estate, banks. Again, banks did a little bit better here. KRE, you're right back into there, but it's just like, you got to look across the board. They've all been murked. It wasn't like it started off bad, maybe it rebounds, it got worse, okay, maybe it doesn't, but it's like, it was 3 months of bonds just punching every bond play in the face, anything attached to it. So again, it's one thing about real estate, but it's also like in specific companies, but they all got murdered. Should you get in now to what? MPW or Redfin? Both of those, no. I'd wait a little bit. MPW just because of the risk. Otherwise, I would love it. The risk is the 1 year now left till maturity. We had 2 when we made the play, and then they gave up all the value in 3 months on this. But and then Redfin, I would not buy unless it shows $3 on the price. Anything with a 3 handle, go ahead. But we said from the beginning I would not chase that one. Yeah, man. And you guys know the day is almost over? I don't know if you guys knew that. I don't think I'm going to buy a put on Meta. No, UWMC does not have the same risk as MPW. You have like supply risk and, maybe if they raise capital or dump on you. The risk of UWMC is that you don't know the risk right now except high rates, but they've been doing pretty decent. The risk with UWMC is that they dump on you and then something turns there. That's why the general idea with MPW, why I liked it, is that a lot of bad things happen, but we generally knew everything that happened now. That's where I'm saying like the real unforeseen right now is just rates blowing out everybody in the space, and then they did the divvy cut, but that was kind of forecasted, but it's still, you kind of know the issues. And like I'm saying, I just know there's 1 year of time left. If they don't refinance those loans in 1 year, they're going to run into a very big issue. I like UWMC, but guess what? It's break even after a year. It's exactly where we sold it off for the tax loss. So all we missed out, when I was looking at it with the tax loss, I got my tax loss out of it, and then I missed out on the 7%, 8 or 9% dividend that it offered on the year, because it's exactly the same price, which is wild to me. I just bought 10,000 shares of Meta at 300. So I don't want this to like come off weird, but in that case, can your cheap ass buy me a membership right now? Because I see you don't have a membership. And I'm not that guy, you know what I'm saying? But like we all, I'm not that guy, but like at the same time, mental math, I'm not really good at math, but that's somewhere around like 300,000, 3 million, or 30 million. Either way, it's about like $4.99 to get you a membership if you would be interested in that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't really do it too often, so maybe I could get away with it. But, I totally understand if you don't say yes. Like, if I spent $3 million, 30 minutes before earnings, I would probably say no to a guy asking too. But like, I don't know what type of mood you're in. Like, because when I go to the casino, like I tip the lady who gives drinks. I give her like fucking $50 chips all the time just for bringing me a water. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm winning, and even if I'm losing sometimes too, but to bring the vibes back. But I don't know. You tell me. But don't let me Don't let me push you. I don't want to force you into anything. And you know what I'm saying? Damn, another Chad bought you a membership. Even on both Chads, bro. Damn, YouTube and the Twitch. Someone literally specifically got him one. Damn, Twitch said, I got a long term. I got you, bro. Hard knock. Let's go, baby. Man, no offense. Someone with 3 million isn't listening to this channel. I mean, no offense. I think you're viewing yourself and the people you're around too lightly. That may be hurting you in life. And why do I say that? Because I got some 80-year-old in here who emailed me his $5 million account the other day. That's just one 80-year-old, bro. That's one 80-year-old, bro. Unfortunately, I can't agree with that statement. Just off the fact of 180-year-old. Not honestly, there's way more, but honestly, I'm gonna go with that example. That blew my mind. Yeah, bro. Let's go, baby. And I love it too. I love it, man. I said honestly, man, the older individuals, I love you guys. You guys are the best. You know that? Like, for real, bro. Respectfully, like, you young generation, I'm with you guys, and I love y'all, and I believe in y'all. But yeah, y'all are whack compared to the OGs. And I'm not talking about just because you started listening, you know, when we started streaming. You are an OG in a different sense. But like the real dudes with the gray hair, which means wisdom, you know that? If you ain't been yelled at by your foreign parents, they point at their gray hair and they say, you know what this mean? You know what this mean? Do you see this? What color? You know what this mean? This mean wisdom. That's what this mean. This mean a wisdom. Yeah, you got to sub for that, man. You know, that's how it works. I hope you didn't take my joke too crazy, even though you were the one trolling, but, or even if you weren't trolling, I don't know. That's the funny part. But, you know, we have fun here. You ended up walking away with a membership because of the Chad. So, amen. But, like, anyways, all I'm saying, bro, the older generation, like, and I don't even know what older really means, but they just are so much cooler with me. I'm telling you, I get emails, man, and I love some of your guys' emails. Y'all checking in with me. Y'all just sending good vibes. Y'all telling me good stories. Y'all telling me about the past so I could learn from it. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just telling you, just like, it's such a different vibe versus the dude in my email. Fuck you, Josh. Fucking hate you. Or just like, it could go like, it's just so like, what do? I sell the law terms? It's like, no. Don't sell it, please. But nah, man, just like, they're really nice. And I love it. I love it, man. You guys, I'm telling you, for real. It makes it all the more enjoyable, man. I love it. Whatever. 20s wisdom, Habibi. But on that note, 18 minutes left. Ohio vibes. Yeah, bro. It's good. I love it. He definitely didn't buy 3 million in Meta shares, so he lied to get a membership. Yeah. I think he's still going with it. Oh, no. He said, no, dude, 10,000 worth of shares. Oh, okay. So it's just a spelling error. Well, there you have it. It conveniently turned into a spell check. There you go. He meant $10,000 worth of shares at $300, which could give you a different reaction than 10,000 shares at $300. I think you said 10,000 shares, but I think you meant 10,000 in shares. I get it, bro. That's you speaking Josh answers right now. I understand now. I understand. Longing Tesla. That's literally it's the awkwardest question to answer right now. Everybody keeps asking about Tesla. And, like, I don't think their earnings was good, nor do I think it was bad. And it was just like, you know, it's still at an elevated price. It's still up 57% or 111%, I think, year to date. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Or on the year, not year to date. I don't know. Or was that at October? Sub's still justifiable. We'll take it, man. We'll take it. Hey, man. He was probably like, man, all I did was buy 10,000. Oh, TSM. Oh, TSM. What's happening? TSM, check news. Big damn. It's already down 5, though. That's the problem. TSM. You got something there into the close. I don't see anything yet. Please hold. A little wick there, but, bro, it's down 5. Again, I think that candle was like maybe 1 to 2%. Maybe. At least $1. $1 down in 1 minute. It's starting to dump a little bit. Watch for any sympathies to get an idea. The next TSM makes the best of a tough chip situation. No, that was an hour ago. Let's see. Big volume there. Yeah, if that's real, 400,000 shares. Remember, there was the ASML stuff in the morning, but that shit didn't even... Oh, it did go down. I don't even know if the contract went up. It went up on the ask and then the bid. I don't know the market on close, but I do know you have 15 minutes. So we'll see. They have a large block trade. I think that's what it was. There was news on ASML earlier. It was big, though. So I was saying, man, $1 in 1 minute at the end of the day. Let's see, sympathy for Texas. Yeah, there's like 5 of those in the morning. I don't know. I don't know what this one is. It just, I mean, a sale did go through. Doesn't look like there's a headline. You have TSM and then ASML from earlier in the morning that could be related, but that is about it. Oh my gosh. I read your joke. You said we should tell China if they promise not to invade Taiwan, they could keep Newsom. And then I just thought about it. I'm like, man, what if Xi Jinping wants to sit down with Newsom so that he could learn how stimulus works? I'm not even kidding. I know that sounds funny, but like California is a country. And I think maybe he's trying to figure it out. Maybe he's trying to pick his brain, because I don't know why Newsom decided to go over there. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. I know that sounds funny. I'm being dead serious. Like, I really think maybe he's trying to pick his brain on all right, how can we do this with this many people? It's the 8th largest economy in the world, baby. Amen. Are you talking about Newsom going to be president? Like I'm saying, I think, but even then, though, I think maybe China wants to learn a little bit. Is Amazon still down 5.55? Where's Google? Google down 9.5, 9.49. My goodness. And then Microsoft held on to 3%. Could have been worse. China plays are down. They could have been worse too. Some better than others, which is weird. China ripped last night. I did not think they were going to dump all the U.S. China stocks. Give Google a little bit, but I mean, I played Google the last time it dropped. So last time, remember they had, after the AI meeting, I played it on this. So once it had like its worst day in the year or whatever, this was like the worst week since '08. I played that one, and then it rocketed up. I just sold out way too early, obviously. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'd give it some time to like work through, see where it kind of ends up, and then go from there. I mean, maybe you could get it today, but if it was me, I would give it a little bit. I'm not opposed to playing it though to the upside. GIS? Why is General Mills, man? And then bro, what these food companies, those food staple names that all got clapped like a month ago or 3 weeks ago, they're all running up right now. Very weird. Again, Hershey's and like General Mills, I think even Kellogg's. Yeah, they're all up right here. Again, maybe off Coca-Cola earnings yesterday. Coca-Cola's running. The Dow might even go green. This was just a carnage from Google. And then a little bit of the weightings. But, I mean, Dow and equal weight is not too bad. See. New season of Fargo coming out. That sounds familiar. 10-minute rigged. It was under Final Fives have been carrying the juice lately. Chad membership wager on Meta. Sir, I've never done a membership wager. How does that? Is it not against the law? How do we do this? I don't know what that means. I could be interested, but I mean, I'm very lukewarm on Meta. The Lord would spit this idea out, but like I'm saying, I think they generally should do good. Maybe it plays like Microsoft, and then just hopefully your boy, the Lizard Man, just did not find, $1 billion in his couch cushion that he wanted to spend on the headset. But the headset did good. I mean, that's at least I think. So we'll find out. Okay, going a little. Bonds are chilling out on this little dump, but now SPY's getting ready for that final move. Crushing anyone who bought earnings early on Meta. Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of... Dude, I even got crushed on the bottom. That one was just mind-boggling. So, again, the other day, this bottom purchase here, just you lost by the... You were down 50% by the end of the day. That was just one of those, damn, all right. So, I mean, again, just so far leading into earnings, it did have a couple of pops. It had this little pop ahead of time. Again, in middle of October, it was up. And then even then, not too long ago, just how we kind of started with the bond thing, you were holding a good price, but definitely the pre-run up on there, not so much. Hot take, Meta moves 1 to 2% on report. What do you mean? Like first candle, or are you saying it's going to move half of the expected and only move 4 instead of 8? I could see that. It's just, I'm thinking Microsoft, but at the same time, That spend is the X factor. GMAB, what's this? GMAB popping? Feel like we've seen this a couple of times. Half expected. I could get behind that. Because it's already up so much, but then I don't know if they have like, I don't know if it's going to be a blowout, but then again, I mean, Snap found growth somewhere, so we'll see if they did. But then they have to tell us about how much they spent on all of those new plans. They're still expected to lose money on Quest, even though it has been kind of hyped up. So very awkward time. Meta green or red? Green or red. But that one's not as like, that's the weird part. Because green or red, I mean, we are playing a really weird game. Because don't forget, today Google, Dollar General's ripping, you're getting Boeing numbers right now, and then Final Five, I mean, kind of uneventful as well. Boeing's not even moving. DG, again, DG's ripping here. It's been ripping all day. But remember, Google earnings was not bad. You're down 9.3, and they beat on almost every single metric. You guys are aware of that, right? I don't know. I don't know if we got to make it clear here a little bit. Just make sure you understand that. You know, like straight up, that's real. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the end of the day here. We will be here for Meta earnings. We're going to have that live. It's going to be fun for the whole family. You'll get IBM and a couple of other ones, but it gets really loud in here. So here's the deal. When I say earmuffs, you should mute your speakers because we've had reports of bleeding eardrums, dormant baby back bitch arising. It ruins people's days. It's just awful, man, and it's really, really bad. So we want to make sure you have a good experience and that your ears are protected, and then you're ready for earnings. So when you hear me say earmuffs, all you got to do is mute your speakers if you don't like those loud noises. And other than that, you'll be good to go. Otherwise, just strap on in and get ready to enjoy it. Get ready to enjoy it, baby. Get ready to enjoy it. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. at a sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 70 degrees and cloudy, not looking like a good day, and I think the stock market could say the same with us about to close below 4,200 for the first time in months, which isn't good, but the good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in your Cult Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Cult, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. Earnings. Russia and China veto U.S. drafted UN Security Council resolution on Israel and Gaza. And then spy at the low. Chad, this is a sad day. You got earnings after the bell. You better hope Meta and Zuckerberg ain't spend money because you're closing below 4,200, bro. You're closing below 4,200. Chatadonia, bring it home. You don't have much time. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We had a huge discussion on that today, but for real, finalize it. Make up your mind. Earnings, IBM, Meta, and a couple of others nobody cares about. Then Amazon tomorrow. I know I'm so rude about the other companies, but finalize the plays. Options, shares, futures. You're closing below 4,200. It's wild, and we got to get ready for the earnings. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia, we did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Laughs, news, plays, contribution, good questions, respectful debate. Good game, baby. Let's go. It's for sportsmanship right now. I don't care. You're a baby back bitch, the best chat in the world. If you don't drop a GG, you ain't a chat at all. Oh, yeah, baby. That's how we get down. It's good game. Show some sportsmanship. You may not like everybody, but show you got respect for at least one. Good game, baby. Let's go. Where the earnings at? I don't know if they're out yet, baby. Let's go. Let's see. We'll see the pop. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Good game, baby. All the members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Are you in the game or not? You got love or not, baby? Let's go. Everybody holding it down. Good game, baby. That's how you play. You got to go through another year. 1 year ago, they were tripping. Now you got to do it again. Let's go, baby. Amen. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. That's it, Chad. Oh, that's the new beat. That's it, man. I don't know if you want F350 right now, but we got to get ready for this. But good game. Thank you all for the day, for real. Whether your first time, maybe you've been here a while, thank you for giving me your time. I hope I made the most of it. I hope you got news, info, laughs. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned about corporate bonds today in some respect. But for real, if you showed love to me, as well as even more importantly, you know what I'm saying? Endeavor reports review of options. What? They're going to break up already? But nah, man, if y'all showed love to all the other Chads out here, for real, that means just as much. Because like I'm saying, bro, the community, the stuff we go over, the info we share, man, it's nice to have it built on a foundation of love as well as mutual respect. So shout out to you, man. If you spent your time, I hope you're here for a while. Oh, wait, no, they're talking about selling. Oh, wait a minute. EDR is rocketing off of that. Again, EDR up 9% real quick. Let's see. But Meta's not out yet. We're waiting on that. There's TSM. I don't know. Give it a couple minutes. Let's see. Meta. No, not that one. I have it queued up. I'm only looking at Meta. Again, I think, it's Meta and then Amazon tomorrow. Oh, a line's down. Did that move dollars? Oh, yeah. It's already down 15. Bro. Oh, I told you that was a big dollar mover. Fuck. That one you would have hit both ways, I think. That one definitely. 15% down right now on the first candle. So, again, that was Watchlist. My goodness. Yeah, bro. 17% now. That one would have been your first hit. And then a service now is the other one. But, again, I was saying all day a line. I didn't go for the play, though. But, yeah, that's just – they always move on earnings. Who knows where it'll end up. But right off the bat, that seems like a hit. But then you never know. You never know. LXRX and Tisha. I'm seeing biotechs move after hours. We're still waiting on Meta. Third quarter result miss. Align Technology, yeah, it's right here, EPS 214. I don't know what they're expected, but IBM, I don't know. That could be a big mover, too. Sonova. Let's see. right. Well, on that note, let me go get. I think we got a couple minutes. I think I got like 1 minute. Oh damn. Oh, never mind.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the oil. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had it 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But maintenance cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from processing.
Alrighty. Hold on. It's not, dude. It's going so slow. Bro, I think they put an embargo. Dude, all my earnings are so slow all of a sudden now. Again, Meta, it's not loading up here yet. I got no Meta. Neither, dude. They did something in the last, bro, I'm telling you. I would get these instantly. It started with the Microsoft one yesterday, bro. Something's happening where it's not hitting all the wires. It's not out. It's not out, but it's fucking dying right now. I think it might be out. A lot of other earnings came out. It should be the schedule, but literally I do not see it yet. There's no Meta numbers right now. Down 8% off of nothing. Google's dropping. The Qs. I think the Qs are going crazy after hours. Alrighty, hold on. I'm going to try to refresh. Dude, this happened on Microsoft. I didn't know if this is... It's either tripping out right now and then Whirlpool just came out. Whirlpool just killed it, actually. Meta dying. Dude, that was crazy. Again, I don't know either if the news really came out, something's slowing it down, but right now, I mean, nobody has it. That was crazy. Bro, you just dropped another 3%. You did half of the move on no news. Oh, this one's going to be wild. ServiceNow, did they beat miss? I'm waiting on this. I'm still waiting on Meta. This is just getting very awkward. Again, it's the earnings have technically not been released. And then Alphabet has its worst day down, 9.5%, worst day since March 2020. Meta drops 2% ahead of earnings. Jeez, bro. Someone's got it. I mean, you always assume that, but then again, I mean, you never know. IBM numbers, again, $5 billion, consulting, 6.3 revenue, third quarter revenue, 14.8. I don't know their guidance. Net $1.7 billion, EPS 184, and then EPS 220. And then IBM, Red Hat revenue rose 9%. IBM at current foreign exchange expected to be about 1 point headwind to revenue. They continue to expect $10.5 billion in free cash flow, and then free cash flow is $1.6 billion on the quarter, and they're confident in revenue and free cash flow growth expectations for full year. Again, Whirlpool beat too. IBM, they beat on revenue. Looks like they beat on EPS. And again, constant currency, everything else. Free cash flow is a lot better. So it looks like IBM beat. That's good for industrials. Again, still waiting on Meta. And here are all the numbers. Meta, you're looking for EPS of 360 and revenue of 33.59. Clack, double beat. Well, that note, did the song finish?
Likely, bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passion bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test spray. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen that I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Chasing on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck up,
we're already moving up over.
I'm tired.
That's crazy. I don't know if service out is. I think somebody said it earlier. I don't know. I don't want to switch any. I want Meta. This shit's already getting crazy, and nothing else. A line died. That one get moved dollars, but and then Walgreens is up. I keep seeing that, and then IBM actually killed it. I'm surprised they're not up a little bit more.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Peasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy,
no, Meta is not out.
Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't
it
even
looks
need
like
the
it was.
I was never greedy, I just never fucking had
They
shit.
just tripping
now,
out.
But that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers carrying. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy?
Alright, now service now is moving.
I'm still in the game like a discriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them
Cisco's going down.
I
I don't know if that's related to service now.
Playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing. Even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery.
Yeah.
Maybe live the season then and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you live
So like even on the calendar, they don't even have like a time. Like it should have came out right after the bell. White House asking for Congress for $6 billion. Yeah, I think, dude, they got the House Speaker now. So they already requested literally after hours $23 billion for other aid, and then what was it, health aid, I think, and then $6 billion right now for another internet subsidy program. Like, dude, this is all just on the bonds. But yeah, Meta was supposed to be like right after the bell. So even then, it's kind of weird. It's been about 12 minutes. And Meta is not out. So service now, both of them moved. This one, I think a line would have hit 2 criteria for sure. I mean, it's down 23%. It's hard not to win on those. So I think a line, definitely a big hitter right there. And then for now, dude, Meta's just super weird. What a weird day today. Again, all the weird headlines, all the everything. And then now you got this. I swear they always release 15 after the close. Nah, Meta's like just right off the bat. We'll see if it don't come out in 2 minutes. This gets really weird. We'll give it. We'll play the 5 minutes at a time. That's fine. but if it don't report by like 15 and then 30, it's like this gets really weird. Spock beat both lines, healthy guidance. There is now. No, we chilling, bro. We chilling. You want push-ups? How about F350? I feel like you haven't heard this song. He's like, Josh, I've heard this song. I've heard this song. Not everybody has. Not everybody has. I do country music, for those not aware. I do country. My uncle's a rapper, but I'm a country. 30 seconds.
I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius when it let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her why they driving in the slow lane.
All right, it's 15. I don't have anything yet. Again, the next round of earnings are coming out. So look at the wire. All the United Rentals, Avalon Bay, Plexus, Community Health, something Bank Corp, press release, Jazz. That's it. You don't know Meta.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV.
Terrible song. That's how it starts, man. That's how it starts. Thank you. I appreciate it. You don't know it yet. That's how it starts.
A Prius when they let me marry. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys.
I don't know what's happening. We should have had earnings by now.
Saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV.
Oh, it's out. There it is. 34.15 billion. They beat on revenue. Net platforms was 11.58. I think that's actually really good on the gap there. They beat on that on the net. They beat by another $100 million. EPS 439. They killed it. But what's wrong so far? Hold on. I may have to read through all. I only got the quick headlines. There's no like full press release right now, bro. It's still missing info. This is so fucking weird. So literally there's still like you have to I might have to go to the website, but like I have 3 different wires and I've only got one of them showing me just like EPS, net revenue, and then net like revenue and then just net off the total. So far it's a beat off of every metric off top, but I don't know what's happening with it. Nvidia's dying. Did you see it on this wire? Dude, it hasn't even released. It's out, though. It's out. You look like you have a beat on revenue, net, and EPS went up by $1. I'm assuming that they actually, like, what's it called? I'm assuming that they probably did a, how you say? They probably saved some money there. Daily active people, 3.1, an increase of 7% year over year. Why is NVIDIA? I do not know. Again, the earnings seems good for now. Oh, I'm getting another one. No, bro. Everything is like broken off of this today. Now it rips. It gave you a little bit. Oh. It's honest. It's, dude, in a weird, this is so weird. It's up 8%, but not really. So again, Meta's starting to go. Active users flat. That's fine. Again, it seems like Zuckerberg saved money. I don't have the full report yet. I don't want to fucking go to the website here, but usually I have everything by now. This is just getting really, really weird. They see fourth quarter revenue 36.5 to 40. So again, there you go. You're getting a little bit more now. Again, I have guidance 36 to 40 for next quarter. I don't even know what we were forecasting there. So it seems like guidance was good, but I don't think they did bad. Again, top line beat 439 versus 160 a year ago, and then estimate was supposed to be like 360 or 340. Revenue 34.1, estimate 33.5. They see fourth quarter revenue 36 to 40. Estimate was 38, so that's still good. But analysts were there. They raised it a little bit. And then again, revenue 33.6, estimate 32.9. So again, it's feeling Microsofty. Like I'm saying, I think you're going to get back from the gulag. I mean, literally, you've rocketed up $30, right? That's 10%. I don't know if you realize it, but they've gone up a shit ton already off of this. So, but it's just they beat better than expected. They were definitely near the higher end. So, like I'm showing you, the high end was 34. They did what, 34.6 or 36? And then they guided up on the higher end. They saved money, I think. I need to check the CapEx number. Again, you had Whirlpool too. NVIDIA, I have no idea. They just started dropping. Maybe their AI dreams are dashed by Meta. CapEx was 6.7. Beautiful. Yeah, he saved even more. He was supposed to spend $2 billion more almost from last month to this month. And then remember, he guided up too. That's what he worried people with, unfortunately. Meta sees Reality Labs losses rise. See full year expenses 87 to 89. Saw 88 to 91. So that's good. And then 24, because he raised that last time. And then 24 expenses 94 to 99. Estimate was 96. Sees growth in payroll in 24. Says it's contesting FTC matter of added restrictions. Yeah, Reality Labs is still bad. That's the only problem, but at least he's not. He's still spending a shit ton. Dude, he's spending $90 billion a year, and I really want to say half of that is still Reality Labs. It's going back. It feels like Microsoft. Again, that's how, but it sucks because you're holding barely red because you just got murdered in the post market and all day today. So that's the only issue. Snap already came out. Snap already told you what was up. They really wanted to, they've literally, out of anybody who wanted to bring war into the conversation, it was Snapchat. So that's their damn fault. He spends, it's all of everything, but again, we don't know specifically. You got to look in. I think it's like 30 to 40 billion on Reality Labs, but the dude changed his whole fucking company name. That's why he's doing it. But other than that, it's not bad. Crack the wall. At least it's not bad. I don't know if you guys don't like that. And then EW, they came in line, and then their guidance was slightly lower than the top end where people had it. And then I think VKTX, did they have earnings? Different from Microsoft. Spending market doesn't like. Yeah, but, well, he lowered the spending. It's not, again, remember, last quarter, he raised it up again, but then he just lowered it now, and then he kept the yearly the same. It's not, I don't think there's any new spending changes. If anything, as far as spending goes, it looks better. They do anticipate the payroll stuff, but for now, it's good. What happened? NVIDIA just responded to it. It was weird. This is good. We anticipate our full year 24 expenditures will be in the range of 30 to 35, with growth driven by investments in services, including AI and AI hardware, data centers, as we ramp up construction on sites with new data center architecture we announced later last year. Honestly, maybe that's why NVIDIA is down. That does actually sound good. Rocket Labs receives FAA authorization to resume launches, RKLB. Meta 3%. It beat, but it's still like, again, we're debating the spending. I don't think that's what's keeping it down. I think it did slightly better. There's still some bad things that are weighing on it in the background, but for the most part, not too crazy with anything. Yeah, Meta, awkward. I think wait for the conference call now, but it's not like unless they want to double down on that data center shit. That data center thing could be good. Again, saying they're going to spend 30 to 35 billion next year after spending 90 billion this year, that's a very good sign. But especially if it means they have productivity investments that are going to, turn into back-end profits there. Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to rally the market. You need Amazon. That's what I was saying today, especially that we close below 4,200. We may do our things, but at the same time, it's like this may be good enough. People will be good, but after Google and all that, maybe if this brings up Google, but everyone's going to now think, okay, now we need Amazon. Otherwise, it's one good, one bad, one good, one bad, and then Apple will be the decider. Powell is in a little bit, but I don't know if we're going to listen to it. I kind of want to go. I think it's over. Powell's in 5 minutes. Yeah, wait, it's 5 minutes. Maybe we can listen to it. Let me see. Is it the open board meeting? No, that was the other one. Damn. They lag switch today. Even, bro, Meta was, I don't know, even the reporting of Meta there, that was a little wonky, which just meets the theme of everything else. Where is it? The Monahan. Yeah, he's making introductory remarks at the Monahan Lecture in Social Science and Public Policy. I don't know. The release of earnings live, they're coming out right here in front of you. So you've missed a lot of them. Otherwise, you could go to any news website, but most earnings have been released now. So at least the major ones. But usually people come here to get them in real time. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able, I don't know if you're going to be able to listen to it. He doesn't talk about policy, but yeah, we'll see. They're telling me Bill Ackman might not be him. Maybe not, man. Maybe not. Meta already came out, yeah. It was good. They beat on everything. It was kind of like Microsoft. There's still a couple of parts people generally don't like, but all of it was good. Maybe some good things about the future, but for the most part, it's moved up what was priced in, but the stock was just down 9% when the news came out. Yeah, Powell's speech, but I'm not finding it here. I don't think we're going to be able to. Again, all he's giving out just the it's like an introductory speech to this thing. UPS to buy happy returns. What's that? Rep. Jamal Bowman has been criminally charged with one misdemeanor of falsely pulling a fire alarm for the September 30th incident in the Cannon office building. I don't know if you could get Powell on radio. Are we break even now on Meta or still down? I mean, if you bought the shares in the long term when we did at 92, you don't give a shit about what happened today. But I do think that contract that we made, even at that thing's still going to be down. Paper Powell. Is it? It might be Paper Powell. They've been doing that a lot lately. All I could find is like the people who are winning. Yeah, I think that's it, Chad. Chad, I think that's it, man. I think that's it. Oh, my goodness. So one more. If nothing else comes out in the meantime, I'll take you back to Uncle. God bless you.
Dippo on the beat.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Cribs, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation, price are going up. But that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit, been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million bucks, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I caught that, I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now, I'm still leaving rich.
Catadonia. It's coming down. It's coming down, man. Little meta. It's still showing 2% down. I can't believe how this all played out. Chad, it's been a wild day. I can't believe we got another 7 hours together. God is good, man. I hope you had a wonderful evening, but what we just do, all of the back and forths, I've slammed the VIX, the halts, the news, the war, the no war, oh my god, the nuclear war, the funding, Speaker of the House, like, dude, what the hell happened today? NASDAQ closed down by 2.5. The fate is like riding on Mark Zuckerberg, but then you still got base. Wait, I have earnings tomorrow? I'm still rich. What? Don't buy a TV. So, dude, it's going to get wild out here, man. You know what I'm saying? So let's go. Man, what a burger Wednesday. Yeah, usually it's a nothing burger. Today was a what a burger. Shout out to my people in Texas, baby. But Catadonia, on that note, I think we wrap it up. Baby. I think we wrap it up. Here it is, Catadonia. Well, not too much. You got co-real estate after the bell. I know David been asking. You got a what's it called? an inspector, a new inspector. I said, I think Core Real Estate could handle that. I think it's always good to network out there. So I hope David makes it, man. I hope so. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for your time today, especially all of you who are respectful to your other Chaz, man. It's amazing. So God bless you. Thank you for the time. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget why we're here, why the faith, the hope, the love, why we got to keep going. None of that going out of style. Why we do it, why we got to look out for our brothers and sisters. Do it with a genuine interest of giving a shit. Why we got to spread the love, baby. And why you don't quit. Why, at least, or unless it was part of your plan, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Oh, Midwest, baby. So, yeah, y'all better pull up to the Core Real Estate. I don't know why we ain't got the link pinned out here, but I'm gonna be right. You should know by now. Don't make me hit you with the Core Real Estate or bust. I don't know if Powell's live. I don't think he's going to be live. It's at some school for a thing. I looked for it, but he does not comment on any policy, and it's all prepared. So I do think the market is ready. And, I mean, honestly, you've had more negative reactions today after hours than not. So we're going to have to see. But either way, I'll see you on the watch list. Maybe we'll do a live watch list. I said that yesterday. I've been running behind on time. I've been messing with the schedule a little bit. But either way, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for doing everything you have done, and let's see where we're at by the end of this month, the end of the year, and where we look like by the same time this time of year. But, Chad, that's it. I'm out. I'm out, baby. The yen. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll check the yen. Oh, it's that 150. Again, they haven't intervened yet, though. That's the thing. Remember we had that fake intervention? Oh, we could talk about this. We could talk about so much. It's not really demolished considering what has happened to bonds in the last 3 months. I don't know if you guys are familiar. So, like, if you overlaid the charts, I think it would shock you. So the yen has been surprisingly stable for what it. Remember, it does not have duration risk, just pure risk. But to give you an idea, I mean, take a look. The yen is right here, but the bonds, I mean, it has been a wild ride. The yen was down first, and now each one was playing catch-up. But for the most part, I think it's because they haven't intervened. So remember that little fake intervention day right here. I need to take off this damn purple line. Where was it? That's when they were, we suspected intervention, and they didn't do shit. So I think now that it's going through 150, I mean, everyone's going to add pressure until they do something. So we'll see. Again, add that to the list of shit for today, bro. I will not be live early for GDP. No. That's it, man. That's it. That's all. I think we'll be good with. I think even PCE's on Friday. I don't even think we're gonna be early for that. So we will find out. But Chad, that's all. I love you. Have a wonderful day. It was dude. Today was a wild one too. So I'll just tell whatever happened today. I want you to react by the end of tomorrow. Okay? Just whatever you feel right now. If I could get a temporary hold on feelings, just do it. Just because, again, 48 hours. If you did that with the bonds, you would be in the same exact place. So that's what I'm saying. Just give it like 24 hours. I know what you see and everything, but process it tomorrow. And just see how we feel tomorrow with it, and then we'll go through all of it. Again, a lot of things, baby. A lot of things. But, Chad, I love you. Enjoy the day. And peace. What about me? Nobody wants to hear me talk? Come on. What if I bring the Australian guy? You ask me, you guys sound like protesters, huh? Oh, yeah, I sound like protesters asking me a question, huh? It's fine. And boom, House Speaker, I need $200 billion more dollars. Fuck the bond market. Fuck them. Who cares? They're only boomers. I'm a boomer. Only boomers buy bonds. Who cares? Just fuck up the bond market. We're going to need $2 billion, $200 billion, $1,000 million. It's $1 trillion. And what we added, and we lowered it by spending money. And we lowered it by getting, we lowered. And when the budget gets lowered, it's not a problem about being lowered when you're doing things higher and a higher number. And that's what I told my grandpop. You get it. It's simple. What do you want, huh? You want less money? No. You want more. Exactly. We did it. Exactly. I don't disagree. Exactly. That's it. That's all I can say to you. I reclaim my time. I don't even know what's going on. It's a wild day. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.